I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up,
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, 3 p.m., July 22nd, 2023. And today we're going to be doing something quite unusual. We're going to be spending several hours going through the Board Game Geek list of anticipated Gencon 2023 games. Gencon is a gaming convention, board gaming convention. And we're going to spend today just browsing through the list of over 400 games. When we see a game that strikes our interest, we'll look at it, we'll look at the description, maybe we'll watch a video or two together and we'll talk about it. There are lots of videos on YouTube by professional board game reviewers that are much more focused. Here are my top 10 games I'm looking forward to. This is not going to be that. This is going to be a long, boring, slow look together at, we're going to go through the entire list, look for things that catch our interest. I did this once before last year. It's not something people care about that much, but I did put up a poll asking if I should do it. 33% said don't do this video, but 75% said do the video. So I'm going to do it. And another reason we're doing it is just to get some practice with the new format, new way of doing things, play with the technology. You may have noticed I'm sitting in front of my bookcase, but it looks a little weird. That's because we've got a green screen going on. It's not actually my bookcase here that we're in front of. So I'm thinking for this one, you want to see the screen and images as large as possible. So most of the time I'll be just down in the corner while we look at the pages together. You might get out your computer, your tablet, or whatever. You can open up the Board Game Geek, do a search. I don't know why Board Game Geek doesn't have it more prominently on the front of their page these days, but if you search for Gencon 2023 preview at not on Board Game Geek, it has a search system that's more particular. But if you go to Google or whatever and search for it, you should be able to find it. We'll take breaks every hour or so. And if you see a game, feel free to chat amongst yourselves in the chat. If you see a game that catches your interest that you want me to look more at or talk about, let me know. Do it soon, because by the time I move on, it'll be a 10-second delay. So as soon as you see a game on the screen that you're interested in, speak up. What else do we need to cover? A little bit of bookkeeping. On Sunday is normally when we play our Dear Holmes letter play by mail. That hasn't arrived for this week, so we won't be doing that tomorrow. Whether we meet tomorrow or not and play something, I'm not sure about. What else should we talk about before we get started? I'll give you guys time to get your browsers open to the Gencon preview. Here's what it looks like. So this is what this is the screen you'll be seeing most of the time. You'll be seeing me looking down, but we'll just be going through this list. Okay, but before we get started there, let's just catch up a little bit. I see in the channel, Rebecca has stopped by. Oops. Rebecca has stopped by. Rebecca is a close friend here in Champaign, and I attend Gen Con in person with Rebecca and her husband Chad and cousin Michael, sometimes cousin Larry, and it's like a summer camp. We all camp out in one room at the Hyatt when we can get it, and it's you know, there's little sleeping bags everywhere, not sleeping bags, but little cots. This year I won the hotel lottery, so I get the king-size bed all to myself. Everyone else is going to be beneath me on the ground, so I am looking forward to that. And mainly I go to Gen Con to hang out with friends. The first time at Gen Con was amazing. Each year, we've been 6 years. I can't remember. Rebecca will fill it out. But I think about 6 years. And each year I get less interested in the actual convention and more just interested in just hanging out and playing games with friends. This year I'm going to spend a bunch of time trying to work on my own game, High and Low, the detective game that I've talked about on the channel. So I've signed up for some game story writing seminars. And so I'll be spending most of my time doing that. I'm hoping that someone will come up to me this year and say, I recognize you from your YouTube channel. It didn't happen last year. It's always possible, especially if I'm with friends. Like sometimes you think, oh, I shouldn't bother the person, the movie star, when they're with their friends. But that's the opposite here. If you see me with my friends, that's when you should come up and say hello, because that will give me some points with my friends. Rebecca normally is boycotting the channel for a year because of the whole purgatory mess that roped in a whole bunch of people into purgatory. I am now out of purgatory. All of the rest of my friends are in purgatory. And because of purgatory and because I don't play games in real life anymore, Rebecca normally boycotts this channel, but she's here for today for now. Okay, what else do we need to talk about before we get started? You should probably know that I'm not going to be that positive about most of these games. Most of the board game channels that you see, they're just overflowing with enthusiasm for every single little game that comes out. We went and watched Mission Impossible 3 yesterday, and I hated it, really hated it. And Rebecca said, you hate everything now. You hate all the games, you hate all the movies. So you should expect that for most of these games, I'm not going to be that interested, but we're going to go through them together. Okay. Let's get started then. Let's see. Carl Robbins says, I'd love for you to check out the game Kelp, which is being demoed at Gen Con. Is Carl Robinson the developer of Kelp? Okay, we'll take a look at it. We'll make sure we don't... It's interesting. Let me just mention the FTC just put out some new guidelines for board game reviewers and chastising the reviewers for not declaring when they get free games, when something is sponsored. They're trying to come down a little bit on people playing fast and loose with mentioning when they get free stuff when they review board games. I should say on this channel, I don't get any games. I have no relationships with any publishers. FTC is the Federal Trade Commission. It's what sort of governs our commercial businesses here in the United States. So anyway, I have no ties to any companies, no reason I have to pretend to like something that I don't, which I love doing. Okay, so Carl Robinson says, I am the designer. I have a thick skin, so hate away. Okay, but in this case, we'll just go, we can afford to go easy up. There's a designer in the channel. Designing board games is very hard, and everyone has a different subjective taste. One of the wonderful features, someone needs to make a video on the positives of having a channel that no one watches and that doesn't make money. Like, the freedom is fantastic. And if you're the Dice Tower and you hate on a game, you really are hurting the sales of that game. So that has to weigh on you a little bit. It weighs on me when I say negative things about a game because I'm afraid I'm going to hurt someone's feelings. But I don't have to worry about hurting their sales because nothing that happens on this channel is going to hurt anyone's sales. Okay, so it looks like we're ready to start here. All right, so we're going to experiment with new setup here. We're going to bring the laptop here so I can see it. All right, so here's what I thought we would do. 470 tiles. So if you open up the Board Game Geek Gencon 2023 previews, you have a couple of options. You have different ways to look at it, but this seems like obviously the best way. You could turn on stats, which just tells you how many people have marked it as they want it or not. And you can, that's here, must have, interested, etc. You can turn that off. It's not that useful. Okay. And then down at the very bottom of this page, it only loads a couple at a time, but you can say to load all, which is what I've done. This is where if you log into your Board Game Geek account, you can mark it, whether you're interested in whatever. And then, but the interesting thing for us to decide is how we want to go through these. The default is to sort by publisher, which might seem like it's not useful, but it is sort of useful because it groups all the games that are related together. So what I thought we would do, if it's okay with you, is go by this sort by publisher, except I thought first, since the name of this channel is Co-op for Two, I thought first what we'd do is we'd filter and only look at the cooperative games. Now on this list, which is put together sort of ad hoc, it's not always accurate. My printer is making a little bit of noise. So we're going to go through the whole list, but I thought what we do is we'll first go through the cooperative games. So let's only look at the cooperative games first, and then we'll go back and look at the rest of them. Okay. All right, so 102 of the 470 games are marked as cooperative. That seems like 25%. That seems like a very high proportion, although cooperative and solo games seem to be getting more popular from through the pandemic. Okay, so here's already a game that I'm somewhat interested in. You may remember Greg and I recorded a video of a game, a space game called Apollo? Was that it? That was a very odd, asymmetric cooperative game. You might want to check that out. It had some funny moments here. Okay, so let's see. I've already marked this as I'm interested in it. Mission Control Critical Orbit. All right, let's take a look at this. Is this real time? 15 to 20 minutes, really? 2 to 4 players? Okay, here we go. Okay, Mission Control, asymmetric cooperative roll and write, real time. All right, now I'm not a big fan of real time, but if it's a 15, 20 minutes game, this is kind of fun. Okay, polyominoes, that sounds terrible. I do not like polyominoes. Let's do our test here. We're gonna test, and we're gonna test the watching videos together. Let's see how well this works. We'll just skim this. See if I can hear it and you can hear it. You can hear this okay?
Hey, I'm Tom Vassell.
I'm Camilla Cleghorn.
I'm Z Garcia. Today we're going to tell you about a game that some of you are going to know whether you'll like it or not based on the description. Mission Control Critical Orbit. This is a 20-minute game because you and up to 3 other players, and by up to 3 other players I mean you and 3 other players, it's 2 to 4, but you should play 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are going to, in real time, fix your spaceship. It's a roll and write rescue game, that's what it's called here. And one person is stuck on the spaceship, and 3 players are trying to rescue them. How are you doing that? With math. Okay, not math, roll and write. You'll see. Let's talk about victory conditions. One person is going to be the mission commander on Mercury 3. They're on the spaceship, and they're going to have to connect these different nodes to each other. The yellow to the yellow, the blue to the blue, and the green to the green.
This is going to be annoying because I'm going to be jumping around the way I would if I was watching this myself, and you guys are going to find this frustrating. But okay, there's the polyominoes.
Move them around. You need to get the
How's
tiles.
the volume of this? Do you want me to reduce the volume of the audio or increase it?
Megalaroo here is going to
Okay,
write
so
numbers
each
down.
person
Again,
has their
adjacent to
own
the
little
numbers,
dashboard
but
that's
you're trying
different.
to get different numbers in the columns and rows. So if every number in a column row is different,
Might be like, there's nothing else I can give you. I'm out of.
one or the top one of
All
the
right,
stack.
let's see what they think about
I
it.
know that if I'm ever stuck on a spaceship, they will be using polyominoes to rescue me.
That's how it's
You
done.
don't think so?
That's how it's been done.
I've seen the movie. It's actually his favorite, or in his top favorite movies, Apollo 13.
Apollo 13, baby, yes. That's how they did it in Apollo 13.
No, but Apollo
That's
13,
how my
they did it.
grandparents did it.
All right, let's go. Let's see what Z
No, I
thinks,
think
because Z is the good cooperative guy.
Managing a
His
lot
opinion on
more,
these
and
things
the time
count.
pressure at that point, you're really thinking about it. Like, I need one more thing to work.
And unfortunately, as one of the 3 players, you might be like, there's nothing else I can give you. I'm out of the shapes, or I've already maxed out these tracks, or whichever role you're playing. So it is interesting that they have those opposite arcs almost. You
Okay, here are their
know,
ratings.
cooperative,
8,
just
6,
interesting
and...
kick game night off, or wrap up a convention evening, or something like that type of game. I could see it hitting the table and being a hit in a couple different situations.
I'm coming in right between you guys at a 7, actually. I can definitely see some issues. I don't like the fact that it's clearly better at 4. That's
Very
a little
much
bit
so.
of a problem for me. Like, it's a 4-player game. Otherwise, you need to start.
Okay, well, that's a problem for me, too. Okay. So, looks sort of interesting, but probably not for me. I like the fact that it's so short, though. All right, what have we got here? So this is how this is going to work. In the beginning, we'll be taking our time, and then as we get to game 100, it'll just be like, no, 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 swipe left, or whatever the swiping is. Okay, Stuff of Legend. This feels like this has been out for a while. Let me just take a quick look at this. 3 to 6, that's rough. Looks pretty. One of the boys' loyal toys. All right, let's take a quick look at what Tom and his group thinks. I'll jump around on this one a bit. No? What's happened to our video?
So Quacker's here. My favorite is Max. Look at that evil bear, but he's just a teddy bear. They have a couple icons here that you'll use for tests, and then they have a special ability. So Max, when he builds
Okay, art is nice.
a game, in which case 1 is the exit to go out. So in this 1372, 1 is the exit. 6372, 7's the exit. And 6132, 6 is the exit. It sounds more complicated than it is. It's the highest number, unless the highest number is 7, in which case it could be 1 if 1 exists. During the this, or someone else could even play it together, I could ignore 5 enemies. There's a lot of cards that will let you fight and attack other enemies and kill those basic enemies. There are also cards that let you even kill
That's a
off
kind of
the
mice
leaders
and
who are
mystic
moving around.
vibe a little bit. Let's see what he thinks
That's how you
about
play
it.
So when I was teaching this to a few people, they were surprised because when you put it out, set up all the pieces, they're like, wow, it's a big adventure game. Sort of. I mean, it's an adventure, don't get me wrong, and I think the theme comes out through this game. but it's really more of a game like Battlestar Galactica or a social deduction game where you're trying to figure out who these liars are. Now, the person who's a liar or who's a traitor to boogeyman
Oh,
are
I
people.
see. Hidden
But if that
traitor.
happens,
Okay.
you don't want to do that. You want
All
to
right.
be as
And
subtle.
he gives it a 7. All right,
Graphic
hidden
novels, like
traitor.
10 out of
That's
10
not going to
actually.
be for me.
But
Okay.
I think it works really well.
Let's move along. Agree to disagree. Okay, these are the party games that I almost always go for. Like, I'm a sucker for any little party game that has the potential to make people feel awkward and laugh. And you can see I've already marked it as interested. Let's see. Oh, I should be looking at my screen here. Okay, party game makes it fun to disagree. Find somebody you disagree with, score points. Find somebody you agree with, and high five, you have found some common ground to chat about later. Each round there's a moderator who chooses a topic. You pick your opinion, you orient your opinion secretly, then you try to connect their device with another player. And you get points if you did connect with them. The last two players must predict if their connection will agree or disagree as their method of scoring points. So I actually saw a little bit, works as an icebreaker. Yeah, I'm a sucker for these games. So we'll absolutely, when we go to Gen Con, we sign up for the Hot Games Room, which is a room where they have all the newest games and you can just take them out of the game library and play them. So we'll absolutely, I would love to try to play this 2 to 8 players. Yeah, this seems like in my wheelhouse of stuff I'd want to try, and we'll see if, but probably I would just buy this blind if I didn't get a chance to play it. So these look like almost 3D printed prototypes, but you can see what's happened here. It's designed so that you can't quite tell. You're secretly lining up your thing, whether you agree or disagree, and then when you try to match it with someone, you find out if you've lined up the same. So it seems kind of fun. It sounds like probably you'll figure out like who you'll be trying to figure out who am I most likely to match with. Let's see, is there there's no videos, nothing about it, but yeah. Now let's take a look at this, because this is the other thing you have to know about this list if you haven't seen here, is where is it showing whether it's going to be at Gen Con or not? Normally what you'll see is it'll say whether it's going to be available to test at Gen Con or available to buy. I don't see that now here. Why am I not seeing it? Am I forgetting where it is? Okay, so I'm going to put this as a must-have, though, because this is right up my alley. Casually competitive at 4 to 8 and cooperative at 2 to 3. Yeah, I like this idea. Okay, Defenders of the Dictionary. Word together to complete missions. All right, this sounds interesting. Let's see, and by the same company. Fight the evil forces threatening our language. Your collective wisdom. You must use your words to navigate the city in time to stop the evil villains. Hard to understand what this is about. Campaign is constructed. There are a couple very interesting word games that are like fighting. What's the one? There's a fairly recent one that's a deck builder. Is it paperback? It may be paperback. That's gotten very good reviews. And it's a solo game though. Let's see if there's any videos about this one. Okay, there's no videos. Now, you might guess the fact that there are no videos and it's brand new may mean it may not be available to purchase at Gen Con. It may just be being demoed. All right, what do we got here? Magic Rabbit. Organize the mess of rabbits, hats, and rabbits for the magic show. Cooperate. Gather inline rabbits and hats in ascending order with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, so looks like real time. Not for me. Doesn't say real time though. See if there's anything on this. Oh, okay, lots of videos. Tom Vassal is everywhere. Just get a look at what this game looks like.
Going to set 9 rabbits up, random, and you don't even know which
That's
one's where.
cute.
They're 1 through 9, placed face down. You will randomly put on top of them the 9 hats.
Paperback
And your
Adventures,
goal
that is the name
to,
of the
as
game
a
I was
group,
thinking of.
In the 2
Looks
minutes
very
and 30
good, but
seconds
it's
of the timer
solo.
you have, put the 1 hat here all the way up to the 9 hat and have the 1 rabbit to the 9 rabbit underneath those. Players will take turns. On your turn, you can do 3 different things. You can take a pile and look underneath it. All right, the 1 should be on top of the 5. Or you can switch 2 things. So I might sit here and go, I'll change the 6 into 4, change 2 hats. Or you can change 2 piles.
This is just not for me. I'm not saying it's not a good game, it's just not for me. All right. Okay, Unfold. This is sort of a detective deductive game, but I believe I haven't played any of the Unfolds, but I believe the gimmick is, yeah, let's take a look. You can see from the photos what the gimmick here is. So it's a card-based deduction game, but the gimmick is that the pieces unfold. I mean, I'll try it. I tend not to love these small box little detective mystery games. They just feel a little bit like eating snacks. Not that I don't like eating snacks. Sale. Something about this looks familiar. Doesn't jump out at me. Trick-taking game for 2 players. Well, that's in my wheelhouse. Trick-taking game for 2 players. Play a series of tricks. Jekyll and Hyde, which is a very elegant little 2-player only competitive trick-taking game, has come out with announced at least a cooperative version of it. And Fox in the Forest is my favorite of the 2-player competitive trick-taking games. One of my favorite little board games of all time. I always try to recommend it. But I'm looking forward. Jekyll and Hyde is good, not in the Fox in the Forest category, but I'm always interested in trying to make that into a cooperative game. Fox in the Forest Duet came out, and I did not like it, but it is a cooperative version, and so maybe the Jekyll and Hyde cooperative will be better. Okay, I don't really have a good feel for this, but let's take a look. So the only reason I keep clicking on Tom Vassal's videos, Dice Tower, is because they're so... I'm just familiar with the format and stuff, and I know the audio is going to be good. And
A scenario, and the game comes with a learning scenario and then 1 through 5. And you need to get your ship all the way to the end here. And so you'll notice that each of the scenarios, that end point gets farther and farther away. But there's also islands that you can't move into. And there are tentacles that if you run into them, the Kraken does damage to you. And then you'll have storm clouds, and you need to be past them by a certain round. You're going to keep track of your rounds. So by round 3, you need to be past the first set of storm clouds. By round 5, you need to be past the second set of those storm clouds. So that is the goal of the game, but the mechanics of the game have to do with trick-taking. Each of the 2 players is going to pick a special power that you're going to use, and these powers are going to affect players throughout the game. A special power that you're going to use, and these powers are going to affect players throughout the game. On the other side of the card, it shows like an icon of what the power does. The game's going to take place over 5 rounds. Each round, players are going to keep track of the number of tricks that you've won. Once you've won 4 tricks, the round will end. So if one player wins 4 tricks, that's going to end the round pretty quickly. 9 cards are going to be dealt out. There are 3 suits of cards, and the cards go from 1 to 9. However, the 1s and 2s are separated out in a special damage pile that's put on top of this Kraken pile. At the beginning of a round, each player is going to simultaneously and secretly pass a card to the other player. After that, players are going to take turns playing a trick, which means one player plays a card, and the other player, if they have that color in their hand, must also play a card of that color. If you don't, then you can play any cards you want from your hand. Once players have done that, you are going to compare the pair of symbols that you have there. If both of the symbols show a wheel on them, then the ship is going to move towards the player who wins the trick. Now, if
It's a
one
little
of
bit
the
of Fox
sails
in the
that is
Forest
played
feel
also
in terms of pushing
shows
and
a
pulling.
tentacle on it, or both of them show a tentacle on it, the ship will still move, like I just said.
Of course,
but
the
you
game
also take one
that
damage. What damage does is you'll take a card off the top of the damage deck and
game
put it in
that
the discard
started all
pile.
this
And you
cooperative
notice
trick
these also have
taking was the
tentacles on them,
crew.
so they'll add more chances for damage. Once you get to the Kraken card in the damage pile, you're going to take even more damage, and then this token will
You can
move
find
up.
a
You'll lose the game
tabletop
if it gets
simulator
here.
mod for the
You also
crew
lose
written
the
by
game
me
if this
on
Kraken card is the
Tabletop
only card
Simulator
in
if you're
that
interested
deck.
in
If
that.
one player plays a cannon card and the other person plays a tentacle, good news. The ship doesn't move, but this card now
I was
is
a big fan
removed
of the
from play
crew.
and
At
placed
some
on the
point,
bottom of the
though,
damage deck, which makes the
like
damage
Fox
deck
in the
last
Forest
longer,
Duet was
although
too much
as
to
we
try to
get damaged
keep
by the
track
Kraken,
of
this
when
card
playing
can't come
tricks.
back into
Whereas I
play.
felt the crew was
If
at the
both
right
players
level
play
of memory and
cannon
stuff.
cards, then you will turn over the top card of the cards that were not dealt out, and something good will happen to everybody. Like this will move the ship.
Let's see what Tom says. For me, this feels like it might be in the Fox in the Forest realm of too convoluted for trick taking. Let's see where are their ratings. Here we go.
Try and get into each other's heads again. Cool, let's do this. Is it the trick taking that is going to define the genre for the ages? No, but it does something different from a lot of other ones. It gives you that fun map, tactile kind of ship movement going on. There's some really neat decisions with it, and I think one of the best parts is that sliding cards to each other. I think that is where all your communication comes from. A lot of your excitement when you say, ooh,
Limited communications. This is not going to be for me, probably. All right, let's keep going here. Ensemble. Can you think like your friends? Okay, here's another one of these party games. Like Green Team Wins and stuff. I'm a sucker for these games. Let's see. 2 to 10 players, 15 to 30. So I haven't marked this. Let's see. This sort of interests me a little on the face of it. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, a little bit of a does it have a Dixit feel? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can't go back, read how it plays. All players must vote without communicating on one of the cards on display. A little bit of Dixit. Okay. A card that best matches a card in the middle of the table. Communication is allowed only once all the players' votes have been revealed. If you all vote the same way, group moves on to the next level. It sounds like there are a lot of games that seems like you could play with Dixit cards. This, I'm not sure why there aren't. I don't know of any cooperative variant for Dixit, but this sounds a little bit dry, but the idea is sound. Okay, it looks like it's probably not originally in English. Let's see. It does look like it's almost Dixit, cooperative Dixit though. Is this going to be English? Probably not. Looks like it might have been published. What is it? Brazil? Spain?
Comienza Ensamble. ¿Tú y tus amigos creéis estar en la misma sintonía? Cartas de recuerdo y conforman la posición. Este será
Okay,
el reto
art
de esta ronda.
looks reasonable. All right, so you put a card out and you all lay out some cards and then you all vote for what card best matches. It seems like you could play that with, maybe the Dixit cards would be too much, too overwhelming. I'm curious. Looks like it might be a little dry, but I'm a little bit curious. Okay. War of the Ring expansion. Why haven't we played? So War of the Ring is War of the Ring the original Kinesia game? No, what is? I would think I would know this. Automated players control the shadow. Use first expansion enables player to experience a loner crowd. That's why I don't know it. It's a competitive game, and here's an expansion that lets you play it cooperatively or solo. So it's an automata deck that controls, there has a little flow chart that controls the bad guys. Normally these don't work very well. Let's see if anyone thinks otherwise here. Okay, automata's a little complex. With fuzzy rules. So I don't know this base game, so it's a little hard for me to comment on this. If someone knows this base game, maybe you know whether that's of interest to you or not. Okay, here we have a detective game called The Plot Thickens. They've got a series of them. I see the dangerous word here, though, storytelling. These do not work with my groups. Okay, chat says, catching up a little bit on the chat. Carl says, bought Fox in the Forest as a gift for a loved one. Haven't played it myself yet. I really need to. Okay, so Fox in the Forest really is one of my favorite games. It's a tiny stack of cards. You can bring it with you when you go to the bar. Play it. Doesn't require really anything. It comes with scoring tokens, but you can just play it. 2-player only, competitive. Not the duet, not the cooperative one. I don't recommend that. But Fox in the Forest, I really highly recommend. Invisible Man says, I love Fox in the Forest too. My wife loves it too. I mean, it's one of those perfect games. Pedro Victoria says, honest opinion, genuine geekness, great channel. Okay, so are we talking about a channel called Genuine Geekness? Or are we talking about this channel? I watch a lot of YouTube channels. Some of them I cringe watch. Some of them I watch for real. I've got a new one that I can watch for painful cringiness. That's Sam Healy's channel. Rob Oren is the channel that I most often watch for that. But Rob Oren, if someone comes in and says he's just always getting mad at someone for talking about something, another channel, their channel, or another channel, but I say, you guys go for it. If you know a good channel, good board game, feel free to talk about it here. Rebecca says it could be a little louder, but it's okay. It's probably good because we can hear it over the video. Okay, well, sorry, I'm only getting up to this, but I can increase the volume if you guys want me to. Okay, Rebecca says I'd play Defenders of the Dictionary. I'm curious to try Paperback Adventures myself. And although it is only a solo game, I feel like most solo games you could play cooperative. Okay, let's take a look at this Plot Thickens series. Storytelling card game. 3 to 4 players. You can't play 2. That's really a death knell for me. Any cooperative game that can't be played 2. Okay, so it looks like it's brand new. No images of the cards, just of the box. Storytelling game for quick thinking, imaginative folks just like you and your friends. Object is to take your hand of story cards, lay out the tale of your character and their fate. You'll earn plot points for every card you use to build your story. Every time you interweave with someone else's narrative or with other narratives. Storyteller with the most points gets to craft the ending as the main character. Okay, these are wonderful ideas for kids and for groups that like doing this open-ended storytelling, but it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work. I can't even see this. These games, I don't want to play, and no one I know wants to play with me. Okay. if you, I mean, I love the idea of them. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Okay, what is this? Infiltrators, Chinese English edition, 2 to 4 players. Deductive card game. Okay, a little gun like Cash and Guns. Boy, I don't know why we don't play Cash and Guns more. Why am I not using my technology here? Okay, let's see. We've got a video here, instructional.
This is Agent X. Listen up, there are traitors in our midst. Identify and eliminate them. In Infiltrators, players are special agents trying to catch all the traitors and complete 20 missions cooperatively.
Missions, I love
now,
that.
let's catch those traitors. On your turn, you may nab a suspect, give a clue, exchange information, bide your time, and most importantly, eliminate a traitor. To nab a suspect, draw a card from the suspect deck and place it on your wooden stand, so that only you know the identity of this traitor. Through the give a clue or exchange information actions, cards will be placed next to suspects. With these clues, your teammates will be able to deduce elements about the traitor. If the clue is placed vertically, that means it either matches the suit, or it is a multiple, or a factor of the suspect, or in any combinations. If the card is placed horizontally, that means nothing matches with the suspect. No good clues to give? Then you need to bide your time. Draw up to 3 cards from the headquarters into your hand, but also burn one out of the game. Remember, running out of cards means out of time. Use your resources wisely. Once you think you can identify another agent's suspect, call the traitor out. If both the suit and number are correct,
Red line.
you have successfully eliminated
Okay.
the traitor. Otherwise, you have wasted a bullet.
So it's not
Mission
social
is accomplished
deduction.
when all the traitors have been
You're all
eliminated, or
combining,
the
all working
headquarters is
together to
destroyed
try
if you have
to
run out of cards.
identify what card you've got and what card each person has in front of them to get rid of it, a suit and a number. Probably not for me. Okay, moving along. Why am I not using my mouse? Okay, this one jumps out. This is clearly quite popular, but the theme of this looks fantastic. Horror on the Orient Express. A Cthulhu train setting sounds amazing. I wonder if they're going to have this just to demo and not for sale, because just the art, I mean, the theme of this looks amazing. Some sort of hell train. I'm trying to think if are there movies that are horror movies set on horror monster train. Let's read this description. Horror on the Orient Express, the board game, lures you into the luxurious yet dangerous interiors of the most famous train of the 1920s. The magnificent engine travels into the realm of the dreamlands with you on board, from hideous monsters crawling out of breaches to cultists hiding among the decadent passengers. Everything is against you, not forgetting an eldritch, bloodthirsty vampire hunting down everything that moves. All against the clock. Is it a real clock? You control a character, Cooperative game, you and other investigators have to survive on the doomed train. You must discover and hunt out the cultists to keep them from performing a ritual. This is all theme, no mechanics here. Brings the award-winning Call of Cthulhu horror and mystery role-playing game into the world of board gaming. Well, it sure sounds interesting. And here's everyone saying, what is this? So no one knows what this is. It's just art. Let's see. Let's see if this thread has anyone revealing what it is. What is this? It's just the description. Let's see. Based off a campaign for the role-playing game. No one talking about the mechanics, though. I can see this having some Death May Die parallels. Okay, no one knows what it is. No one knows what it is, including us. But we're interested in for theme alone. Who is the designer? Michael Golubiowski. More details. Any mechanics? Let's see. Adventure, dice, horror, miniatures, mythology, novel, trains, travel. It's just they threw every mechanisms, action, cooperative, deck building, bag building, modular board, push your luck, scenarios, variable player powers. Doesn't sound like they actually know what it is yet. Okay, they don't know. But next up is a game that Rebecca's got her eye on. So Rebecca's in the process of trying to start a business, a cat cafe business. And so all cat games are authorized to buy. So let's take a look at Race to the Raft. 40 to 60 minutes. Guide cats across the burning Isle of Cats. So is this an Isle of Cats spinoff? Is this going to be another Polyomino's Isle of Cats? Let's see if it's a spinoff. I don't remember if the company is the same. Yes, it is. Okay, so it's Isle of Cats, which is a well-known, well-respected Polyomino's game, and it looks like we've got a cooperative version of it. Cooperative path building, tile placement, social puzzle board game? Social? What does that mean? You build pathways. Fire, which is represented by different tiles, will spread across the island, limiting your options. You need to find the balance between crafting long pathways and keeping the cats ahead of the flames as you move towards the raft. 81 scenarios. All right, well, I love the scenario-based games, including a simple tutorial. Choose card, build pathways, control the spread of fire. That's interesting. Okay, let's watch Thinker Themer, which I know Rebecca likes them. They're pretty good. Let's see what they think of this. 26 minutes. All right, we can't watch it all. Let's see if we can.
Hi
get an
everyone, I'm
overview
Amy, this
from
is
them.
my wife Maggie, and together we are Thinker Themer, and we review games from two different perspectives. I'm all about the mechanics and Maggie is all about the theme, and today we're really excited to be previewing for you Race to the Raft, the new game by Frank West, the follow-up game in the same world as the Isle of Cats.
Yes, we actually find ourselves in the same Isle of Cats, but the boats have left. We did too good a job at packing those boats full of cats, but some cats still remain. These cats are trapped in the island that is now on fire, and the only way out is this one little raft at the other end of the island, and so we have to make sure that we help these cats make their way across the island, and they're very particular because they only like to move on terrain that is the same color as they are. So that's a bit of a challenge. We also have to do that together.
That's right, and this game will be cooperating, so unlike Isle of Cats that's competitive, here we're going to be working together to help get these little cats to the single raft to escape this island. But I want to explain what you're looking at on screen first of all. This is just one scenario of many, many, many scenarios that come with the game. This is the introductory first scenario that we're showing you here. Now, before you get started with the game, you're going to set up the scenario by using these mix and match boards. Some of them are larger pieces like this, some of them are smaller, and on one side it will be more covered with fire, and on the other side there will be no fire. So it's going to be a combination. Composition is shown to you on the back of the card. So where you see more of one color, that means that in that deck, there is a higher percentage of that color. So for example, in this X deck, I have to now place a piece of fire, and that comes from the bag and is a polyomino tile. So I will reach in, draw out a tile, and now I have to place this piece of fire somewhere adjacent to where fire already exists. So I know that this yellow cat is going to go down here. I know that the green cat's going to go across here. The blue cat needs to go across here as well. So this seems like a little bit of dead space over here.
That's clever.
We've discarded 4 cards. It might be that I need to get the green there first and then
it was it's a very clever way of kind of nodding back to Isle of Cats in terms of, it's still the polyomino type puzzle. It's still a lot of that kind of color puzzle. You still have the cats, but it's different. Now we're working together, and now it's more like, how do I create this whole path all the way to the raft?
Okay,
and so
they love
it's
it.
like, it's similar enough.
All right, I mean, I'll play it. It's not really my thing, but I'm sure Rebecca's going to get it, want to play it at the Board Game Geek Hot Games Room. I like the idea of it, though. It's reasonable. All right. Working our way towards our first break soon. Okay, Chronicles of Drunagor. Now, this Chronicles of Drunagor has been out for a while. This is a new expansion or spin-off. I don't know anything about the base game, though. It's like a dungeon crawler. I don't know why I don't know the base game. Fully cooperative strategy, board game, tactical combat, and a dungeon dragon crawl for 1 to 5 players. Continuous storyline, scenarios. So it's your traditional dungeon crawler. Does anyone know about Chronicles of Drunagor? Let's look at some pictures. Oh, I know what this is. This is the 3D one. This is the one that's got a little platforms. Nice big scenario book. There's so many of these dungeon crawlers now. Yeah. There's just so many of these to choose from. I'm not thrilled with this 3D stuff. Let's take a look at John Gets
Welcome
Game.
to the
That's
John Gets
another
Games
good
tutorial and
channel.
playthrough for Chronicles of Drunagor. In this video, I'll be teaching you how to play the game while we're actually playing it. And if you'd like to watch the rest of the
Okay, let's
playthrough...
just jump around a little bit.
Now, I do want to mention that this is
Oh,
a
those look
prototype version
nice.
of the game, so the art and components are not necessarily what you'll find in the final version. The next thing I'd like to mention is the fact that this game can be played in 3 different ways. The first is through a one-shot adventure, the second is through a campaign that is a series of adventures, and the third is a player versus player scenario. Now, in today's playthrough, we're going to be playing a one-shot adventure, and it's called A Strange Night. This is a promo adventure, so it's not actually a full adventure as you'd see in the
I
main
like
game,
these little
but it's going to
character
show us
boards
all
that
of
are
the basic rules
obviously
of the game,
unique, each
and
for
it's
your
going to show us
character.
an
Nice
abbreviated
big.
version of a dungeon going all the way through of that gargoyle. On top of it, there are many different things that we can interact with later on when we're taking our turns, and you'll notice that some of them say promo adventure and some don't, so these that say promo adventure will be the ones we get to interact with today. We are now ready to begin playing, and we can start by coming over to the initiative track. As you can
Look
see,
at
there
this
are a
crazy
variety of
initiative
cards on this
track.
track, and the way this works is we can take this token
Holy
right here,
cow.
and it's going to progress along from the highest initiative,
Look at
as
this
you can see it says
craziness.
22 up here, and as soon as it bumps into a card, then that will activate. In this case, we can see the first card says Skeleton Archer, and that means right now, before anyone has taken any actions, all
So
of the
some real
spells and
strategy
archers out
involved in
the
trying to
dungeon will
plan who
activate.
goes
Fortunately
in
for
what
us, they'll
order.
interact with the same thing more than once.
There's your 3D little
So Vorn walks
platform.
up to this gargoyle, and every single one of these
Adventure
eyeball
book where
spots
you
are
can
locations that we can
interact.
interact with. Now,
Looks like
as I
this game's trying to do a
walk
little bit
on
of
this, they
everything.
immediately
Makes
take
me a
1
little
damage, and
suspicious.
they
There's
take
the
bleed
3D
2.
board.
Now that means you
Clever.
take 2 of the bleed conditional tokens, and then the next time you take
Heroescape was
turn,
the first game that really
of
used some
available action
3D
is now not
terrain
available to them.
that
Now
felt
there's one more thing to
to
talk
me
about with
like it was
curses,
a
and
nice
that involves how the players might lose the
trade-off
game.
for
Now,
complexity
one way
for
that'll happen
strategy.
is if any one player becomes too cursed. In this
Boy,
case,
this
if
is
they
a
have
little
6 curses in
involved.
front of them, then they are going to die and everybody's going to lose. The other way that we can lose collectively is if any one player
It's
just after
intriguing to
Maya
me.
over here on the
I
initiative
should
track. That
probably
means
check
this
out
pet
this
eagle will always
Drunagor
activate
system
after
a little
Maya,
bit more. It
and if
looks
we
a
look
little
a
like
little bit
she's
closer at the
got an
card,
eagle
the first thing to note
as her
here is
pet
that this
friend.
eagle has an attack value
Love
of
it.
1, and as you can see behind it,
Nice
it has
art
the
too.
yellow
All
melee
right.
icon.
All
And that
right. I mean, it's hard to get these campaign games played, but I'm interested. That everything I saw there looked interesting to me. Okay, and here's another expansion. Expansion for Age of Darkness. So what's the deal? There's Chronicles of Dronagor in different series, and then this is the latest one, and here's an expansion for it already. Dante, the Invasion of Hell. I mean, if it has no image, probably there's not much. Oh, I see. They just haven't updated. Okay, I think I saw some. This looks like one of these King of Average. This looks like almost one of these. When you see these things, you know this is a certain type of game. This is the game that's so focused on large detailed miniatures like Kingdom Death Monster or something. Those aren't really for me, but let's see if he has any.
What's up, Roxos? I have an interact with all.
So I like the King of Average,
right? Is like a
especially when he talks about Kickstarter stuff, but it looks like he's doesn't know anything about it. Okay, there's not enough about this for us to know. I like him when he talks about industry stuff. He's Patreon funded, so he tends to be not very. He tends to give his honest opinion about it, but. Okay, City of the Great Machine. Looks like a little steampunk setting. One versus many. These don't really work for my group. One versus many, but I am curious just to see what the art looks like. Oh, it's a little busy. I think I watched a video on this somewhere. It wasn't for me. Couple of expansions. Okay, Fable the Spirit Islands. Is this related to Spirit Island, or are they just taking the using the name? Let's see. Your brotherhood explores the fabulous lands of the spirit world. Your sages follow winding paths. All right, this does not help. 2 ways to play it: competitive or opposing the spirits. Solo or cooperatively. All right, let's look at the trailer. See what we're working with here.
The end of times is coming. Soon, the worlds of humans and spirits will cease to exist in their current form, and the universe will be created anew. The gods have organized a contest
do nothing
among the
for me.
sage
I need to
brotherhood.
see pieces of the board.
Solo or cooperatively. Create the Spirit Land by adding wondrous locations. Your sages walk along the winding paths of prairies, mountains, and forests. On their way, the sages visit fabulous fabled places. They collect and transform the coveted books of wisdom, ranging from simple prairie books to the highly prized books of sun. Mighty allies join your sages on their journey. Their unique powers offer tremendous aid to your sages in their quest for wisdom.
It's too much.
Flows on.
Too much.
Your
too
allies
too much on
strength-
each little card. Can't do it. Maybe it pays. We're going to take a little break here for a second, but it pays to talk a little bit about the strategy when we're going through these and quickly dismissing them. I am not passing judgment on these games. I'm not passing final judgment. This is just our at first glance, does it look like it's going to be something interesting? Obviously, if someone comes to you and says, hey, look, I've looked into this game, it's much more interesting, then we're judging books based on their covers and their dust jackets and the back of the book. But obviously, you'd want to take a deeper look before you ruled any of these games out. Okay, we're going to take a little 8-minute break here. We'll come back and we'll continue through our list. Just the first hour of many. You can put this on the background. You can use it to help you go to sleep, or you could step away. You let me know if there are any games that we've looked at so far that you like that I didn't. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Where's my little... Okay, we're back and continuing our run through of the Board Game Geek preview for Gencon 2023. Maybe we should talk a little bit about Gencon. Is anyone in the channel going to Gencon other than me? Rebecca's going. Any tips to share? Rebecca just told me offline that one of the food trucks that we love is going to be there called Serendipity, and they have something called a balance bowl. And that's what I would recommend. That's what we'll be getting every day. There are two places that I mainly eat. Mainly I eat at the Subway, which is in the Hyatt. We tend to always book in the Hyatt only because that's the same hotel that the Hot Games room is in, and that's where we like to spend our evenings. As a group, we are kind of candy snack addicts. So Rebecca has imposed a 5-pound, 4-pound limit of snacks that each person can bring. And those balance bowls at the Serendipity food truck are the one healthy place to eat that we go to. Any other Gen Con tips that anyone wants to share? What tips? What do we do? What tips do we have? Well, the Hot Games room is the biggest tip. That's what we always, when the Gen Con events go on sale, we book those every night because they do sell out. And that's how we like to spend our evenings. And if you don't buy those tickets in advance, they can be hard to get to. And as I said, that's a great way to play the latest, the newest games. What else do we do? Typically every year we go to one show that we hate and someone gets blamed for dragging the rest of the group. Last year it was the Puppets. What else do we always get shirts. This is a shirt. Rebecca is the person who makes the shirts for us each year. This is my favorite of all of our Gen Con shirts. What else? I spend some time in the auction room. There's a place to buy, there's a used commissioned board game, not commissioned, what's it called? Now I can't remember. Consignment. There's a consignment place and next to an auction where you can buy used board games. I always end up buying games I don't really want there. They're moving that this year, though. They're moving the auction and I assume the consignment store to one of the hotels. So it'll be a little less busy and a little more out of the way. What else? What other tips, if Rebecca is still here, what other tips do we have for Gen Con? We spent the first year at Gen Con at an Airbnb, and then thereafter we always try very hard to get connected rooms. It makes a big difference to have a connected room. And so my suggestion would be get a group of 4 or 5 friends and combine to enter the hotel lottery and try to get a connected room because it makes a big difference to be able to go up, drop your stuff off, take a nap, come back. Any other tips that we have? Secrets? We had a tip last year. We saw the costume outfit show and we got seats sitting at a table in one of the play halls. That was definitely more convenient than trying to sit out in the hall. Rebecca says, tip, avoid food trucks at noon and 5 p.m. Lines are insanely long. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Subway is the way to go normally instead of the food trucks. I tend to avoid the food trucks completely, but I'll make an exception for those Serendipity balance bowls. Any other tips, Rebecca, that we have for people going to Gen Con? If you like this video, you want to see more videos like this, you could give this video a thumbs up. Consider subscribing to the channel. Rebecca says, most vendors charge a convenience fee for credit cards, so if you want to be frugal, bring cash. Okay. Resnick Minach, which is going to be Chad, Rebecca's husband, says, Orc Stomp. What he's talking about is the 5K run at Gen Con that you can sign up for. It's like 6 a.m. one of the mornings, and we do that. I haven't been running in a year or two, so that's going to be a rough 5K for me. And it's a rough wake up in the morning. But yes, I do recommend that as well. Okay, let us get back to what we've come here for. We're continuing through our list of cooperative games before we go back to our to the entire list. This looks like a cooperative expansion for Lost Ruins of Arnak, which is a deck builder movement game that was very hot for a while. Greg tried it, didn't really love it. 2 new leaders, solo 2-player campaign. Wow. Okay. Let's take a look at some pictures here. All right. I like the art. This looks like little prototype art. Okay. I'm interested. Although I'm not sure I'd want to play. I'm not sure I need Legends. I don't need every game to be cooperative. This game felt like it was more suited for a competitive game. Let's see if there's any talk about it, though. Okay, I don't know who this person is. Let's see what she has to say.
Hello
Yes, looks like-
everybody, Eleni's not here. I'm the new CG hire. I'm a journalist and I'm
Okay, so
here
this
to
is
report
from the
to you
company, from
everything
Czech
that you wanted
Games
to know
Edition.
about the new Lost Ruins of Arnak expansion and the missing
Official
expedition.
expansion.
At least everything I have discovered
Official
so far
video.
about it. With
Let's
more
just
than
jump
1 or 2
around a little
players,
bit.
you can add the majority of the new content, including the encounter cards from the chapters, to your regular multiplayer games. Now, let's get to the bottom of this new expansion in more detail. In essence, the campaign portion of this expansion is a refreshed and expanded version of the free print-and-play only story campaign. The new campaign takes you on a return journey to the island of Arnak across multiple missions, while also striving to fulfill tricky goals across unique story scenarios that thematically change the board layout and some of the mechanics of the game from mission to mission. So whether you played the free print-to-play version or not, there is a lot of new twists to the experience and 2 new chapters that we think you'll really enjoy. And for the first time, you can
Has
play
anyone
the
played
Arnak
Lost
campaign
Ruins
as
of
a
Arnak?
2-player cooperative game. You really have
2-player
to work
cooperative,
together very
okay.
carefully with your partner to overcome tough challenges, and each
Okay.
player gets a carrier pigeon, which they can use once per round to send a single resource to the other player. This can be super essential for some challenges because any player can use
Oh,
them
the art's
when
beautiful.
brand new mechanics can also be found on the goals and achievement cards. Collecting a certain number of the same symbols will allow you to progress further along a particular story. Details and paper tiles. These can be chosen at the start of the game or picked randomly, and each has a different set of helpful actions you can take when you fill them in with an article. The different newspaper tiles lend themselves to different strategies and of course
Okay,
add
so
to
there's
the
different characters
replayability
you
of the
can
game.
play.
For this player board,
Here's a
the
mechanic
main
you
and
can
unique
play.
mechanic of the mechanic is this rotating state-of-the-Arnak art gear.
I am not a huge fan of these. Cooperative games are a little bit different, but these games that use like variable player powers are great. But when they have their whole like 4-page instructions for each player, like what game did we just play that was like that? Maybe it was Dice Thrones or one of these. It's just, you have no idea what the other player is doing or capable of. And for me, that sort of robs a little bit of it. If I had Lost Ruins or Arnak, though, I would probably pick that up. And I am curious about it. I'll just put interested, but it has to be someone else's copy of that. I'm not going to buy that on my own. The Spamonite says, base game is not asymmetrical characters. The first expansion is that. I see, okay. So it looks like the Spamonite says, I own a base game and the first expansion waiting for this one. Okay, so you, and Tina likes it as well. Okay, so we've got some Lost Ruins of Arnak fans. Okay, Perdition's Mouth. Okay, Perdition's Mouth is an existing game, but I don't know much about it. Cooperative. Is this another one of these games that wasn't originally cooperative? Why doesn't it have... Oh, a Perdition's Mouth card game. I see. So this is a card game spin-off in the world of Perdition's Mouth. Okay, let's see. Branching paths of 6 campaigns, each focused on one of 6 heroes. Action points and hero deck. Evolving deck system. Acquire items. That sounds a little bit interesting to me. There is a world, what was the name? You guys aren't going to know this. There's a card game system that it was a cooperative card game set in, there was a World of Warcraft version, and then there was the original version. And it's sort of a campaign, deck building, upgradable characters. Not deck building. Not deck building, but you had a deck of cards and you could upgrade. And we really liked it. Greg and I played through both of them. I wish I could remember the name of it. It's really, it got remade, reskinned, and changed a little. Boy, it was good, though. I wish I could remember the name of it. Something Warcraft, the card game, or something like that. All right, let's see what One Stop Co-op Shop thinks about this.
Welcome to 5 and 5 from the One Stop Co-op Shop, where I discuss 5 key elements of a game in about 5 minutes. I'm Michael Kelly, and today I'm looking at Beyond the Rift, the Perdition's Mouth adventure card game, which is playable solo or cooperative for up to 5 players. And disclaimer that I got a review copy of this one. I enjoy a lot of adventure card games in general, Arkham Horror the card game being my favorite of all time. How does this one stand up? Let's find out and get to the list.
Paranoth, that was the card game I'm thinking of.
So first, my number 5 point is unfortunately a con for my taste.
This looks a little like it.
Looking at the production and polish of the game. For the cards themselves, there's very minimal art. The majority of them are just text and icons. Now, the UI and the text generally works okay, but it's not really inspiring. And then in the main adventure book you're using most of the time, there's also like not really any art. The translation is mostly good, but there are like little grammatical errors. And sometimes for the more complicated scenarios, like the playthrough I did a week or two ago, it's not always like as clear how all the rules work. Now, a lot of that, if you just read carefully, you'll understand. And then the designer is pretty active on Board Game Geek. But I'm right back to a full pro for my taste for number 4, which is the enemies and how they activate and how you have to manage them. So each scenario will have different enemies based on kind of like the theme, whether you're fighting orcs or cultists or demons. And they have different stats, different abilities, the kind of stuff you would expect. But a really cool thing, and this kind of goes with the scenario design we'll discuss later, they each activate in different ways that are semi-predictable.
Really? You have to go to that chart to activate them?
Confront them. And while the game works great in true solo, the enemies are really interesting in multiplayer play because, as you might expect, you can have some characters like pull or tank for others. But my number 3 point is back to a mix for my taste, and I think this one is going to vary a lot based on your preferences, and that's the characters and how they evolve across the campaign. So first of all, very much on the positive side are the characters themselves. They have completely unique decks, they have different special abilities, and they feel just very different in the way you would kind of expect their roles to make them feel. But as you progress through the different like little mini campaigns, which is how the game is pretty much set up, a set of 3 missions that connect together, the only way you really like level up is that you get items that replace cards in your deck. And for some people it's going to be exciting because you do get better cards and your deck kind of
So this reminds me of the one that we did like. Let me just bring this up here. Not Pathfinder, Warhammer Quest, there it is. So Warhammer Quest, which was re-implemented by Heroes of Taranoth. What's Dragabond Quest, though? Is that another re-implementing of it? So we played Warhammer Quest and we played Heroes of Taranoth. We liked them both quite a bit. It's sort of a boiled down... This one is set in the same world as... Oh, I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank on the cooperative dungeon crawler game. But you're battling enemies and you're advancing the threats and the enemies and progressing from location to location at the end of a campaign. Then you each can choose how to upgrade your character. But it's a very streamlined, clean system that we liked quite a bit. but it looks like they're retheming it for the third time. Look at that. They're retheming it for the third time. So when I like a game, I normally come in here and say I want it in trade. Wow, they're retheming it for the third time. It's because it never really catches on, but it's really a solid game, and I'm not sure why it never catches on, but okay. So I'll be looking for this. I'd love it if they made it bigger, but it doesn't look like they're going to. They're probably going to just, here's someone else who's happy they're redoing this. I believe Heroes of Terranoth is a great game that deserves a re-implementation. Same thing. Okay, let's see. Faster. Okay. It's releasing with 2 expansions. Well, that's exciting. Are the Sadler brothers, those are the people that designed this originally as Warhammer Quest and then reskinned it as Heroes of Terranoth. All right, well, I recommend this game as a nice 2-player and much more of a puzzle, like a little bit of, well, I wouldn't call it like Arkham LCG, but I would call it with some real strategy to the game. Okay, Martinez Conradi is here. It says, much as I'd like to participate, it's bedtime. Rebecca is telling Antina about the hotel lottery. That's all right. You're not missing anything by missing this stream. Okay, back to our list. I got sidetracked a little bit. So Perdition's Mouth, I mean, I'd look at it. There's certain games that are like Greg games that I wouldn't play without Greg to manage the details of them. That might be one of them. Okay, so Deckscape and Detective, these are both small mystery-based card games. They've got dozens of versions of dozens of little themes of Deckscape. They're all just basically the same little escape room in a small deck of cards. This is just one more. Now, the Deckscape are not my favorites of them. Tokyo Blackout. So no reason to look at this. If you know Deckscape, you know what all of them are. Detective, these are by the same company, DV Games. What is the difference? What is the difference between Detective and Deckscape? Oh, here we go. This is the new trend in these games, having a physical, maybe all the detectives are like this, physical 3D thing of the cards. These don't do it for me. I'd rather have the long, detailed game with lots of text to read than the 3D spatial stuff. If you watch some of my streams where I play these puzzle games, the 3D spatial stuff is what kills me. That's when I get my frustration. Okay, Atlantis Rising. Now we've got something interesting here. Atlantis Rising is a cooperative game, beautifully produced, actually created by a game local to us here in Champaign that I did not love, but we only played it a couple times, and we played it before the channel started. Otherwise, we would have done a review of it. This expansion's been a long time coming. Oh, here's Brian from Game Brigade. So Brian from Game Brigade is actually coming to Gen Con this year for the first year. I hope to meet up and say hello to him. Let's take a look at Brian's video here. This is looking at the Kickstarter of it. Looks like we're having some little issue here. Maybe we're not going to be looking at Brian's video. I didn't love Atlantis Rising, although I couldn't, now looking back, I'm not sure I could tell you why, but I'm curious. I'm curious to play it again. This is one of these cooperative games that may need a couple of plays to hit with you, like Spirit Island or whatever. Here we go. Man versus Meeple played it. Let's see if we can get a glimpse at it.
Harpies.
Jeremy
It's a
Howard.
little
Howard.
hard to
Okay,
do.
so
It's
this is
7 of these,
normal
and when you go for
Atlantis
the treasure after
Rising.
you defeat one,
Has
you
anyone here
flip it
played
over and you get
Atlantis
some of these
Rising?
benefits that are on here. I'm just
It's
going in blind.
beautiful.
So here we go. I'm just going in
It's
blind.
like
I don't
new
even care.
characters.
Let's go. I have a couple of the new actual little components in here, several new ones, but
New
there are different ones
artifacts
that
with
give different
special powers.
benefits.
This is
I
the
am
one
just gonna try
part
to go
about
so
Atlantis Rising that I liked, and that I tend to like in these kinds of games, that you're choosing which of these to build, which special powers to build, which help you in the future. It's a little bit of push your luck game. The island collapses. Looks like this is new. I mean, I'd absolutely be up for trying it and seeing if I don't warm to Atlantis Rising. Okay, so Castle Panic, we saw at Gen Con last year. They were getting ready to release this, and now this has been released. It's a tower defense cooperative game. It seems like an ideal game if you have younger kids. They even make a really young kid version of it. I thought Castle Panic was okay, a little too light for me in general. This is the deluxe box with all the expansions, but it's so over the top, this deluxe version. It feels like a little unnecessary wood collection. Maybe a little bit too much for the kind of game it is. But I mean, if you like Castle Panic, and if you have young kids, it looks pretty amazing to play on it. It's just a little light for me to invest so much in such a game. Carl Robbins says, I played the first edition and liked it, but it didn't stick around for too long. I don't know if Carl is talking about Atlantis Rising or Castle Panic. But anyway, I mean, Castle Panic was fun. It got rethemed as a Star Trek version as well. It's clever, it's cute, it's a good tower defense. It's just not super deep. Carl was talking about Atlantis Rising. Okay, Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is an IP, a anime IP that I'm not familiar with. Huge parts of the world are, though. It's got a little adventure book, scenario book. I like the idea of that. Pieces look nice. Do we have any art? I mean, any video? No. Okay, so we don't know anything about it. You can play different members. 15 narrative encounters, 12 replayable combat challenges. I am very suspicious of the scenario book games that are about combat things. The last game of this type we played was the Lord of the Rings adventure book game. This idea appeals to me of having a scenario book. But everyone I've tried so far has been very boring. It hasn't felt like, well, you'll have to watch our review coming soon of the Lord of the Rings adventure book game, but we did not like it. This one looks like it's a little bit deeper though, so I don't know. Doesn't strike me as exciting, but I'd give it a try. Okay, what is this? Search the land of the big brain for clues to help you solve mysteries. Age 5 and up. That's probably Cranium. Okay, so this is going to be for too young a group, but not for us. But because my channel is so much on detectiving, it's always interesting to look for games to recommend. And you can see what we've got here. So what game jumps out at you right away when you look at this? What is this clearly taking off from? A very good game that we did review on the channel called Micro Macro. And we can see that's what they've done here. They've got a little mat with millions of tiny little stories and puzzles. And Mike, this is a good idea though, because Micro Macro is definitely not for little kids. Although I think they may have made an expansion now that is family friendly. They've definitely marked which stories aren't family friendly anymore. But this looks like it's clearly kid friendly. So this probably looks like a great game to play. And look, the other thing is, it looks like this is probably a nice mat that the kids won't mess up. One of the weak parts of Micro Macro is the paper board is so hard to see. Looks like this one kids can see a little better. This is probably a game I would look at this. It's directly from Micro Macro. I wonder if they licensed it or something. All right. Well, this is probably a game I would recommend to kids. Might be worth trying it. I wouldn't be surprised if they licensed it from Micro Macro. I haven't played the expansions, but they look basically the same, although they've started marking which missions are for adults. Okay, another Cranium game, Hoopla. I believe Hoopla's, this is the 3rd edition. Hoopla's been out for a while. I don't know. It's one of these, Target games. Let's see. Let's just read this description of Hoopla that we should know already. You dealt 4 cards. Commonly known people place their objects. Another 8 cards are on a common play pile. You roll a die. What type of clue? You draw or doodle. Whether you have to clue starting with the letter. Yeah, that's the hook of this game. You have to provide clues in different ways. So they did one where you had to make it out of clay or whatever. All right. Well, not really for me, but okay. Here's the game that Tina was talking about before. Brand new Disney animated. I tend not to be a huge fan of the Disney games. In fact, there was the one Villainous or something that I bought based on the hype and didn't like. But this one looks quite interesting and it's cooperative. Let's see. This game, you need to produce 5 classic Disney films using detailed background art, vibrant paint colors, lively sound. As a team, you must use the strength of the animation studio to vanquish the villains. All right, doesn't sound that appealing to me, but the playthrough by Board Game Night. These are my favorite people to watch play games. We've got Nikki, Lincoln, Dave. All right, let's see.
All right. I have not talked yet about Calamity cards, but this is
let's watch
the bad
Dave's
part of the game,
tutorial
right?
for a bit.
Pile. So that's the overall theme of the game.
Okay, what's the overall theme?
All right.
Okay. So those villains will be there in that little villain pile. So that's the overall theme of the game. How we do that is by, as I said, putting in our background, painting in our characters, and then finally putting our villains into the movie. So here's how that happens. The turns are going to happen the same for the rest of the game, all right? And the start player never rotates. We're just going to start with me and go around, and your turn is as follows. The first thing you're going to do on your turn is you are going to select one of the 5 action tiles. Let's say I'm going to do ink and paint, okay? You're then going to do that action. I'll get into the actions a little more specifically, but generally, when you choose an action tile, you'll notice that these are numbered 1 through 5, all right?
Right.
That is the power of your action.
Oh.
The bigger number is better. So I'm going to do, if I choose ink and paint, I'm going to do ink and paint at the value of 4. All right, when you see X value on your board here, that means I'm going to do the ink and paint at 4. Having done that, these will all slide down. Ink and paint will move to 1. All right, that's my tiles action, and I've slid it all. Then, the last thing on my turn is, if I can place or use any of my characters, I will. And if I can deal with Calamity cards, I will. All right? I have not talked yet about Calamity cards, but this is the bad part of the game, right? This is the game system fighting us. These are the villains doing their thing. But the point is, I'm going to take my turn, then Nikki will take her turn, then Lincoln, you will take your turn, then the villains will Calamity us.
Okay.
Okay? Having done that, we will deal with the calamity if there's any to be dealt with. The top villain will be moved to
This
the
is a
bottom
good channel
of the
to
villain
watch
deck.
for playthroughs. They
We'll
always
deal
start
out
by someone
4 more
actually
calamity.
fully
This is to
teaching the
remind us
game to
how
the
many
others,
cards
and then
come
they
out each
play the
turn.
full game.
And then we'll do
Could
it
take
again.
an hour or two, and then
And we'll
they'll
just keep
talk
doing that
about it and
until
review
we either
it.
beat the villains or the villains
And
beat us.
I like this
let
group
me
of
get
people. I
more
like
now
their
into
opinions when they talk
specifics.
about the game
So,
afterwards. I mean, I like
I'm gonna
Dave,
start actually
who
with the
normally
background
teaches the
action,
games,
because
who's doing the
that's,
teaching now.
The first thing that we need to do when you take the background action, and by the way, these handy dandy little charts on the side are player aids are fantastic. Okay. When you take the background action, it allows you to put that value number of tiles onto your
The thing
board.
about this
And the
that
value
I
of a tile
don't
is
like
how many
from looking
big,
at
how
it
squares it covers.
is
So
it
this
looks
is
like
obviously a 1,
it's
and this is obviously a
one
2,
of these
in case you
mini
didn't know that, the numbers are on the
games where there's lots of
Right.
little mini games,
But-
and I tend
so
not to
if
like
you took
those.
A 4, you could put a 3 and a 1, or 4 1s if you had them, or 2 2s, or a 4. But you're going to move them from here over to your board. All right? Your board, you'll notice, has little icons on it. When you cover those icons, you will get bonus stuff. All right? When you cover these
And there's
little
the
magic
spatial
tokens, we all
polyomino stuff.
start with
Okay, so
1
probably not for me, this game, but boy, it looks pretty. I'm sure some people will love it. What about you? Does any of you here, does that jump out? Does everything about that? We have so much, there's so many great board games these days that we've all got the luxury of being like, nope, nope, it's not a 10, it's not a 10, only buying the 10 games. So if it doesn't jump right out as a 10, as amazing, we can just pass it by. And Tina is agreeing with Dave, agreeing that Dave is so good at explaining rules. Yes, he is. You know what's interesting is that that game night group, which have been doing it for a while, and I used to watch that with Aaron, was the 4th player that they played. They played King of Tokyo together. And if you look at that group and you ask yourself, they've had revolving set of people who join them that are actors. And Dave, that teacher, who you would think of might be the least likely person to be an actor, turns out was acting on shows. Hugo Garcia says, I learned to play Eldritch Horror by watching Game Night. It's a nice format, a nice group. They're real friends. They play the game once or twice before they film it, but then they have someone, and it's usually Dave, explain the full rules. And then they play through the whole thing, and they've got nice cameras switching between them. And then at the end, they talk about it. That's the part that also jumped out to me. It's like it's a format that's close to my heart. Okay, but Disney animated looks like not for me. Now, what is this bullshit? Indiana Jones, Sands of Adventure. Okay, so it's another Prospero Hall. Now, Greg and I have reviewed a bunch of Prospero Hall games, Funko and Prospero Halls. They all have this commonality. They're IP licensed, and they're very hit and miss. We played one that we really liked that was surprisingly high production value. I think that was the Fast and Furious one. One thing that's common about these is they frequently go on sale like a year later for like $10, and you can get a reasonably good game for super cheap. These are like mass marketed licensed games, but they also can feel like a theme was slapped on. They've got a good team of people working, but I feel like my theory was that the IP companies come to them and they have their budget. And like, depending on how much money they give Funko, they go on the different shelf and get the best designs, which are really quite good, and then the not so good designs. So you really got to be careful. You can't assume that it's going to be good, but you also can't assume it's going to be bad. So let's look at this Indiana Jones, which the IP has been run into the ground. The latest movie was terrible. So I don't have high hopes, but you never know. All right, let's see. And there it looks like that's little Marion, Karen Allen in the background, who, yeah, Karen Allen was one of the most beautiful women in the world, if you ask me, in movie world, in the original Indiana Jones. Okay, let's see what we got here. And she makes a surprise visit in the latest Indiana Jones. Cooperative strategy and quick card playing. Defeat different villains before the timer runs out. I don't know. Indiana Jones really isn't a villain type movie. Okay, what have we got here? Locations. All right, let's see if we can find a video. I mean, truthfully, I've come to the conclusion that videos are the worst way to get reviews of games, so we should be reading reviews. Let's see what we got here. Production quality is excellent. Gameplay. Game's cooperative action selection. 3 rounds. Each have your own special ability. You can go to a place as long as it's not blocked. You roll a number of dice. How many gems are placed on the timer? Build your hand. If you KO a bad guy before the timer runs out, great. If not, depending on how many health points are left for the next round. Final thoughts. I really wanted to like this game. Love the movies and the legend. Artwork, whatever. However, on gameplay, I'm not sure I'd hand over the idol. Actions became limited to the extent of choosing an action for the sake of it. 3 players, there was never really a point that I thought we were in trouble. Felt flat. Bought it because of the IP. Well, does not look promising, to be honest. Let's see what We're Not Wizards says. Two Minds. On the face of it, it's got all the making of a great game, good presentation, da-da-da-da-da. Sometimes the cards don't seem to gel. You're getting into round 2. You're not really going to have the attacks to take the villain down. Pointless to continue. So this sounds like it's a miss. Just on the face of it. All right, here's an IP from Funko based on the movie Scream. Well, this could be a winner for all our horror board games people. It looks like not many components. Let's see if we can get a feel for what it's like. If he calls you, you're the next target. Unboxing. No reviews, no discussion. No mechanics. Just an unboxing. That's not very useful to us. All right. Action event card game exploration. So this looks like it could be an escape room type thing set in Star Trek. Let's see if that's right. Funko doesn't really make escape room games, but let's see. It sure looks like it, though. Climb the ranks of Starfleet, explore strange new worlds, puzzle-filled, action-packed escape room game. So it is an escape room game. Pilot your ship. Puzzle through 3 exciting missions. Draw your path to maneuver the ship. And what's this mechanic here? A little 3D thing here. Well, it's Prospero Hall taking their shot at escape room games. But probably going to 1 to 99 players. There's a good way to go crazy. Try to play a 99-player escape room game. All right. Well, no available replayability. This is going to be 0. You could potentially replay, but not. But no, these games you don't replay. Well, I don't know anything about it. Probably not for me. Okay, finally we've got a game. Our first game that's an instant purchase for me. Forbidden Jungle. Forbidden Jungle is Matt Leacock, who made Pandemic, his latest small metal box game. So Forbidden Island, Forbidden Desert, and now we have Forbidden Jungle. Now, Forbidden Island was sort of they're all related to Pandemic. You can feel the imprint of Pandemic on all of these games, but they're quite different. What was the space one? So Forbidden Island was the first one, which is my favorite. Then Forbidden Desert, which Greg likes better, but for me is a little not as great. And then Forbidden Sky was the one I didn't like. Forbidden Sky has got this clever mechanic where you're connecting the paths to make electricity flow. It's a little bit of a gimmick. They're all in these metal box tins, but Forbidden Island I really liked. Very simple, boiled down, not as satisfying as Pandemic, but scratches that itch. And here's the latest one, Forbidden Jungle, which was supposed to come out earlier. I'm told that it will be at Gencon for sale. That's my understanding. But I've not seen any gameplay videos, so I'm not sure if that's true. But this would be an instant purchase for me. I wish they'd stop putting them in the metal containers, but they've all got the same sort of gimmick of escalating danger and these small little tiles. This, to me, looks good, but even if it didn't look good, I would buy it just based on pedigree. So it would be nice to know, it would be nice for them to make some sort of ranking of these different games in this series, how they compare and how they're different. So this is a video, probably we're not going to see anything, parts of it, but, and this is board game reaction. What exactly is a board game reaction? Is this going to be reaction to the news?
Board game news for you. We're talking about
Yeah, these guys are just going to talk about the news of it, showing photos of it. That's not useful. That's like Matrix. We're going to watch the reactions of people. Okay, I don't know if this is actually going to be at Gen Con for sale. It sure would be nice. Didn't they used to list on this list whether the game was going to be available to purchase or not? Can someone search and see if the latest thoughts are that Forbidden Jungle is going to be available? Well, if it is available for purchase, I will buy it. This is one of my few games that I need to make sure I get if it's available. If it has, Joseph Mayu says, if it has an MSRP, then yes. If not, it will just be a demo. Okay, well, this has an MSRP. Okay, Frostpunk the board game. Now, this is fully out and available, kickstarted, and is available to buy. This has very mixed reviews, but I have to say, this you could buy at any local game store. Here's Adam Kolpinski. We just saw him make a game. What other games did he do? Nemesis. So if you go on Board Game Geek, you can see the games this designer made. But what was the other game we just looked at that he was involved in? Was it the Horror on the Orient Express? That was it. But it wasn't my adventure card game also, wasn't it? Was it Word of Hellas? Nemesis? I mean, he's got a good track record. I'm just looking if he wasn't involved in the Origins as well. Terracotta Army. Is he the artist? Is that what I'm looking at here? Or is he the designer of these games? Polish designer. Okay. I should have kept that open. One of the fun things I do on Board Game Geek occasionally is you go to a designer and you say, one of the nice things you can do is you can go to their user and you can see what games did they rate 10s. And I find you can learn a lot about a designer by what games they rated as 10s. So here's Brass Birmingham, very heavy Euro that I was too much. It was okay, but isn't really my favorite. Eclipse, a very cool game, Feast for Odin and Through the Ages. Okay, anyway, just a little tip. So Frostpunk, this got very mixed reviews, but the part that I find so compelling about it is this idea that you're building this city. You're choosing how to build out your city, which is giving you abilities. And for me, that's a very interesting idea. So a little bit of tower defense, but a little bit building out cities that are giving you resources for your team. So I'm not sure what more to say about it. It's been out for a while. It's not a new thing, but it is intriguing to me. This may be one of these games I pick up when I can get it for cheap somewhere. Okay, what is this? Battle Stations Dirt Side. Never heard of this. What is this? Dice rolling. 1 to 8 players. Really? This has a little bit of a Room 25 vibe. A game that Greg and I played on the channel and did not like. Had lots of bad things to say about it. Let's see what we got, though. Story-driven campaign. One-off missions. Each mission you have an objective. Ram a jet car into a building. This does not really sound appealing to me, but let's see. Undead Viking, this is Lance. Paid promotion. Let's see if Lance can show it. Tell us about it.
Thing like shooting somebody, range, cover, those sorts of things. Plus the skill of the particular person that is shooting, and then if you succeed, then you
Okay, not for me. This is one of these miniatures like board games. It's just not for me. Okay, here we go. This is another. Now this game, Weirdwood Manor, seems very interesting to me. When you see this board, it's got a beautiful, big, complex, detailed-looking board. That's unusual, but boy, does it look interesting to me. Look at this board here. It looks a little busy, but what? You're in this mansion. I mean, the art looks beautiful. Here's our player, asymmetric player abilities. I'd love to get a little review on this and see what people think of this. Who's actually played it. Look at this, though. 6 asymmetrically designed characters. This looks like a little bit much, but cooperative. And then rooms and pathways shift, so you revolve these around to shift around the mansion. You battle against one of 3 different monsters with their own unique mechanics. Dice drafting, it looks like a little much, but let's see. Oh boy, this is like... This is choosing your devil here, choosing your poison. Let's see, do we have another way? Do we have another option here? Honest and precise prototype review. All right. One of the most anticipated. Let's see what these people have to say. I don't know them.
Hey guys, it's Greg. In this video, we're thinking in the category of a family game, but this is a complex cooperative board game with a massive amount of stuff to do and manage. The main idea of the game, the ever-shifting manner, is also a core of the mechanics here. With each turn, you have to play one of your cards, and besides activating its powers, you need to place it in one of the available spots above your player's boards, representing 4 different parts of the day. Depending on where you put the card and what correct time is in the manner, the inner circle will move around for the different amount of spaces, unlocking some rooms and paths while closing others. If by doing this, the day passed, you need to turn
like
the
these
outer ring
spatial
as well.
elements. This
If
looks
you are
like it
not
might be a
taking this into the
little too
account while
much going
planning your
on.
moves, You can even lock other heroes in the rooms or simply mess with the strategy. And shifting manner is one of many things happening here. Do you see these little scarabs? They're constantly spreading across the mansion, blocking room actions where
look at the
they are
scarabs.
present, and even destroying the rooms if two of them enter the same space. At the same time, the boss you need to defeat is growing in power with passing days, not only messing with your plans, but also depleting the health of the owner of the mansion, a lady in the inner circle called the throne room. If her health drops to 0 or you run out of days before defeating the boss, the game is over.
Well, it looks beautiful, but boy, it looks like there's some real cost in terms of complexity and fiddliness and learning all the different asymmetric powers. Probably not for me, but I'd check out reviews and see how well. That feels like you'd have to really get people to commit to any of those games with very complex asymmetric. It's hard to get a group to play it. Okay, so here we have a game that we're familiar with, Escape from the Asylum. I don't know why why on a Board Game Geek 2023 is there a game from 2019? I played through all of Escape the Asylum, which is a puzzle escape room game. There are some clever ideas here, but lots of frustrating puzzles, and I was not a big fan. Did I do a separate review of that? Can someone remind me? Did I review Escape from the Asylum? Yes, I did. I did review it. Okay. Well, I didn't love it. Don't know. There's no there's no button that says avoid. A lot of work, a very high production quality, a lot of great work. Just needed some work on the puzzles. Okay. Kinfire Chronicles. This is one of these IP games that we don't know the IP. Free shipping if purchased. Okay, so not going to be available for purchase. $149. Ouch. Not going to be available for purchase, but you can order it. What have we got here? Okay, those are those little transparent figures. Some people like them. These are all prototype. Another adventure storybook type thing. Kinfire Chronicles, Night's Fall. Cooperative campaign. Each quest has 3 phases: adventuring, battle, and exploration. Why is this in my ear if we're not listening to videos? Battle phase, fit a physical map. Okay, we haven't watched them. Let's have them talk about it.
Hi everyone, my name is Monique.
And I'm Naveen from Before You Play.
And today we're going to be previewing a game that is coming.
What's the name of their channel? This is a well-known channel.
This game is
Can't
designed
remember
by
now.
Kevin Wilson, Daryl Hardy, Adela Kapuczynska, as well as Brandon Perdue, and is published by Incredible Dream Studios, who are sponsoring this video. In this game, it is kind of a adventure game where you're going to be going on different quests, fighting off different things. We don't want to give too much away, obviously, because it's a story-driven game. And we are going to show you how it plays today.
This game is brought to us by designers who designed titles such as Descent.
Is this Foster the Meeple? What is this? Before You Play is the name of this channel, I'm told.
Adventure type game for 1 to 4 players where everybody plays cooperatively over the course of several quests that last anywhere from 45 to 60 minutes.
Okay.
The final production
I
copy
like
of the
how
game
clean it
gonna come
is.
with over 15 quests, 20 locations, and 100 enemies and NPCs.
Really?
So there's a lot of content here. In terms of gameplay, there's combat, there's adventuring, there's a deck construction mechanic, and the entire game is totally replayable.
So the purpose of this video is to kind of give you an overview of the game and understand the mechanisms and how the game is structured. We don't want to give away too many spoilers because
Carl
it is a story
says,
kind of quest-driven game.
It's been fun. Well, it's nice
we do
having you
wanna
here,
note that
Carl.
This is a prototype copy of the game, so things are subject to change in the future.
$149, that's a lot of money for a game, though.
It's coming to Kickstarter, so if you are interested in it, there will be a link down below. Also, if you do like these kind of videos and you do want to see more in the future, please consider subscribing.
And so
I
in this
like
game,
how
players
clean
play
this
as
is.
one of 6 different seekers who are helping protect the city from this phenomenon.
Yep.
Now, the way that the game works is the game is played over several quests. And so here we have quest number 1, which is Road to Vina. And so today I'm going to be playing as Asha of Brillbrook.
Nice.
And so
Okay.
I'm an opportunist. I'm an
Don't
elven
love
rogue,
the
by
art.
the way. But my ability says attacks
A
made
little
by other
plain
heroes
here
deal
with
an
these.
additional
Maybe
damage
these
to
are just
any enemies in
prototypes.
Asha's space. I also start the game with 1 armor in my hand because there is a strong deck construction.
That
Symmetric
construction. All right, let's see if we
later.
can go
And
around.
finally, each character also has their own asymmetric starting deck, which we are going to be customizing and kind of constructing
Okay.
as the campaign progresses.
You've
and
got
so we
your
each
own
start
deck.
the quest with 7 cards in our hand. Our first quest, the Road to Vina, opens up right in the heat of battle against this wyvern.
Now, considering combat is a major part of this game, we're going to show you exactly how that works.
Yes,
Okay.
combat in this game follows sort of a hallmark system that has to do with this destiny bag.
Yep.
During combat, we're going to be drawing destiny chits from this destiny bag. Destiny chits look like this, and they showcase the likeness of each of our characters, as well as some of the enemy chits that you can see here. During combat, at the start of each turn, we are going to draw 1 destiny chit out of the bag, and that is going to determine whose turn it's going to be next. Now, this doesn't mean that there's going to be a considerable amount of downtime, because the way that the game works is you can boost actions on other players' turns, and you can also play cards during the enemy's turn. And so players are fairly active during the entire game. Now, for this quest, we're basically going up against our enemy, the wyvern, and the wyvern starts on this space right here. They also have a starting health of 30, and our goal for now is just to defeat this
Kill it.
wyvern.
We got to get rid of it.
My character, Asha, is going to start on this space that I chose.
Yep, and I'm going to be on this one over here.
And so let's just say we did draw this chit to start this this combat, which means I am going to be taking the first turn. On your turn as a seeker, you can either play a card from your hand, or you can pass and draw or discard a card from your hand. Now, the cards in our deck come in 2 main types. You'll either have action cards, or you'll also see boost cards, and those card types are specified on the card itself. In addition, there's 3 main colors of cards. There's red, green, and blue. And they stand for power, finesse, and wisdom, which is going to be very important for when we go to boost each other's
The
actions.
preview, so
They're
they're not
also
going to
white
give
card,
their opinion,
else's turn, or when the attack is not.
or
And
not
after
going to be
you're
able to
dealt
give
the
an
damage,
opinion
you
that
must
is useful.
discard 1 armor card from your hand, which means if you had 3, you still only discard 1.
Right.
And you get these armor cards back into your hand whenever you have to refresh your hand, which
Okay,
happens.
a little bit of Gloomhaven
You must
feel.
resolve the status effect first when the ability.
You for choosing the specific option that pertains to your character.
And
Yeah,
some
I
options
mean,
require certain
there's
characters to be in
no
play in
real
order
way
for you
to know
choose
if that's
them.
going to
Now,
be
this is
good or not.
important
We'd have
because
to
the
look at reviews of it once it comes out. That would be a game that I wouldn't buy before I read some good reviews of it. And then here's another game using this IP. Now they're making a card game. This is when I would get a little bit suspicious. Like, okay, they've got some IP. They're just going to pump out some games. I think we don't really know this IP, no reviews. There's nothing to do with this information about this game until it's available. Okay, well, here's something we recognize, Robin Hood. Robin Hood was a game that's quite appealing. It's Michael Menzel. It's his Legends of Andor world. And Adventures of Robin Hood was a very cool looking game where you actually have a book that guides you through the game and a map that unveils stuff. But it got very middling reviews when it actually came out. I have it, but I haven't got a chance to play it. And here we have an expansion for it already. Kind of strange. Let's see if someone can talk about it. How does it hold up to the base game? If you like the base game, you'll enjoy this. But it's not going to change your mind if you didn't enjoy the base game. It's got a book. The base game has a lovely hardback book with ribbons. The expansion, standard paperback book. Okay. Some spoilers. Did it on easy. I did not play on easy, and I still did not fail a mission. Almost the same as the base game, in which I only failed 1. So too easy, people are complaining about. some bad translations. Okay, well, definitely not an automatic purchase for me until I would like to get the original game played. This seems like don't play it until you play the base game. Okay, then we've got some Exit the Game Advent Calendar. I don't end up playing these. Exit the Game has a good pedigree for these escape room puzzle games, but they've gotten worse over time. But here's one entirely focused on Sherlock Holmes. So, and it's rated at difficult, or 3 of 5, so medium to high. Exit games tend to be escape puzzle games, and they tend to like to focus on games where you destroy. You have to tear up or manipulate the components. Their originals were of very high quality. Inca and Marcus Brand. This couple here are very good board game designers. They did Village. They did Orlean Invasion, which is a masterpiece of game design, cooperative game. But the Exit games have gotten worse. They've been just trying to pump out too many of these. But this one I'll probably play just for the theme version of it. The rest of the Exit games, I would just wait till you get reviews of it. Okay. Let's check in with the chat and take another little break here. Rebecca says, we'll be buying the Advent Calendar. It's supposed to be available last year. They had shipping issues. There are a bunch of these escape room puzzle game Advent Calendars. I have one that's quite interesting, but yeah, they're fun. They're sort of disposable little snack-based ones, but there's nothing wrong with them. Okay, we're going to take another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching our talk through of the Board Game Geek Gen Con 2023 list. Rebecca, we were talking about how long this stream's going to take. Rebecca says it's going to take another 8 hours, she thinks. And I said I'm going to try. I have to break my 10-hour live stream record anyway. Rebecca says she's going to try to encourage me to do so. Okay, let's get back to our list. I think you'll find that we start to go faster through this list as the hours go on. However, here we have a Legends of Andor follow-up. Legends of Andor now has 3. They're not expansions. They're all standalone boxes, although there are some expansions for the original Legends of Andor. But I have a sweet spot in my heart for Legends of Andor. And there's one set in the ocean that I haven't played. And double-sided game board. Okay, so Legends of Andor is really quite a special game. Michael Menzel. And this looks like, this is basically what the original looks like. The format is the same. These things here are your player cards. It's dice rolling to achieve goals, but each asymmetrical character you can choose to play. And then you've got enemies on the board. This is a little chart showing how you fight and defeat different kinds of enemies. And then time progresses here up this chart. And you play through scenarios that combine to form a campaign. And when you hit certain stages in time, events happen. But one of the key gimmicks here is that every time you kill an enemy, your time advances up this track. And what's so special about this game series is it's sort of set in this adventure world, but it's really a very tight optimization puzzle. And you can't just go kill lots of people because then you advance time so quickly and the game ends. And it's got this feature that I love in board games where you have to play it the first time. You're like, okay, we have no idea how to beat this scenario. And it takes you several plays through to figure out a strategy, a real strategy to win a scenario. And the first Legends of Andor was quite special in that regard. You look at it and you're like, let's go fight everything. And you realize that doesn't work. You have to be much more careful. Unfortunately, one of the problems with Legends of Andor is even when you play it, when you figure out the puzzle and play it well, there are some scenarios where you're going to lose 75% of the time. And it's got such a fiddly setup. This looks a little less fiddly, but it has such a fiddly setup that it can be painful. So Greg and I had mixed feelings about it, but I really like it. Greg felt it was a little too much, too random, but too fiddly to set up. But really, I feel like there's a lot of randomness, and you can lose a game through no fault of your own. Okay, all German reviews, though, so that's not going to help us much. I think just looking at that photo is all you need to see. But for me, Legends of Andor is one of those games that's pretty much an instant buy for me, although I haven't played the sailing one. It's fiddly, though. This looks less fiddly. So probably this is a game. Okay, I've already marked as much must-have, but must-have, I probably won't buy it at Gen Con. I'll wait till I make my way through it, but I would absolutely play that with someone. That's a serious cooperative puzzle-solving game. You have to play it multiple times before you figure out how you beat it. Lord of the Rings, Adventure to Mount Doom. Use dice to help Frodo. I mean, that's not really a selling point that's going to work for me. Use dice to help Frodo, but let's see what we've got here. Okay. Looks a little ugly, but let's see if anyone is talking about this game. Movement of characters is controlled by special dice mechanism. Colored dice determine which figure can be moved. Dice value determines the number of spaces. Choose the dice before and after the roll. Players are faced with decisions seemingly uncomplicated, nevertheless significant for the outcome of their game. Black dice trigger threats. Doesn't tell us anything. How about someone reviewing it? All German reviews again. Okay, it's Cosmos, a German company. Will it be available to purchase? We don't know. No, there we go. There's the availability. Availability demo. Okay. Noobs in Space. Oh, yeah, that's an unappealing looking game. Two to 5 players complete tasks. While one player may know the task at hand, not have the resources, those resources may be shared among the other 3 players. They, on the other hand, do not know what is necessary based on the information they have. They can't show cards to each other, and there must be a lot of clear communication and interaction by describing or reading out cards in order to gradually find out what should be done as quickly as possible. So real time. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of these chaotic quick games as long as they're quick. Looks like it's mission based. 3 to 5 players though. 8 missions, 15 minutes each mission. So if you can come up with a 15-minute game that's chaotic, I'd give it a try. So that's I'm going to mark myself as interested in that. I'm a sucker for even if you only play the game once, I'm a sucker for these new ideas in games. I don't know if it's a new idea. Okay. Action retrieval area movement adventure Reign of Hades. Demo. In this enthralling cooperative campaign game, Euro and Amera mechanics. Okay. Innovative gameplay experience. Illustrated maps of the underworld. Novel dice grid system allows you to enhance your attacks by turning a combat die to a better face or upgrading it. This kind of stuff does not appeal to me. I'm not a big fan of dice games. Character development. Cooperation between teams of 2, a dedicated 3-player variant. This is very odd. Is there any... Is this kickstarted? What is this? Or they're going to kickstart it in 2024. Okay, this game's not ready for us to even worry about. Miniature Adventures, Adventure 1. Inspired by 16-bit RPGs. Not even 8-bit, 16-bit RPGs. All right, let's see. What have we got here? Old school 16-bit RPGs. What? Okay, we've got 8-bit RPG games that are inspired and now 16-bit. Okay, a little bit of boss monster vibe. Not for me. Okay, Sally Face Strange Nightmares. Okay, I don't know what this IP is, but probably not for me. Let's just take a look here. Players roll custom dice to solve mysteries. If they dabble too much, the powers of evil may become too strong. Explore the apartments. Play through different episodes with events and characters that echo the video game. Does anyone know this video game? I sure don't. All right, we're going to skip this since we're not the audience. Smurfs for age 7+. That's not for us. Fate Forge. What have we got here? RPG-like board game experience 1 to 4. Meaningful narrative choices. Action-packed combat. App-driven story. App-driven game immerses you in rich and involved fantasy RPG world without the need for a game master. Length of each game session is flexible, 1 hour, or spend the whole evening with your friends immersed in a thrilling adventure. Interesting. Narrative choices. Okay. I'm curious. Let's give Quackalope a little bit of a forgiveness.
Hello, welcome to Quackalope. Thank you for being here. Today I'm bringing you a Kickstarter preview of Fateforge Chronicles of Khan from Mighty Boards. Now, if you're like me,
look at the art.
Story-driven games set in a RPG D&D-esque world with some classic fantasy archetypes and storytelling elements,
wow,
then
look at that
Fateforge
art.
is a game you absolutely should be paying attention to. This is going to be a game that utilizes the tabletop RPG dungeon crawl-like experience
wow,
and
look
merges
at
it
that.
with an app-based system that helps modulate and run the AI of the enemies you're facing down, helps make ease of setup and actually gameplay flow a lot more accessible, and allows you to focus on the unique character traits, abilities, and upgrades that you're going to get along the way, which become the heart and soul of this game. Your
Nice big
characters
box
start
of cards.
customizing themselves into
Look
these
at this.
little
There's a cat. There's a
fine-tuned
cat.
powerhouses
There's a
as
dog.
you build out and satisfy your tableau as you slowly start leveling up your characters and journey on through this story. Now, this is going to be built off
Nice,
of the
clean
IP
text,
and
not
RPG
like
that was released a few years
2
ago. So there's an
pages of
established
text.
world
Simple.
and lore and environment that they're bringing you into. That means
Wow,
that the
this is
storytelling,
appealing
the
to me.
approach, and everything that's sitting here on the table feels like it's been built out from, well, something that already exists. It feels rich and established, like they've
Okay,
played in
little
this world for a
seventh
long
continent
time
style,
already,
huge
and
collection
they
of
know
cards.
exactly where they want to lead you on this adventure. Everything from the little bit of writing details to the letters that you unlock across the course of your journey, all the way up to
Unlocking
the weapons,
campaigns.
items, and different abilities that you start
Okay.
unlocking, feels like it comes from an immersive RPG world. And that's because it does. In this video, I'm going to do my very best to give you a good sense of exactly how Fateforge plays on the table, what your experience will be like, and how, because it's a really important part of this puzzle. Finally, all of the characters are going to act. After you've gone, all of the enemies are going to act, and the app just updates you. It tells you that that's what's going to happen, and you can actually go through during cleanup phase and mark which enemies you've killed, destroyed, and so the app is going to keep track of what sort of rewards, benefits, and extra little unlocks you'll get as you move from chapter to chapter and scenario to scenario. But that's the core functionality. It's straight, it's simple, it helps run the game, but it does nothing to distract or take away from the actual board. 2 out of 4. Now, most rounds here are actually going to be very contained and very tight. You have to push your luck or continue playing with some negative consequences mixed in if you decide that you want to go beyond around 4 rounds per scenario. Everything here is self-contained. Everything is very tight. Everything encourages quick play and continuing to move through the story. Dice to resolve your action. You also have a shield. Powerful. I have Seeking Blades, which are going to be limited time use, but these blades are going to allow me to do a ranged attack with any die. So I'm very violent, which is nice. It's one of my favorite ways to play
Each
a
characters
rogue
have different
in a game like
dice
this.
sets.
Because along with some of my general on-the-board traits or skills, are going to start modifying the Choose Your Own Adventure out.
Choose your own adventure narrative choices.
Fateforge is doing some really cool stuff. First off, it's pulling you away from the app while allowing the app to do the very best thing, the thing that I want board games. If campaign games and story-driven games are not your type, I don't know that Fateforge is going to fix that for you. This is, at its heart and soul, a RPG on the table. It's a DM-less adventure game.
I like that it seems like the app is not dominating the gameplay. Like all those cards, seems like you've got physical items. This is interesting to me. Now, is this brand new? Is this already kickstarted? Huh. No text reviews. Creatures, look at this. These are going to be all the... Look at that little thing. It looks like it finished kickstarting. Staying open for the time being. Where's the Kickstarter link? Why is there no link to the Kickstarter? $9 months ago it ended. What's this about? You have to hide your dice? Is it? I like these narrative choices stuff. $129, £129, or 200. These are things that are too expensive, but this looks pretty cool. All right. I mean, interested, but here's a totally different thing. Probably not going to be useful for us. Turn on the air conditioning a little bit. Okay, let's see. Anyone else interested in that game, or is that too much for this group? Let's see if they paid enough for a good review. Okay, no information about this one. The art project. Work together to recover stolen art. So if anyone's tuning in now, just as a reminder, we're going through all the cooperative games first, then we'll circle back and check out all the rest of the games. Okay, what is the art project? Each player draws 2 mission cards at the beginning of each round. All players decide the order of the round. It's available as a demo, not for sale. In general, if it's just available for demo, I don't tend to waste too much time on it.
It's a 1 to 6 player game where the white hand, no relation to the Blackfoot, have stolen a bunch of priceless art, and it's your team's job to reclaim it. So how are you going to do that? It is a cooperative game with a little bit of hidden information and resource management and card play. So the resources in this game are very tight. You know, there are 3 types: fuel, which help you move; guns, which help you with the fighting in the game; and then walkie-talkies, which help you recruit allies and things like that. Turn structure, incredibly simple. Everybody will have 2 cards in their hands, and they have to play 1. You can't tell other players exactly what are on your cards, but there are no turns. So you guys are talking with each other about what cards you want to play when, because you have to make the most economical decisions to maximize your turns, right? So let's use this card as an example. Here, you would spend 1 fuel. The white hand would show up in this space, and you would get a gun and a walkie-talkie. The final interesting thing about the cards are this bottom symbol. That is a clue. Because spend clues, 1 way to win. reclaim the art. Finally, something I love about this game, besides the table talk it brings, the art's fantastic, is the game will come with 6 unique maps, and they change the way the game plays. So this is America, and you can see that the different connections and other things every
Hard to
time you go
tell.
through Dallas.
Hard to tell. Doesn't jump out to me, but maybe. Express route. Okay, what's this? Coordinating shipping arc. Same deal. Available to demo.
And this one is the southeast destination region. So you want packages that are going to go to the southeast. So a few cool things. We have our event deck. That's the bad things happen deck.
I mean, I don't hate the clean look
there.
of these games that we've looked at so far, but it's hard for me to tell if they're going to be any good or not. All right, what is this crazy thing? Pandasaurus Beacon Patrol. $20 MSRP. Okay, a little small map building. Place your tiles, move your ships to explore the sea. Your goal is to explore as many tiles as possible. Reminds me of the Carcassonne co-op. It's kind of pretty looking. Cooperative tile placement for the whole family.
Tile here and move here. So you can either spend your movement tokens to move, or you can add new tile and move onto this tile. Placing a tile and moving on this tile doesn't require to spend movement tokens. You only use movement tokens when you move your ship around without adding new tiles. And for example, let's say that I added this tile somewhere here. I have no more tiles. My turn ends. I take 3 new tiles from the stack and another.
Okay. You know, it's difficult though, because my taste in cooperative games, like I like the deeper cooperative games. The quick games, I'd rather play competitive. Well, for the most part, I do like Cahoots, which is a quick cooperative game. Okay, what's this? Ashes Reborn. There's a cooperative expansion. I don't know Ashes Reborn. I know that somehow it stayed alive. They're selling it to someone. But I don't know enough about the base game to know to make any sense of this. So we're going to skip this. Okay, Davy Jones' Locker, The Kraken Wakes. Okay, theme is intriguing. Art looks reasonable. 1 to 4 players. Move around the map. Upgrade your ship before Act 2 begins. Interesting. Okay, let's look at this how to play. Paid promotion. Okay, so it's
Davy Jones'
Beeple
Locker
University
is a cooperative seafaring adventure game
on
in 2
Dice
acts.
Tower Video.
In Act 1, players explore, facing enemies and the elements, resolving encounters and exploring ports, all to get the most gold and best equipment to build up their ships for the forthcoming battle. In Act 2, players are
So you
swept
flip over
into
the board and play Act 2 where you have
face
to
a
fight.
battle to the death against the fearsome Kraken. Defeat the Kraken before all the ships are sunk, and the players
That's an
will
interesting idea.
the D8 ship mini and
So you're upgrading your ship.
place that port. Looks at them and then chooses the one they wish to play with, placing it Act 1 side up in this slot of the board. This describes a special ability which your ship will be able to take in this.
Oh, I hate those long
On the main
special
board,
ability
take the 2
descriptions.
shipwreck tokens and
But-
place 1 in the Northern Shipwreck X and 1 in the Southern Shipwreck X. Then prepare the game's decks of cards. For all of the Market, Explore, Treasure, and Shipwreck decks, simply shuffle them face down. For the Event, Whirlpool, and Black Spot decks, draw 6, 10, and 3 cards respectively and shuffle them into face down stacks, returning the rest to the box. And for the Open Sea cards, first separate them into 2 decks based on their front side on the first player, keep the remaining components nearby for later use. Choose a first player, either to draw in the event phase.
Yeah, it's pretty involved, but it kind of looks fun. You can go to port.
Cost for that market item.
It looks like a fairly substantial game to be broken into 2 parts. Get this, your ships get damaged, you go through fights, shipwrecks. It's got a little bit of a Merchants and Marauders vibe. But it's fascinating that this is all part 1 and that this is a cooperative game.
Explore a shipwreck.
And then you have a fight, huh?
Southeast Octant League 1 would represent these 2 hexes. All of this terminology
different
will be
game when you
for the
get to
rest of
Act
setup
2.
and gameplay during Act 2.
How
Players
strange.
keep all their statistics, gold, and cards, and flip their ability cards over to the Act 2 side. Now set up the Kraken.
Look at the Kraken.
This is the Kraken's life. And you'll
That's
set
interesting. This looks like a bit of a work to teach, but it actually looks kind of interesting. All right, I'm going to mark this generously as an interested, which I already did. Okay. Now, this is pretty interesting looking. Like the idea of having a Merchants and Marauders, which was hard to get to the table because it was so complex, but that one looks interesting. Okay, what is this linked to? It looks like a new system. It looks like it's based on Spot It almost. Let's see what we've got here. Cooperative trivia game. Find the key amongst 50 cards that feature unique food art. Players link all 49 clue cards to the 50 word cards. They then discover whether the remaining unlinked word card is the key to their victory, validating its code with the answer card. Has also been released as Match Up Food. Competitive mode. What is this? I'd like to see someone show it, talking what this is. Boy, Tom Bassel, he's just all over. All right, let's see what he says.
In this game, you're going to spread out cards all over the board. So I'm showing you the food one, but here's some examples.
Looks a little bit like a card game that I made called Food Party.
So you
What
place
was it?
these
Cooking
cards.
Cooking
You'll have
Party.
an answer card, which you don't
can
need
get it
right
on Board
now.
Game Geek. You can
And then you're
download
going
it.
to take a bunch of clue cards and you're going to shuffle them.
Cooking
You're also
Party
picking
cards.
a level. So let's say, for example, we're going to play
Wasn't
level
really play
1.
tested.
So the clue here is cantaloupe. Level 2 is Smurf houses. Darrell's and Cooperstown has lots of adhesive suckers, and Patch Kids. You'll notice it's not all the same thing. Like 5, the clue is obviously cabbage, and the clue for 2 would be mushrooms, but 1 is cantaloupe. So what I'm looking at here for something that goes with cantaloupe, well, I think a melon, cantaloupe's a melon, so I'll put the card on top of that. Now, if at any point you are in desperate thing, you can check the answer on a card. Each card has a code in the back, and I can turn this clue card over, and number 1, I can match up the code.
What?
You'll see that code matches exactly.
What?
And so I know that that's correct, but you're not supposed to do that during the game. And then I hear brats, and brats is sausage, laid by a chicken. Oh, that's probably eggs. And you're going to keep doing that. I'm not going to go any farther because I don't want to spoil it for you all. But if you do this, at the end, you'll have 1 card left over. So let's say the card left over is beer. Actually, let's say the card left over is melon. And I'm going to say melon because we know it's not going to be melon. And so at this point, you'll take this. Now you pull out the answer card and you'll compare it. Does it match? In this case, you'll see the code does not match, so that is incorrect. So then you keep going until you find it. You'll move some stuff around, look at some clues. Once you find it, you then check every answer with the clue in the back, like I showed you already. You check each answer. you also get a certain amount of points based on what number guess it was. So if it was your first try, you get 51 points, which means then if you get all 49 other clues correct, you get 100 points total. That's a perfect game.
49 clues correct.
And, you know, that's it.
It's like a long
then you
game.
Play round 2. You play round 3. You play round 4.
What?
You play round 5. You can play them at different times. You could start with number 5. It makes sake. It's first powdered by Von Houten. I don't know what that means. And that's going to happen. You're going to sometimes find one. Like this one here says, add it to French fries and gravy in Quebec to make poutine for number 5. Well, if you don't know what that is, you can set this to the side, and maybe when it gets narrowed down, like it's down between cocoa and cheese, well, it's probably not cocoa. That's how you play.
Boy, that's weird. Still trying to wrap my head around the math of it.
Almost all the way through. The food one, I found out there are some foods I know nothing about. One of the food cards is a foie gras, and I knew nothing. My family knew nothing. I played that with my family. And I really rate it much higher. 5, it seems too few. I'm giving this a 6.5. I enjoyed it. It's a nice one-off. This would be, ironically, not a terrible game to play
one-off. You
at
don't
a dinner
keep replaying
table,
it.
although there's a lot of cards. But
just
while you're
play
waiting
through
for
it
dinner to come,
play through
I can
each
see people
little
playing
puzzle
that.
once.
You don't. I like the system. It works.
Not for me, but boy, that's kind of interesting in terms of how it works. Weird. Kids might like that. Play the real Miller Zoo team. We don't know what that is. Let's see what we've got here. One of Canada's most interesting zoos. Each teammate draws a hand of 4 resource cards. Places problem tokens. In the afternoon, all teammates are free to play their cards in any order. Manage 6 envelopes to discover new animals, new challenges to make the game evolve. And I always like those things. Oh my god, here we go. Tom Vassell. It's all Tom Vassell on this screen.
Take a look. In this game, each player is going to have a character that they're going to be playing.
Art is
There's a
nice.
pawn here, and there is the character here. These are, as far as I can tell, actual people from the zoo. There are different stickers that we put on the characters throughout the game, giving them special abilities and things like that.
What? It's
And what you're
Legacy?
gonna
You
do
put
each
stickers
round
on?
of the game is the first thing everyone's going to get at the beginning of each day. You're going to get 4 resource cards put in front of you. These are going to show 1 or 2 resources and a golf cart. This is a wild resource, but these are the different resources in the game. Then you're going to draw. Everyone plays kind of simultaneously. You're going to use your cards that you have in front of you to do different things. You can solve problems. But to go anywhere, you need to pay a golf cart. So maybe, for example, I'll spend...
Doesn't appeal to me. All right, G.I. Joe expansion for Mission Critical. Okay, I don't know what G.I. Joe Mission Critical is, so I guess that's not... Oh, G.I. Joe Mission Critical. These are all expansions? Why are there so many expansions for this game? I don't know what it is. What is G.I. Joe Mission Critical? 2022. Got a little bit of Marvel United vibe here. Let's just see if we can't find a quick text review of G.I. Joe Mission Critical. Great, but simple, sometimes repetitive, which also sounds like Marvel United. Heavy weapon expansion. Boy, lots of expansions for it. Okay, well, I'm not a fan of this G.I. Joe IP. This is probably not for me. My Little Pony Adventures in Equestria deck building game expansions. Okay. Well, I don't know that game, and I'm not a My Little Pony person. Power Ranger, these are all, is this all Renegade? That's what they're doing now. That's what Renegade is all in on the IP. All right, we're just going to skip over all this stuff. It's not ours. It's not my thing. Okay, Return to Dark Tower, second printing. Return to Dark Tower is a very well-respected game that remade the original, which my best friend in high school had, the original Dark Tower talking game. This is a reprint. A reprint? Return to the Dark Tower second edition. I'd like to hear more if this is changed differently. Thoughts on Return? This is just the original. There's nothing new about this. It's just they're trying to re-put it out at Gen Con again. This uses an app. I saw people playing it, and each person's turn looked like it was taking far too long, and it looked like everyone else had just checked out while everyone was playing. So this did not look right to me. And I don't like these gimmicks of this tower thing, so it's not for me, but I did like the strategy parts of it, and it's fairly well regarded, but not for me. Okay. Here we have Unmatched Cooperative version. Now, I have seen a video of this, and it did not appeal to me, but it might have been the group. Unmatched is a popular series. It's 1v1 for the most part, though there's team-based ones. It's got a very clever system where they've got different boxes with different people you can play. You can play Sinbad, you can play King Arthur, you can play Alice in Wonderland. Card-based area control fighting. And this is their version. This is their attempt to make a cooperative version. It didn't... I wasn't thrilled with the competitive version, though I thought it was an interesting strategy game, but I'd really like to see someone reviewing this that I trust. Here's Tom Vessel playing it. That's not very useful to me, though. So I watched one little playthrough, and I was not... It felt too random. It didn't sell me on it, but I'd keep my eyes open for it. Has anyone else played Unmatched and like it? What's this? Another IP? I'm not a big fan of these IP games. What is this? Maximum Apocalypse? Maybe this isn't IP based, but it sure looks like it. Yeah, Maximum Apocalypse, the role-playing game. No, this is not the art for me, not the IP for me, and I'm suspicious of a game built on an RPG IP, so we're going to skip this one. Dead Cells, a roguelike board game. Oh, here's more art by Antoine Bauza, one of the best artists. Let's just take a look at it for the sake of Antoine Bauza. 45 minutes, dungeon crawler, kill, die, explore, kill, die, mutate. Choose one of the 4 beheaded. Whoa, hold on, whatever. Okay. We don't know any of these, but we know One Stop Co-op Shop. All right, let's take a look. Any text reviews? No. All right, let's take a quick look at what One Stop Co-op Shop says.
Roguelikes that has a progression each time you die, and you can kind of gain like permanent power-ups and things. So yeah, you're just trying to like get as far as you can, power up, and do it again. And there have been some adaptations and like attempts at roguelike board games in the past, but this one seems to like really be leaning into that the most of any of the ones I've seen, because it's all about like really, really quick sword that plays a random card, but you can see what
So
the
he's
random
looking
cards
at
ahead
a
of time. You play
tabletop
2 cards, but you
simulator
always play
version
3
or
cards
just
no
the
matter what your party
images?
size is. Additionally, you've got these things up here. Those are based on the topmost card in my
No,
discard.
not for me. Not for me. We're getting in. We're 3 hours in. We're getting into these quick no-goes. All right. What about this Sky Team? Something about this looks familiar. Exclusively 2-player. Pilot and co-pilot at the controls of an airliner. Dice assigning. Pure 2-player game, huh? Let's see. Pre-orders available at Gencon. 2-player co-op dice placement, really novel theme, perfect for couples. No alpha gamer issues. New modules. Wouldn't mind learning a little bit more about it. I don't know unless we know our French is going to be a little hard. Let's see if I can get a look at it
On
though.
trouve également plusieurs couleurs sur le tableau de bord qui correspondent aux emplacements qui seront réservés pour le pilote qui jouera avec 4 dés bleus et au ordre.
I mean, I don't love dice placement, but
Donc on va
and there's the
avant de
hidden
lancer les
thing.
dés, on va pouvoir communiquer, préparer le tour, ce qu'on pourra plus faire une fois que les
Petit élément
Probably
qui permet,
not
quand
for
le
me,
pilote le boit,
but I like the abstract look of those kinds of games. Okay, here's Oathsworn, which has been out for a while. No point looking at this. It's very highly regarded dungeon crawler game. I would consider it if I was going to play one of these big campaign games. But there's no point looking at it. Same thing holds for Isofarian Guard. It's been out there. People have seen it. Kickstarted, big, popular dungeon crawler campaign. Seems to be a lot of those recently. All right, what's this though? 1 to 5. Single game or campaign, competitive or cooperative, always very suspicious. 400 cards, really? Let's see if we've got a text review that's of interest. Full copy of the initial Kickstarter, sold out. Not sure if I can recall. Okay. It's a dungeon crawler with or RPG without a DM, another one of these games. Cooperative multi-story session, or it's everything. It's one of everything. Okay, 8 different kinds of scenarios. Prepared to be underwhelmed. Manages to rise above the mediocrity. Exploring tiles, combat, role-playing games. Let's take a quick look at it. So this has already been kickstarted and is out.
This is actually a level 3 ability. So in order to use this
When
ability,
I see
you'd
stuff
actually
like
have to
this,
be
I'm
level
like,
3.
nope, don't
Some of
need
the
it.
action
I
points
don't
it
need it to
costs
be this complicated. I don't
From
need the
player
cards
versus
to
player
acquire.
combat, you can interact with a merchant. You can open a chest.
No. Okay.
You can interact with.
This is like the game you play if you want to commit your life to it. Okay, Isofarian Guard looks interesting to me, but no need for us to look into it now. Okay, expansion for Red Dragon Inn. I'm not as familiar enough with that game to make sense looking at Tales from the Red Dragon Inn. So is this a game set in this world, but not an expansion? Take on the role of one of the famous characters from the Red Dragon Inn. Multi-scenario campaign.
Welcome to 5 and 5 from the One Stop Co-op Shop, where I discuss 5 key elements of a game. Full pro for me is the accessibility in the game and the balancing across player counts. The game is open to several player skill levels and preferences, like my littlest
Not
is
like
using a
that
simple
art,
character
that's
like
for sure.
dog, but then if you want to get more
In
complicated, you can
fact,
get somebody like
that's enough.
Zot, who has tons of splash
That's
damage
enough.
and has a little...
Don't want to play that game with that art. Your rideshare app is bugging out, and now you've got to find where it sent your ride. Really? That's a game? Cooperative game of deduction and miscommunication. Party of riders and a single driver trying to meet up for a rideshare. The app is bugging out. What on earth? This is someone just looking at the Kickstarter, though. I think we need more information. Can we get a look at a card? Fun and profit, disinfectant. No, this doesn't look right. Adventure party role-playing game. Role-playing party game. Okay. 3 players to 6. 3 adventure scenarios work together, collectively attempt to score the most experience points. Roll your 20-sided die in secret. Describe what their character does. No. Manipulating control an alien artifact before it removes our world from existence. Okay, I like the idea of it. 1 to 4 players. What have we got here? A little physical component. Okay. That's a very interesting little physical component here. Let's see. Quick overview. Let's have a look. It looks like there are people in the channel, but you're all doing your own thing at this point.
Today on Board Game Coffee Espresso, we're getting downright cubicle with Tesseract from Smirk and Dagger Games. Let's do this.
Maybe that's what I should look. Maybe this video we should be clicking on different reviewers so we can get to know them. But they're mainly reviewers that have access to early
Tesseract
copies.
is a 1 to 4 player cooperative dice manipulation puzzler that's brain-burny fun for the whole family. And I can't emphasize how bang on all those descriptors are. This has got to be one of the most cooperative co-op games I have ever played. And dice manipulation? Pfft, it's the blood that keeps this cube spinning. If cubes actually needed blood, that is, because they don't.
Okay, this is not the video channel for me, but let's see what we got.
But here's the catch. All the cubes in your sets and runs must either be all different colors or all the same color. Then, once you've done that, take one of the cubes from that set or run, fill up the matching space on the containment board, and voila, progress. To help you do what's gotta be done, each player is assigned a researcher with a unique passive ability that's...
No, too much. I don't like those manipulate. I don't like those games where you're like swapping the position of this, and it's just too big and complicated to keep track of in your mind. Okay, so this game got some serious Kickstarter attention and looked pretty cool. I do say, even though not quite for me, but people who like miniatures, like I know Brian at Game Brigade did a video on this and it looked pretty cool. Like, as I understand it, it's a game where you're sort of building up your ships for battle, but they're physical. So like this ship, when you buy a card with an upgrade, you put that piece, attach it like you're building Legos onto your ship. So it's got a real physical toy aspect to it. But why is it in the cooperative section? Each player builds a custom miniature ship or squadron, commands them in intense tactical combat. Ships are completely modular, built from a library of 100 unique plastic components. So people who like building models of ships, this is sort of your dream, where you've got your toy building and they're built from pieces that have game effects. But I didn't think this was co-op. Okay, it has a versus, a co-op, and solo modes with a card-driven AI system. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the category of a cool sounding idea, not quite for me, but really was not made to be co-op, and I'd like to see a real review of it, whether it works or if it's just a throwaway thing. Speaking of games made competitive with co-op expansions, here's the Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition, which was their smaller version of Terraforming Mars, and now we've got co-op expansion for it. So I'm a big fan of Terraforming Mars, not a big fan of Ares Expedition. I did not love the changes. It's okay. But I'm very curious to try a cooperative version of it, since I still have it. Some fans made a fan-made cooperative version of Terraforming Mars that I haven't got a chance to play, but looks interesting. But I'm very curious about a cooperative version of this. So they review it, huh? Let's see what they think about the cooperative version.
It is double-sided. This side looks more like the traditional side with a much better score track, and this side here is a different layout, which I actually kind of like better in general. What's going to happen in the cooperative mode is that the oxygen and the heat are both fully completed already. All of the ocean tiles would be on there, to pretend I put them all out. Mars is terraformed, baby. It's already ready to go, and instead crises are happening. That's what these decks down here represent. Based on your player count, solo, 2, 3, or 4 players, you're going to put out a certain number of these event cards that you're going to have to play all the way through. If you want to play on an easier mode, you'll put these non-event cards at the top. They are event cards, but when you flip them over, they don't do anything. So over the course of the game, you're going to be fulfilling this crisis step, which is a new additional step to the regular game. We're going to be flipping over one
I'd
of
be
these
much more
cards
interested
here,
in a cooperative version of Terraforming Mars.
Immediate effect
They
here in the
said
middle.
they were going to make a
If it
legacy
stays
Terraforming
out
Mars
to the start of
many
next
years
round, you're
ago.
also
They
going
never
to resolve
have.
these ongoing permanent effects. You're going to be placing these crisis tokens on here equal to the number, so in this case 2 on this particular card. And then you're going to be working during the game to try to get rid of these crises tokens. Once they are all removed from here, you get to remove this card and prevent its ongoing effects. So this one says play a green card to remove one of the counters. So now as you're playing the game, you might be more tempted or more incentivized to use
It doesn't look that
the
great.
number
Let's see
1
what they
card
think
to
of it.
start building green cards. And as each player builds cards, they can remove one of these tokens.
Where's their final thoughts?
Not that I'm speaking for Tom. But I wanted to, because we've had some success. I mean, viticulture is the recent one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of taking something that's fun.
I like CO2, and I thought, oh, maybe this will be like CO2. We're like fixing the world.
Yeah,
you know?
something fun that I can do competitively, but then also play cooperatively
Yeah.
every once in a while we want to. I don't like the way that this one does it. I'm just going to be very forthright and say, I don't like this system.
Okay, well, that keeps it simple. He doesn't like it. Maybe we could listen to why, but we don't need to. It's good enough for me. It doesn't look good. He doesn't like it either. Okay. Old Tree. Well, Greg and I reviewed Old Tree and played through Old Tree on the channel. We still have... Are we getting into some good stuff here? So I wonder if we should... No, I was going to say, should we take a break? But should we keep going? Okay. Old Tree, I should have mentioned when I talked about Legends of Andor, because Old Tree has that feel of being a narrative sort of adventure looking game, but really under the hood being a Euro-y optimization puzzle. And here we have an expansion for it. I was a big fan of Old Tree. Beautiful game. Not a simple game. There's some real rules to it. This looks like a very small box expansion, but this will be an instant purchase for me. This is Antoine Bauza did the art of this, and he's just, these cards have this sort of block printing look to them. It's just a very different, elegant looking game, which has got narrative and puzzle. So this is an instant buy for me, Old Tree. If you haven't watched our review of Old Tree, give it a look. All right, now we've got a game that needs to have me talk about it a little bit. So Suspects, and this is the 2 follow-ups to Suspects. So Suspects is the original, and now we've got Suspects set with Claire Harper doing some ghost investigation, and this other team, Adele and Neville, I don't know who they are. Looks like the same format. This is a card-based mystery game where you're trying to solve mysteries. Each box has 3 cases in them. You only play each case once. So I played the first box of Suspects on the channel live, and this was, I guess I got this at last year's Gen Con, I think. Maybe I didn't play it live, but I played it by myself without any help. And I reviewed it as well. And I didn't love it. I had some real complaints. But I have a little bit of guilt. Of all the videos I've done, this was the one where I felt like my playthroughs didn't give this game the attention, the care it deserved. Because I made some mistakes in my deductions. And I sort of rushed through the deduction part, my solutions to the mysteries. It had a clever idea in it. I still think it has some real shortcomings in terms of, like, when you ask a person what another person thinks, you get like a one-line thing. A lot of it felt a little random, but it had some clever ideas to change up the mechanic. One is you line up cards to see if they match. Like you could check someone's fingerprints by lining it up. An idea that Dave Neal's Baker Street, Animals of Baker Street, seemed to riff off of. But the main point is, I don't feel like I gave Suspects the care it deserved in my playthroughs. So I think while all my criticisms of the game still hold as a format, it deserves a playthrough with the rest of the channel joining me. So I'm going to pick these up and see how they do. See if my opinions still hold. Art is beautiful. Just felt a little bit simplistic, but I will give these another try. I understand that one of them is going to be available for purchase and the other one is not going to be available, but I don't know which is which. Oh, there, you can tell right from here. Availability demo. So this one you won't be able to buy. This one may sell out, but they may have it available to buy. But I would pick up the original Suspects if you're curious about it. Okay, now we've got an interesting game, The Last of Us. So, no, what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? I was thinking this was something else. What was the game based on the video game that was very harsh and punishing? It had a 3-word title. The box cover looks very much like this. This War of Mine. So I'm thinking of This War of Mine, which has a very similar aesthetic to the cover. What is this, though? Okay, we're going to watch this guy's. We're going to take a look at this guy's video. This guy's a pretty good guy. He's got videos about should you back it, and he often says no. Wow, look at this art. That's some very subjective looking art.
Should you back Last of Us Escape the Dark? Yes. Absolutely yes. But before I tell you why, my name is Sam. This is Should You Back It, and I'm here to help you crowdfund with confidence. The Last of Us Escape the Dark is the latest entry in Themeborn's Escape the Dark series, which is known for its atmospheric, moody and dark settings, paired with equally atmospheric and challenging narrative choose-your-own-adventure style gameplay. The Last of Us Escape the Dark seems to be continuing that legacy and will offer solo
like a dark
and co-op
castle,
multiplayer
dark
modes,
sector,
allowing up to
old
5
school
players to play as a
art.
group of survivors as they weave their own story of survival as they explore an open-world map, traveling from a forsaken quarantine zone to an alleged safe haven in Jackson. But before we talk more about gameplay, let's do a risk assessment on the company behind this game. Whenever we do
So this is what he does in his videos. He recommends or says don't back
series.
Kickstarter games,
Some
but I like that.
changes for anyone who has played any of the other games in the Escape
This
the
is
Dark
a Dark
series.
Castle,
If you're new to it though, it's
Dark
incredibly
Sector
simple to understand. Setup
art.
usually takes
This looks
less
very
than 5
similar.
minutes, and a PlayStation
This has
will
got to
last
be the
about
same
an
company.
hour. If you survive long enough. I've had games of Escape the Dark Castle end in less than 5
It
minutes.
is the same company.
To start, you'll
I
create
see.
an adventure deck by shuffling the chapter cards, and there are usually quite a few of them that come with the game in order to add a variety to each playthrough. And you'll then shuffle camp and stashed item cards, and these will go to their respective places on Tetra. Spreading increases, and when that happens, threat tokens are added to the map. These can cause routes of travel to become blocked.
Okay, so let's stop here for a second. Escape the Dark Castle and Escape the Dark Sector are very cool games that some people love and some people hate. It's got very stylized art, which you saw. I guess let's watch a little bit more, then I'll talk about it.
Simple yet fun system, which they do a great job of detailing over on the Kickstarter page. But really what you want to know is why I think you should back this. For me, I'm a fan of the Escape the Dark games. Like I said, I have both, and this is one that I'm more than happy to add to that collection because I know it'll see the table and see the table often. The Escape the Dark games are actually great games to play with people who don't usually play board games because they're incredibly social. There's a ton of chat and discussion between you and the other players as you all have to work together every step of the way in order to progress. Not only that, but they're incredibly simple to teach and they don't take long to play, partly due to the nature that they're pretty tough and you usually die more than you'll win. I think I've won an Escape the Dark Castle game maybe about a handful of times.
All right, so I need to play Escape the Dark Castle and Escape the Dark Sector, but they both appeal to me. The art style appeals to me, not the cover, but of the game. So this seems to me, actually, like this would be a game for me. Although I should play my others. I'm going to play one of those on the channel soon, but this sounds like it's only available to demo. It already kickstarted. That's what it sounds like they're saying. But this is a more serious campaign version of the other two games. The other two games are much more sort of one-off scenarios. Looks like it kickstarted quite a long time ago. Why I feel I'll have to cancel my pledge. Let's see this. Shipping costs, no gameplay footage. All right, well, I will probably pick this one up, although there's a lot of dice rolling in the game. This is a game that on the face of it looks like I will like, but we'll play the others. We'll play the others on the channel soon, and then we'll see if this is worth buying. Okay. Time for us to take a break, though. So we'll take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back and we'll continue our look through of the Board Game Geek preview for Gen Con 2023. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two, 3.5 hours in. Maybe we're halfway. Maybe we're at the halfway point. But we're having fun. If you like this kind of content, please consider giving the video a thumbs up, liking it, subscribing to the channel. If you don't like this kind of video and you're watching it to cringe watch, you've got a tough decision whether you should thumbs down or thumbs up, but I trust you to make the right decision there. All right, let's go back to our list here. Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game. Kind of looks like a little bit like that game where there was 1v many at the Friday, was it called? The last little bit of hidden movement. Let's see if that's true though. Leatherface chases the player throughout the map. If he catches a player, he takes them to the killing room. Once their player has 3 turns to attempt to escape. I believe Greg knows the company that developed this game. And that they may be a new to the board gaming scene. This might be a game that Rebecca would like. This one or the Funko one or both. So it doesn't look like we know much about this game at this point. No reviews, but you can get the rule book. Okay, well, if this was a game I would be interested in, I would look at the rule book. All right, we can get a little bit of a preview if we want.
This is Julie. I'm with Joe, and he's going to talk to us about Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game is obviously based off of the original 1974 movie. All right, we're very excited about this. This is just a prototype, of course. The core game it's a cooperative game, and you and your friends have run out of gas on the side of the highway. So you need to cross the highway, go through the brambles, try to find someone to help you to get 2 gas cans and your keys, and you get back to the van. Now, as you move, you uncover these different tokens. This is an action token. That's a good one. Every token that you uncover is going to go into this creepy flesh bag that you have to keep reaching your hand into, and it's a push your luck mechanism.
Okay, probably not for me, but only reviews will tell whether that's any good. Okay, Legendary. This is the cooperative deck building game that has different versions for James Bond and Has Trouble in Little China, etc., and Marvel. I don't love it. Some people really do. Matrix, I could take or leave, so this isn't going to be for me, but if you know you love Legendary, you want a different skin on it, there you go. $80, that's ridiculous. Okay, what is this crazy thing? Bro, this is when you go into the meeting and the designer says, I'm going to call this game Vrahod, the Calterian Ascension. And the editor says, do you really want to call it that? Or would you rather have people buy it? And then the author has to make a choice. Is it important that you stick with the name, or do you want people to actually buy your game? And this author decided, I'd rather stick with the name I like. So this is the unreasonable person. That doesn't mean it's not a great game, but it tells you a little bit about the personality of the designer. Proprietary 3D terrain system. Speaking as someone who's spending months now designing a phone book, a fake phone book for New York City, I know a little bit about the idea of an unreasonable designer who's not using logic to decide what to spend his time on or what battles to fight. This looks very much like it's not a finished game. So this is just going to be something to demo at Gencon. I wonder if there's any videos about it. No, just an interview with the designer. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to hear what this person has to think about it, say about it, but we're not going to be a long way off before being able to buy it or play it. The 4 horsemen, huh? Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. I don't need this Logitech thing staring at us. Epic cooperative. They're all epic. They're all amazing, these descriptions. Can't they tell them not to put those kind of adjectives in the descriptions? All right, what have we got here? Looks like mainly card-based. Different enemies. Don't love the art, but let's see if we can get some information about it. Designer diary, more information, rule book. Kickstarter in August. It's just art and theme, no sense of the gameplay, but the rulebook is here. Looks like a sort of homemade game, though, in terms of publisher. Don't know. Okay, Blob Party. So I want to look at this for a second. Blob Party, I saw some video about it, I think by Board Game Geek, by the Game Boy Geek guy. Yeah, there he is there, talking about it similar to Just One. And he actually really liked it. Let's take a look at his video. Since this video is turning into half of what we're doing here is you guys are getting to see different YouTube reviewers.
Miniature Market has thousands of board games at discount prices.
Let's have him describe it.
Yes, we are using cranium style sort of clay. Each player gets a piece of clay and their color that they want to be with an eyeball. Each are individually one blob. In Blob Party, it's up to 7 rounds long. You're trying to become one big blob by thinking together with words and categories. Let me show you how it works. Each round of category is flipped, like around the house. Then one player will secretly take 3 of these cards, flower, soft, and beach, for example, and they get to select which one they want, knowing that they want to try to match other people, so the thing they think is going to be the easiest to connect is probably the one they're going to think. Flower on the house, maybe they're thinking vase, maybe they're thinking, I don't know, smells, maybe they're thinking...
He's compared this to Just One, but it's a little bit also like Green Team Wins.
Like laundry or blankets
but it's
or something like that. Beach and around the house, maybe they're thinking, you know, shovel, maybe they're thinking whatever. So maybe they select flower, right? And it seems easy, right? The first thing that comes to my mind is vase, but you will be surprised at what other people think. Now, all players will secretly write their word. It doesn't have to be one word. It can be more than one word. And then once everyone's ready, everyone flips it up. And anything that is exactly correct or exactly matches or is even close, you know, if it means the same thing, they match. So for example, red said vase and the black color said vase and the light blue. So these 3 are cool. They're going to all become one blob from, you know, starting with the next round. This one said water and green said water. So those 2 are going to become one blob. This
so
one
they
said
merge.
Pot, you know, because you put a flower in a pot. This one said a succulent. Those are like, what happens? Those players put their clay together and they put their eyes together. So we have a team of 3, a team of 2, and these ones are all solo. We play up to 6 more rounds. The next player clockwise selects one of the 3 words and a new category comes out. Now, we're trying to, within those 7 rounds, have everyone be one blob. And so what happens is when it's time to make a word, these 2 players secretly write something down, and then they kind of show it to each other. And
they work together as a team. That's very clever.
Or they can go off to the side, you know, in the corner of a room and talk about it if they want to. But usually you can sit at
the
the table
hard to
and kind of show
do,
each
but
other
as a
secretly,
party game, it's a clever idea. The idea of dynamically forming teams is very appealing to me.
It might come to the point where it's like 2 big blobs, and this one becomes 1 big blob. It might be just like all these people come up with one answer, trying to hit this one. Maybe you have 1 or 2 rounds left, and it's the tension of trying to triangulate. And as you get closer and closer to becoming one blob, it gets harder and harder because you're trying to match one specific person, maybe. That's pretty much the game. If you do it within 7 rounds, you win. If not, you don't. Now, I'll just show you some of the other categories in the game, like sports, famous people,
so
TV.
The gimmick is appealing to me.
Like first impression video.
He talks about some bad stuff, but
you're not
he
always
likes
playing
it.
to what you think. is really clever. You're playing what you think the majority of people are going to say at the beginning, right? And so that's an interesting twist on this. It also gets hotter as you become a larger blob, because as you become one or two big blobs and one little like off the cuff things, the game does not scale well with lower player counts. This game is best with the 6 to 8 player count. With less players, same amount of rounds.
6 to 8 player where you can move around the room because you got to team up with different groups.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't.
But this is one of these games that
I review a lot of party games. This is definitely going to be on my short list for Party Game of the Year conversation.
So anything that's like a gimmick, a fun experience, even if you just have that experience once, is attractive to me. So this is kind of like probably a must-have, even though you might only play it once at one party, but a unique enough experience. The only thing I want to do before we move on from this, doesn't look amazing, but it looks unique enough. I wanted to see if I'm remembering right about the woman who designed this. Maybe not. I thought, let me just see. So there's a woman who has a little YouTube channel about, yeah, here.
It's here! Oh my god, it's here. My game from WizKids just arrived in the mail. I just got it from the post office. I'm so excited, and I'm gonna unbox it with you right now.
So this woman, I guess her name is Pam Walls. She has a
I've
YouTube
pitched my
channel.
games to many board game publishers over the years. In one speed pitch event, you could speak with sometimes 14 different publishers, one right after the other. In fact, this is exactly what I did last year at Origins, if you want to watch that video of me having a meltdown. After meeting with so many different publishers, I have noticed some trends of different things they...
So it's a small little YouTube channel, 1.29 subscribers, where she talks about game design, but it's like game design from a very beginner, amateur perspective. And, you know, she's got a couple of games that feel almost like bespoke little games. And this one has a chance at becoming really popular. I don't know, but interesting. It's nice to see her get some success this way. And seems like it might be a little bit of an inspirational channel if you're into board game design. The other one that has that same flavor is a channel called Adam in Wales, etc. So, okay, there's Blob Party. So we might want to buy that just to support Pam Walls and have her keep going, stick with it. Okay, so what have we got here now? Tebaru is a board game device. What is this thing? So yeah, this looks like these are games made for use. So Tebaru is a board game hardware device that licensed games like Zombicide, I think, and then they're making their own games. So it's smart miniatures. You put them and it knows where you've placed them on the board. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to invest in the hardware. It's not cheap. So this is not for me. This is another one of these things of categories. Like eventually we're going to get great digital board games device that can play all kinds of board games. I'm not sure we're ready for it yet. No text reviews. All right, well, let's just leave this one off as not applicable. But here's another Tebaru licensed game. If someone has any experience with it, I mean, well, we've now looked at 102. We've looked at all the 102 cooperative games. Why did we think it was 300? Oh no, I guess we said it was only 100, which was 25%. All right, so we've looked at all the cooperative board games in the Gen Con list. For those who don't know, more will be added in the next 10 days before Gen Con, but not too many more. So here's another Tableau style game. I mean, it looks interesting, but this gimmick of the smart board doesn't seem like it adds too much. Everyone's got their own phone, which might have private information. Boy, it's got to be a tough sell, huh? You design a board game, it can only be sold to people, to the tiny fraction of people who have this device, but they have to create this in order to sell the device. They're in a tricky situation. All right, so we've looked through all of our cooperative board games, and now we're going to go back to the base Gen Con preview list, and we're going to turn off our filter. And look at all of them. Let's just go down here and say to load all. And then we'll work our way through them. All right. Almost 4 hours to go through all of the cooperative games. That's 4 hours to go through 25% of them. That would mean we've got another 9 hours, 4 times 3, 12 hours. We've got another 12 hours. We're going to have to go through more quickly now. We don't have 12 more hours. We're going to have to go through them a little more quickly. We could be here for 12 hours. I mean, I could do it. If I had people that wanted to stay here with me, I would do it. But I think we're just going to go through them a little more quickly, as predicted. The swiping left, or however it goes, will be happening more rapidly now. Okay. We're going to pick up the pace a little as we go through. Let me know if you see a game you want to look into more. Guilds of Vitalius, looking for a publisher. Set collection, worker placement. This looks like looking for a publisher, huh? Yeah, that's 8-bit style type thing is not quite for me. Let's move along. Change My Mind. Looks like a party game. Players explode into ludicrous debates as they fight for the last word. Okay, sounds interesting. Change My Mind. That's a theme that works well for my group that likes yelling at each other. Bring to a zombie apocalypse. Which should you bring? You're drunk, where would you go? All right. Sneaking into theaters. What do you want to sneak in? All right, I don't love this. This is feels like it's not quite the style, but let's see what it is. Is there a new hook here, or is it just the same old apples to apples, try to guess? How good are you at debating? Use your voice to change the minds of players and have them second guess their rankings. All right, I want to see what the hook is here. What is the hook? All right, so...
That is Change My Mind.
I enjoyed that. That was fun. That was some good belly laughs.
Time to talk about thoughts on this game.
Yeah,
this will be cut down into a little review video.
Yeah,
thank you.
I think this is a fantastic party game.
Thank you.
This is I was honest. I'm impressed at how long it held our attention.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like, this is really solid.
3.5 hours.
We played it 3.5 hours.
It's been a long time since I've played a party game.
You should post it one more time in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody in the chat. You can go to changemymindthegame.com for all the information on it.
That's a great question.
I'm sorry.
Soccer over there said the game looks like it'd be fun. Is there going to be an online version for folks to play with their international friends?
Let's stop for a minute. What is this? What the hell are we watching here? This is one of these YouTube channels that are trying to make a build an audience for their show where they play it, but we're just watching the review excerpt about it. This is not what I want to watch, but it's the only video and it's just their review. Suspicious. And they're doing their little preview. Change My Mind is for those who have shock value humor. See, this is not my group, but this is my group. So, are the rules back here? Let's see. All about ranking the best and worst and persuading players. So you rank and then persuade, but it's the persuade part that seems key. And there's no explanation of the mechanics here. We're just going to get rid of this one because if they can't bother to explain what the hook and mechanic is, that's a problem. Okay. City of Umbrellas. Beautiful street art. This does not look appealing to me. No images? Yeah, there's the images. I mean, okay, we got more available spatial. This is a spatial abstract game, not for me. Okay, what about this? Create beautiful abstract paintings. Okay. Another weird abstract art. All of these games that I'm going to start rejecting, I'm not saying you should reject them. I'm just saying it doesn't appeal to me. All right, Donut Shop. This sounds like a game for Rebecca. Rebecca says Agueda is on our list. All right. Do you want me to take another look at Agueda? No, it doesn't look good to me. But maybe it is. But what about Donut Shop? That sounds like a Rebecca game. Maximize your display case. Box up donuts the fastest. Taking tones, placing donut tiles. We went on a donut crawl here. I still maintain that Dunkin' Donuts, chocolate eclair, or what's it called? Boston cream. That's the best donut ever made. All right, let's look at Ryan and Bethany. We haven't, well, no, let's go to Tantrum House since we know them. And they're also comparing color field. Okay.
Thanks for joining me for another Tantrum House crowdfunding conniption. Today I'll be looking at a few new games that are coming to Kickstarter soon from 25th Century Games. I want to let you know that as we jump in, our crowdfunding videos are sponsored in part by our own Kickstarter backers, as well as by the creators of these games.
I'm not a huge fan of Tantrum House. The vibe just isn't right. This large group of family where there's like 30 people doing the review. It's too much for me. Sometimes they have the reviews, there's like 10 of them up giving their opinion. It's too much.
I'm Sarah Meadows. Today we're talking about 3 games coming to the same crowdfunding campaign from 25th Century Games. We've got Donut Shop, Agueda, and Color Field.
Okay, all together.
Let's talk about Donut Shop. This is a 2 to 4 player tile laying game from designer Jeffrey Allers. In the game, players will be attempting to match donut tiles in order to score coins for each donut in the chain of the same type. And if they are able to box an order of donuts by playing all of the necessary order cards, they will score cash depending on the size of the order and may get bonuses for coffee or sprinkles. The game features some tasty looking art from illustrators James Churchill and Nick John Whittle, along with fun cardboard holders and even donut hats. At the end of your turn, you can either select a face-up donut tile and a face-down order card, or vice versa. Ends when one of them. It's an abstract strategy puzzle game, and it's for 2 to 4 players.
Those are not for me. Okay, so this group and company's not for me. Moving along here. Fika, Swedish coffee culture, tete-a-tete. Rebecca says this is on our list as well. Let's see. Okay, well, this one looks a little bit better. 2 phases. Determine the primary and secondary suit colors, then you start playing your cards. Everyone plays 1 card simultaneously. Reveal your cards. Place cards into your cafe, respecting the order of initiative. Choose scoring effects. Review your cafe from left to right. Which objectives have been fulfilled? Solo and dual. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, well, the art is beautiful. Although it reminds me a little bit about that garden bow, which I didn't like. But this looks a little cleaner. I like the art here. I like the pieces, the tokens. It's only 2-player? 20 minutes? Really? 2-player game. Straightforward rules, quick pace, 20 minutes. Huh. Placement. Well, I don't love the placement games, spatial games, but I do like 2-player. Oh, Beth Sobel, I see. Okay. All right. That looks interesting. Okay, Rebecca's yelling at me that it doesn't look like Garten Bow. It's got the same color palette as Garten Bow, is what it got. That's what it's got. That's how I'll defend myself. Okay, Fika looks interesting. 2-player. It's not the sweet spot of my 2-player competitive games are nice, small, portable card games. So it's not that, but it looks okay. Okay, junk drawer, organized, messy junk drawer. That doesn't sound appealing, but let's see what it is. Is it going to be polyominoes? Yep. Okay, so you're trying to organize your polyominoes. 1 to 4 players. Probably not. Probably not. All right, what's this? Mutton Bustin'. Gencon edition, really? No. Prehistory's evolution. Expansion for prehistories. I'm not sure I know what prehistories is. No, I don't know the base game, so I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, Ra. Ra is from 1999, a Reiner Knizia game, famous auction game I've played. It's okay, it's deep, it's serious. The deluxe version is beautiful, but it's not a new game. It's not worth messing with. Okay, now what is Space Explorers? That seems like we should know what this game is. Let me look at the base game here. Space Explorers. Huh. Okay. Let's take a look at this expansion. Seven separate modules. You add them to the game in any combination. 3 modules at a time. Solo rulebook. Okay, here's a YouTube channel I never heard about. Don't know anything about. Let's see how they do.
With previews. I'm Will, and with me is the one who takes small steps but large leaps for mankind,
Sarah.
And today we're doing a preview of Space Explorers Age of Ambition. Sarah, tell us a bit about this game.
All right.
Expansion.
This expansion. So the space race is over, and it's time for the golden age of astronautics.
Module 1, Module 2. It's all modules.
You do get
specific division. So you're going to have to pay for them
giving
fully.
us a very good
pay the
look
full
at
cost
it,
every single time. And
all right, back we go. Let's find someone who's going to show us what it looks like. Here's Grant, the stand-up comic who does board game reviews now. He's a little too over the top for me. Let's see if he shows what it looks like.
And in the game, you are recruiting specialists, and then based on certain icons, it will build an engine so that you single product.
That's it. He's just talking about a whole bunch of different games. All right. It doesn't look like we're going to get to learn much about this game. Okay. We don't know the base game, so the expansion doesn't help us. Let's move along. Splitto. Cooperate to score points. Only the one who scores the most wins. Okay. I'm a sucker for cooperation that turns bad. Let's see. 3 to 8. I like it. Drafting. At each turn, put a card between you and your neighbor on the left or on the right. Help each other complete the objectives, but be the smartest to be the only one to win. 13 cards. At the end of 13 round, each player checks the objective in each zone, the 2 common objectives. The score of each player is calculated by multiplying the points obtained in the area on their left by the area on their right. So you've got to get them both high up. Okay, well, I'm a fan of these kinds of games. Let's see what Game Boy Geek says about them.
Head over to miniaturemarket.com where they have thousands of board games at discounted prices like Split, numbers 1 through 6, and there are 6 different suits. There's also objective cards that you're going to be trying to get done, like having no cards with a value of 2, or having a majority of 5s, more than everyone else, or having exactly 3 different colors. And if you do, you'll get this many points, like 4, 3, or 1 by the diamonds. This is a semi-cooperative game. You start with 13 cards. These are the backs, these are the fronts. You're going to select a card from here and secretly place it in front of you. Now, you're either going to place it in between yourself and the person to your left, or between yourself and the person to your right. So it's going to be a space in between each of your opponents that are next to you. You put it face down, you clearly mark whether it's going to go next to the person to your right or next to the person on your left. Once everyone's done that, you flip it up. Then all the rest of the cards that you have in your hand, you pass to the left. So you're going to be getting cards, and you keep doing this. You start with 13 cards, the game's over when you've played 13 cards. That's how you play. It's that simple. Then at the end of the game, you're going to be scoring points from the spot that's in between you and your left player and the spot between you and your right player that you've been playing cards to, but so has that player that's been on that side because, you know, you're both working on that pile. So this is the pile to my left, which means the person to my left was also adding cards to here. And again, cards could be values and colors or objective cards. And so at the end, you're simply going to see which objective cards you've fulfilled. Like this one says, exactly 2 cards of the value of 5. I did not do this one because I have 3, so I simply just turn it over. This one, strictly majority of 5. Let's say I have 3 5s and no one else has 3 or more. I would keep this up. That's going to be worth 3 points because of 3 diamonds. A strict majority of purple. Ooh, I did not get
So you're never trying to sabotage the person to the left or the right. It's just you're trying to get them both balanced.
Not do that either. And then here, at least 5 different colors and 5 side, in this case, say 7, and you multiply them. So here, I would have 42 points. The one with the most points is the winner, but there is one more twist. At the beginning of the game, there's 2 objectives, common objectives. There's going to be 1 star and 1 moon, sort of beginner ones. At the end of the game, you're also going to look at these. If you have a strict majority of 2s, you would get this. However, if more than one sort of group of cards has a majority of 2, nope.
Okay, that's fine.
Highest is the winner. You can also see me opening up packages and getting content earlier than everyone else. And now you can see what you're missing with a free 7-day trial. So I bought a copy there, and I gotta tell you, I played a lot of games at Origins. This was the hit of the con for pretty much everyone I played it with. In fact, everyone I played it with, as soon as we were done playing it, went back to the hall and bought a copy, and I'm pretty sure they sold out. This is gonna be a hit, folks. So get your seatbelts on, let me tell you why. This essentially is mass market between 2 cities. So between 2 cities.
I wasn't a huge fan of Between Two Cities, but I like the idea of teaming. I like the idea of teaming up with the players on your left and right, and the sort of fun yelling at each other that happens with that. Yeah, that's interesting. Absolutely. It's a little small game that you can play with a large group. And the idea of forming teams is always fun. So, okay. Charcuterie. Drafting. Score points. Coming to Kickstarter 6 months ago. No videos. No images. A little bit of images. Look at how it looks. That's pretty cool looking. But I'm not sure it's a game. All right, we don't know enough about it to talk about this. Mission Control we looked at. That was a cooperative game. Stuff of Legend we looked at. Agree to Disagree we looked at. Defenders of Dictionaries we looked at. For Humors. I've seen some reviews of this. I saw Alex at Board Game Co. did a review. It looked a little convoluted to me. So we're going to skip looking at this. This is a pass for me. Okay, Number Drop. Dice rolling, retro gaming, looks like Tetris. So this is not going to be for me, but let's take a look at it. Is it a roll and write? What is it? Looks like a Tetris math roll and write. Don't want it. Okay, Shake Your City. Shake out patterns of cubes. This looks like one of these gimmick things. You shake the box. Okay, not for me. Smash Up. This is one of these series that goes on forever. Don't care about it. How Dare You? This looks terrible, but super flexible party games where you guess the numbers without going too high. Okay, 2 to 10. Let's see what they've come up with. I mean, that's weird looking art, but let's see. Party game you can play anywhere. Guess the number, don't go too high. Duration of a year in Pluto, in Earth years. So what, it's just a trivia game, but you're not trying not to guess too high? Doesn't really seem like a game. Okay, let's just skip that. Amun-Ra. 20th anniversary. I'm not sure I know the original. 20th anniversary. Really? Pyramids on the Nile. With expansions. Let's just take a quick look at it.
3 and this edition just came out, and we just took delivery on it probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 days ago, right? And it is a Kickstarter edition, and I always tell you guys, stay off the Kickstarter. And I'm still telling you that. But
you don't know
we
what
backed
this channel is.
It was already made on the boats, and so we said, what the heck? Let's go ahead and get it. And we did that in April. Didn't somebody at Alacat read the only thing driving you to do that is the scheme cards at the end of the game, which are end game goal cards. So if you're trying to get locations that are satisfying an end game goal card, that's why you're going to do that. I mean, if you wanted some of these locations because of what was printed on the board, that could be the case also. But we didn't find that to be very pressurized as far as bidding. And we ended up making a house rule already that you have to bid at least one when you're bidding on these locations.
Okay, he's already putting house rules on it.
3 to 5 players, it's going to be incredible.
Yep.
If you played a
20-year-old game, you're putting house rules. That's interesting. Okay, well, I mean, I like this theme. I'm trying to think of what's the game. I don't know if there's anyone in the channel. What's the game where you're shipping blocks on boats and you're building pyramids, building an obelisk? There's different goals. 2-player. I guess they made a 2-player only version of it too. A smaller version and a bigger version. Oh, Board Game Ramblings. I like them. Let's listen to them.
Hello everyone, this is Senova.
And this is Johannes.
And we are watching Board Gaming Ramblings.
That's true, and today we are
Imhotep, yes. Imhotep was the game I was thinking of. I like Imhotep quite a bit. I like both the small, the two-player short version and the big version. I think I like the two-player mini version better of Imhotep.
20th anniversary.
It's been around for a long time.
As long as the pyramids has been around, there's always been an Amun-Re by Rana Knizia. This is a 20.
Oh, it's a Knizia game again.
Get these different areas.
Let's see what they think about it, though. I like these two.
Areas, I'm going to call it areas. And you want to basically win them, and then you want to place pyramids in there. There's different reasons for winning different areas. Some of them have different bonuses, and also you have victory point cards. You're trying to win specific areas that you then will score for by the end of the round. You're going to do like 3 auctions and 3 rounds where you buy stuff, build up your workers, your farmers, which is the same thing, and pyramids, get some special cards, and you're going to do that 3 times, and you're going to score. And
let's hear what they think about it.
Like,
I wouldn't mind timestamps here, guys.
I agree.
Because many of these games where you add a dummy player or you add that, many of them don't make it flow so well, make it like clunkier or stuff like that. Many are really good as well. But this really felt like, oh, we're just playing the same game, but we're just adding that second piece. And that was a really clever way of making a 2-player variant and making it work.
2-player variant.
There are going to be rules for this expansion playing it. I think you can play 3 players with the same variant.
Oh.
And I think you will get the different expansion or go and buy something in the store. Do whatever you want. And that is the end of the video. If you are still
okay, well, it was hard to get a feel for what they thought of it.
Click the subscribe button. It's fun and it's free.
I guess there's some channels that are hard to get a quick summary of. All right, but it's a Knizia game. I might have to look into that a little more. The Knizia type games, they're a little brain burnery, so I'll play them someone else's copy and enjoy it, but it's rare that I want to play it and keep playing it. And Knizia likes these auction games that I'm always in search of an auction game that'll do it for me, but I have a little bit too much regret for the auction games. Like, I don't like paying too much for things. So when I finish an auction game, whether I win or lose, it's too stressful for me. Okay, Arborea, what's this? Oh, that's too busy for me. No, that's a hard pass. Magic Rabbit, we looked at that. Rome in a Day, huh? This is gonna not be for me. It's too bad I can't. It seems like there should be a way to describe like why. Why is that a pass for me? I'm not exactly sure. Starfighters. This looks like it's going to be another pass. These are these little small, for a small little game, it really has to be elegant and good for me. Otherwise, it's just doesn't feel like I'll play any of these games once, but what is this? It almost looks like those ships look like Zia, Legends of Drift ships. This looks like you're just going head to head fighting someone. 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. This is real-time phase. Okay, no, that's not for me. Okay, Unfold, we looked at that. Big Top, huh? Auction Turn Order. Trying to build attractions. Take a little look at it. Okay, hidden stuff behind shields. I tend to not like those kinds of games. Okay, let's look and see what Dice Tower thinks.
Big Top setup. This is a closed economy auction game. Every player is going to start with a
closed economy
shield
auction.
here that's going to give them some information about the game. They're going to start with $22 in coins behind their shield. There will be a bank with a supply of 22 coins, and everyone's going to have a starting ringmaster in front of them
All
as
right,
well.
this is going to be a pass for
With
me.
a caveat, and it
Mark
is for
Steed,
those
and
people who
I
really
forget
do
what
like
his name
auction
is.
games and want something that feels different than other auction games. I will not argue that it does drag a bit. I mean, I think that it goes a little bit longer.
That's 3 strikes against it. Okay, what is Chomp? One to 4 players, form herds, feed your guys, individual rows of tiles. Okay, let's take a look at what this person says. She looks like she has a bunch of videos, but I don't know
Hey
her
friends,
content.
it is Jenna, what is up, and welcome back to the Board Game Garden. Today I'm going to be doing a sponsored preview for a little game called Chomp. This is published by Allplay, which is formerly known as Profini Games.
Both need food sources, or else herbivores might end up getting chomped. Players will do this by playing out tiles with 3 different sizes of both carnivores and herbivores. Food source.
No, not for me. Okay. Couture. Here we go. Looks like we got a Japanese game here. 3 to 6 players. Win cards through auctions. Drafting. Can we get some images of it? Okay, so only one video by someone we don't know. Salt and Sass Games.
Welcome to the runways of Tokyo, New York, and
Okay, well this person
As
is
model, it's time
a
to take on those
known
runways in
board
the game
game commenter, YouTuber. I've seen her
Auctions in
on
New York, Paris,
channels.
and Tokyo. At the end of the 7th round, players score their cards and magazine cover awards. The model with the highest score wins. Couture is designed by Yosuke Sato, is published by Allplay, and plays 3 to 6 players in about 20 minutes. Couture is currently on Kickstarter, and the campaign ends on March 2nd. Please note that all
campaign's
art and
already
components
ended.
are not final and are subject to change.
See if we can get a
Travel.
better feel. There is a famous the Couture
the city
theme
from
has
where you
made
would
its
like to
way
keep
into a couple of board games.
Model. After players have chosen how to arrange their cards, players can reveal their cards in the order they had arranged them. Starting with New York, determine which player had the highest bid. That player chooses one of the cards from that column. Continue doing this with the highest bid and so forth until all cards in that city have been
More
collected.
bidding. You
This
gotta
is
have a special game to get me to play an auction game. Okay, what about this? Fiction. Wordle-inspired game of deception. One person is the librarian. Choose a secret word. Other players as a team use logic and literacy to deduce the secret word. Players have 10 guesses and 2 10-minute time periods. The librarian's clues always contain exactly one lie. Yes, I remember this. So you're playing sort of Wordle mastermind word guessing, except the person you're trying to, who's got the word, can lie once. Wow, look at this though. What are these cards all about? That's the part I'm not sure. Oh, I think that's it. Like it's a word on one of those cards. Looks a little convoluted instead of elegant, but I wouldn't mind reading a real review about it. All right, let's take a look.
Librarian, and everyone else is going to be trying to guess a word from that person. Now, you don't have to think up a word. There's a bunch of cards here from classic books. Like here's Little Women, with a passage here. And you'll notice that there's a bunch of words here that are highlighted in
Chris
yellow
Yee is
and
the
red.
is the
So
is
in
the
the
guy
base
who's
game,
the
you would
other
just use
reviewer
yellow
here.
because
I'm being reminded
red words
from the
have
channel,
a
Chris
repeating
Yee.
letter
That's
in
right.
them. A yellow word does not have any repeating. And there's just some minor rule changes, but it is trickier to guess a word when it might have 2 letters in it. But maybe we'll pick this one here, so we'll use the word pinch. All right, so that person is going to write the word up here, pinch. Now, everyone else is going to have 10 guesses or 20 minutes to guess what this word is. You can use the box lid here. We use both of them to kind of keep it hidden from everybody else. Now, all the other players are going to have 5 of these boards for round 1 and a 10-minute timer that's going to be going off. And they're going to guess a word. So maybe the word that they will guess here will be horse. All right, so they're going to then guess that. Now, as soon as you guess a word, the timer will be paused, and that word is given to the librarian. The librarian is going to write that word here. So, horse. And then they're going to check each letter with the word above. So there's an H there. That's a correct letter, but in the wrong spot. So we put one of these
same exact
lines
normal
here,
rules, except
and
for
then
the
we just
gimmick.
But you're going to give everyone different clues. So maybe I'll say the H is there. There's no O, there's no R, but there's definitely an S. The librarian must lie about one of the clues. So these are the clues that they're giving to everybody. You're going to put these tokens here. So H. So you're getting this word back to everybody else. The timer will start up again. And they now are looking at this. So they see that the O, R, and the E are not in the word. They're saying the S is in the word, and it's in that spot. The H is in the word, but it's in the wrong spot. Everyone knows that the librarian has lied about a clue. They must lie about a clue. That clue could be any lie.
like
They could have
that
said there's no
gimmick.
H. They could
I
have
like
said
the
that
gimmick.
there's
There's one
no
thing
O, but
that's
they could
wrong. I
have said
mean, I
it's in the
like as a
wrong-
constraint
it's the right letter, but in the
satisfaction
wrong
the idea
spot.
that you've got these
Now,
clues,
3 times
but
a
one
game,
is wrong.
each player can ask, as a group, you can say, we want to know about this R. Is it fact or fiction? And then the librarian has to tell you that is a true statement. There is no R in the world, which would be great because everyone has this thing here. We can say there's no R. This is where you're trying to guess the O.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what they think.
Probably aren't going to love the game.
I think this will not change your mind. Yeah, it is very. I mean, I'd say it's not only inspired by, it is very, very similar to it. It does have a nice twist to it, you know, with the lying and such, but it is 85% Wordle.
Yeah, I agree with
85%
that.
Wordle. Okay,
I
here
think
we
it's
go.
70% Wordle, and
Oh, he liked it.
especially if you're playing with 3 or more people, I would play.
Okay, the reason this is a pass for me is I don't want a word game like that to be competitive. I like cooperating with those kinds of games. So I like the idea, I like the hook, but not for a competitive game. And I don't know, trying to play teams with those deduction things seems too stressful. Okay. Moving along, mind space. Emotion cards, emotions on the brain. Okay, there's nothing here. Someone's asking, what's the difference between the original? Re-implements 4.5 to Tommy Matt Galaxy. Okay, that's craziness. We don't know anything about that. Pollen. Really? Reiner Kinesia again? Okay, what have we got here? I can't say that appeals to me. It's too abstract for me. Okay, roll to the top. This looks like a game. What was that game? Katamari, where you video game, where you roll and eat up things. Maybe that's not what this is. Beautifully illustrated roll and write. A young woman going on a once-in-a-lifetime journey. I see. I don't know. It doesn't really appeal to me. sale. We looked at that. Bonanza Dahlias. What is that? So same company that makes Bonanza. So it's obviously related to Bonanza, which Uwe Rosenberg, and it's a game that Rebecca and her group just discovered and like quite a bit. That's the cards facing, no, cards have to stay in an order and you're trying to bid out and make deals with people. Okay, so let's see. Special edition of Bonanza for 3 to 5 players, same gameplay. So it's basically Bonanza, a game worth trying. Okay, Linko, which is a famous game, which I don't know, but this is some new version of it. Let's just skip that. Pick a Pepper. What's this about? Collect chili peppers, huh? First released as South Sharf. Start with 8 to 10 cards. Display is filled with cards. Collect chilies, placing on a personal ingredient stack. You bring them in hand. A new display with sauce tasks. Now you can decide whether they want to collect more ingredients or use their chili card combinations. This sounds interesting. Are we going to be able to see how it really plays?
Oh my goodness! This is so hot! Bah!
So this is the original game before it got
create this kind
rethemed.
of, but you can play at different rates. So if someone is playing really high sets, like 2 cards or 3 cards every trick, they are going to be sitting out longer than someone who just plays singles, right? Oh, right. Yeah, because it ends when everyone's out of cards. Exactly, yeah. So if in that trick example, if that person who played 2 6s, they were out of cards, and it was just you and me would keep playing until both of us are out of cards. I see, so we would just be drafting the 2 of us. Yeah.
Any text reviews? German review and rules. All right. Well, I'm a little intrigued. Chaos Cove, Martin Wallace. This does not look good. No information about it, though. Okay. I need the air conditioning on here. And Tina says, I like the small box games from Amigo, like this Pick a Pepper. Yeah, if it's a small box, if it's a nice, simple, fun, sort of get your mind thinking for a bit game, I'm up for those. The Fox and the Forest is a totally unrelated games to Fox and the Forest, but Ivan purchased 3 Ivan titles for a discounted price. What are these? These do not look like they're for me. Fighting game with deck building game. Your deck is your character. Huh. No real information here. Anyone know anything about these games? Build wind farms. This does not bode well. Let's see. Actually, okay, this looks different than what I expected. This looks more serious. Okay, look at this. It's got a spatial layout. This looks like a fairly serious game. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, let's look at what Thinker Themer think about it.
You can see that there are essentially worker placement spots where you can place your bulldozer to be facing a type of building that you can put there. There are 2 types of buildings or types of infrastructure that you're going to be trying to build. The first is the electrical towers. The electrical towers are going to come from your player board. You start with 1, but they're going to come from your player board, and what they enable you to do is connect your network of electricity that you're generating in order to get it to the different regions with their contracts.
Yeah, this
so
looks
there
like
are
a pretty
different types
serious
of industry
Euro.
that are laid out in contract form across the board, but in order to fulfill them, there needs to be So if you haven't figured it out already, this game is extremely punishing. It's a fairly heavy game to get into, as you can imagine, just looking at the board. It does feel like a heavy game.
Yes.
But also the puzzle itself is a...
This is one of these games that I would play with my old board game store game group if someone brought it, but I'm not going to be playing that often. Okay, House of Cats. We got a cat game for Rebecca here. Let's take a look at what we've got. Okay, roll and write. Puzzly cats. Fill your house with cats, mice, and dice. Form rooms. Unique levels. Okay, let's see what Rebecca says. Demo only. I wish House of Cats was going to be for sale. Okay, we've got rules, but nothing else. All right. Revive, an expansion for Revive. I don't think I know Revive. Looks strange, but I don't know the base game, so we're going to skip the expansion. Chicana Builders. Okay, tile lazing. Wait, I can see we've got problems. My brain's shutting down. I'm not pronouncing words properly anymore. All right, it's okay. We can make it. Where's my coffee? Tile laying game, huh? Okay. Roll and write. Oh, so it was a roll and write. Now they've made a full game of it. Doesn't look like there are any reviews, though. We love Trails of Tucana. Played a lot. A little bit too abstract for me. Planetfall, huh? What is this? I tend to not like games where there's a million cards in the center that you've got to figure out what they all say. Certain games are not good for people who don't like wearing their glasses. 7 rounds, new planet is explored. Each player conducts 2 explorations on each planet. No information about it. Okay, looks like maybe this is an IP-based thing. Okay, Call of Duty, the board game, this has gotten some real attention based on being based on a famous IP. And actually, it looks a little interesting. I mean, it looks like it's got this. So I watched a playthrough on, of all places, I believe Sam Healy's new channel, playing it at a convention. It's a very small board of nodes, head-to-head, fighting someone using weapons. It looked a little convoluted, so probably not for me. A little too intense head-to-head. So you can see it's 1v1 or 2v2. Okay, Dubious, this game has been out for a while. Why is this here? Wait a second, this is Dave Neal's game. Okay, well, on this channel, we have a huge amount of respect for Dave Neal, who did the Baker Street Irregular Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game. And he released, this was out last year at Gencon, but maybe not for purchase. I can't remember if it was for purchase. But it's a deduction game where you're trying to guess what other players are based on various things, like maybe a little bit of Mystery of the Abbey type thing. Creative party game with deduction, huh? All right, let's look at Game Boy Geek likes party games. Let's see what he has to say, because Dave Neal I have huge amounts of respect for. I was a little dubious about this
videos.
game. Dubious.
So
Let's
maybe
see.
you are an animal trainer that posts cute videos. These you'll discard face down, but you'll know that no one else is going to be the electrician and no one else is going to have hallucinations. Now this is important because everyone gets one of these player aids. This actually gets sort of clipped to a shield that will keep things secret from other players. And this shows you all the different occupations. This is the modern deck. I'll show you some of the other ones in a little bit. The game has a lot of replayability in it. So here, I am the animal trainer, and again, I have I'm doing the cute videos, okay? And it tells you the number 6. So we are trying to figure out what occupation and secrets all the other players have. We're also trying to get as many people as possible to guess ours, but you don't want them all to guess. Because you're going to get a point for every person that guesses that you're the animal trainer. You're also going to get a point for every person that guesses that you post cute videos. However, if everybody says you're an animal trainer and or everyone says you're cute videos, for each of these sections, you'd get 0 points. So you want almost, the best case scenario is to have everyone else except one person guess your occupation. Everybody in
okay,
character.
you're keeping track of
Everybody else
information here.
You're going to have the names of
This
all
is
the
a
other
little.
players
These
here,
games don't
and again,
really
you're trying
work
to
for
guess
me.
their
There's
character
too
and their
hard to
secrets.
get a
So
group
as
that's
other
all
players are
so
saying what
focused on
they-
this.
be
It
something like,
really requires a group
Would
to
you
have
like one big
focus. Look at this.
encapsulation?
Look at the
They
notes
read all
they're
5 right
taking
in a
during
row.
a game.
You're making your last notes on people. You're trying to tell out, figure out on your notes what numbers they might be, and then you're finally guessing what they are for their character and their secret. If you get it right, you'll color this in. Then when other people guess yours, you're gonna be getting a certain amount of points. If no one guesses it, you get 0. If everyone guesses it, you get 0. Otherwise, you get it. So like here, I got 3 people to guess me here. I got 3 people to guess me here. Maybe they're a paramedic. You don't know, but you're
So a little
actually
bit of
an animal trainer. Sometimes
spyfall, making it into a
giving them
much
stuff.
more
Again, you wanna start
specific
a little bit
game. You
vague,
ask
and then
questions
slowly get
based on
people
their
to kinda get
answer.
who
You
you are, but
figure
you
it
wanna give
out.
it away all the way.
It
Once
sounds
everyone's
very
done that,
clever.
they've read it
Dave
off,
Neal
read your
knows what
notes,
he's
you'll go to the
doing.
Next question. Next one might be something like, "What do you have with you?" Then everyone
And
does
it's
the same
using
thing.
the
Next
idea
question
you
about parents.
want
What footwear
some
do you
people to
have
figure
on?
you
What
out,
is your
not
favorite
everyone.
game? And this one is
It seems very clever, which is no surprise for Dave Neal, but it's a little hard to see getting this to the table. Okay, and then we've got a little abstract card game. Cards in front of you to get cards from the middle. I do like these simple, elegant card games. This one looks
What
like...
I think of it. To set up the game, we are going to shuffle up the deck, deal each player a hand. In this case, we're playing with 4 players, so everybody gets 6 cards. Then we are going to reveal 4 cards on the table and set the deck aside. You are ready to begin. On your turn, you must play a card to your play area. You'll collect that card. And so, for instance, this player perhaps would play this 9 here to their play area. After you play one, you must check the cards in the center. And if there are any matching cards, you will collect all of them. And that is the number that you're looking for a match for. So if there are any 9s, and indeed there are, you would take them all. If there are multiple 9s, by the way, again, they have to take them all. And then we will replenish the line back up to 4, and the next player will go. If when you play a card, there are none of those out there of that number, so the first thing we'll check is, are there any 7s? No. Then you'll check neighboring numbers, the 6 and the 8. And the cards do remind you of that right here. There's a 5 and a 7 right there below the 6. Then you'll check that. Are there any 6s? Are there any 8s? If there are, you must take 1 of each. And so this player will get this 6, and there are no 8s, so they are done. And then the final option, of course, is if you play a card and there are no matching numbers, 6 over here, there's no 6s and there are no 5s and no 7s, then you merely collect the card. Wrap your head around the order of things. Play a card, goes. There's certainly a lot of luck in this game. But I find...
Okay, don't need it then. All right, we need to take another break. I can see how far down the list we are. A little bit troublesome, but another hour or 2 we should be done. All right, I will see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're 5 hours into our Board Game Geek Gen Con 2023 game preview walkthrough. I've got a new cup of tea. I had some yogurt. We're ready to go. We could go for another 5 hours. But we won't. We won't go for 5 hours, but we could go for another couple hours. Okay, but we do have to be more ruthless. Neotopia In World Wonders, okay. Competitive fast-paced tile placement pattern building game. Those are hard no's for me. And it looks like here's another similar one. They look the same. Let's just take a quick look at what this is about. Yeah, I don't like these cutesy little tile laying games. World Wonders, huh? More polyominoes. Nope, not for me. Cangacieros. Cangacieros. Your gang needs to survive hostile territories while being hunted by volantes. What is this? Is this Mexican? What is this? Looks strange. What is the background here? Brazil in the 1800s. Strategic competitive game. Each player plays a gang that tries to survive in hostile desert territories. The state police that are trying to kill them. 7-card deck. I mean, no, not for me. Ensemble, we looked at that. No information available. Quartermaster General. This is a game that's been going on for a while, but I don't know it. This is going to be, though, I guess, area control. Not for me. Okay, but what's this? The Rich and the Good. Interesting. Michael Menzel is the artist on this game. It's an investing game. This is surely this is surely not a modern game here. Is this a reprint? Stockbrokers during the Second Industrial Revolution. Each player knows a little about what's about to happen in the markets. Interesting. 2008, so it's an old game getting a reprint. Okay, let's take a look at what this fellow has to say. I forget. He's got lots of videos on YouTube. I forget his name. British.
This is not really your genre, is it? Well, you're correct. It's not. I don't typically go for stock market economic games. I'm an accountant. Last thing I want to do is work. But I do like stock market games when they're light and simple and don't get too drawn up in dividends and all the like. So Stockpile I really enjoy. Airlines Europe I really enjoy. So it's not that, you know, what's another? Whistle Stop. I like all three of them and they involve shares in some respect. It's just when you start getting to the really heavy stuff where it's all bloated and drawn out and it literally does feel like I'm doing a job, then I start disliking it. But this is another one that I was tempted by, mainly because this is a reprint of an older game. And certainly I'm not necessarily cold to the old, but I'm definitely leaning more towards some of these. These are positioned on the track and they show the prices. So you buy, and the premise of the game is basically have the most money at the end. So you obviously want to buy low, sell high. These prices will go up and down during the game and you're obviously trying to make a profit. That's the gist of what you're doing. But there's a couple of twists here. Firstly, you have these cards that you will select from. So after you've decided which shares you want to buy and sell, you then have to decide which cards from a display in front of you, well, I say in front of you, in between you and your like neighbors, basically, which cards you want to pull in order to adjust the stock market. So these cards range from +246 to -246, and they come in the different commodities. So you might decide, right, well, out. Haben Gut is a really cool stock market game. I mean, it is super simple, easy to play, easy to teach, quick to play, quick to learn. You know, the components, you know, other than little niggles like paper money.
I mean, it doesn't look hard. It doesn't look horrible, but it doesn't look good enough to be that game for me. War of the Ring, that's the co-op version of the competitive version. Expansion, DEFCON 1, asymmetrical game about the Cold War. Okay, this sounds interesting. 2 to 5 players. Ooh, this looks rough. Different gameplay for a number of players. Frontal Shock, Death Circle. Interesting. The pitch in English. Okay, let's hear the pitch.
Hello everyone, welcome
Oh,
to
look at
this
this.
short video presentation of DEFCON 1, a board game published by Gencon Games via a Kickstarter campaign that will start very soon, the 1st of February. This is a completely asymmetrical Cold War conquest strategy game. 5 blocks are playable. First of all, 3 major blocks. Atlantic Alliance, composed of the United States,
Okay,
Canada,
so this is a heavy asymmetric experience game like Twilight Imperium or what's the other Peterson game I'm thinking of? But this is one of these things that would be very cool if you had a good group that was really into having a serious experience where everyone went off and spent a day learning the rules for themselves. That would be a very fun experience. But I don't have those groups anymore. Okay, Star Wars Shatterpoint. Let's see. Is this the Star Realms reskinning or is this something else? No, this looks like something else completely. Strike Team Miniatures game. Okay, this is not for me. Forges of Ravenshire. This is a spin-off of another game. This looks a little bit like Ever. Oh, no, let's see what this is. Maybe this video has best chance at seeing what it is.
Hey everyone, this is James the Booth, and we went into the forest with too many shrooms. We don't know exactly, but they're gone. So now we got to choose a new Forge Master for the town. So we're going to play over a year or 4 rounds where we're going to see who can make the most gold. Most gold wins, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to take your dice, you're going to roll them at the beginning of the round. Everyone rolls them. Then, when it's your turn, you're going to take 1 die and you're going to place them to the board. All right,
this looks very similar to the game that Rebecca has. What was the game, Rebecca?
Take a different die.
That we had dice placement in the world of animals. What game is that? Was that Everdell? Dice placement with the animals? Pretty fun. This one looks a little too much. Someone try to think, what's the game? What's the game dice placement with animals? You've got objectives, you got resources. What is this mess? Meeple placing game, Life of Amazonia. 1 minute overview. That's what we need for this. That's what we need for these reviews. The 1 minute overviews.
Let's talk about Life of the Amazonia. This is a bag building and tile placement game in which you are trying to create the most ecologically rich rainforest by placing animals so that they synergize with each other and with aquatic flowers and trees so that you can score the most environmental points in order to win this game. You are going to draw 5 resource tokens from
Look
your
at
bag
those
and then take as
beautiful
many
little
actions
animal
as you are
meeples.
able
So
to.
many of
The
them are.
resources in this
Reminds me
game
of
are
endangered.
money, leaves, water, and berries. You can upgrade your resource tokens by purchasing higher level tokens. Any tokens you purchase must go in your discard boat until it is time to refill your bag. You can purchase a new terrain tile by paying the cost and going up this
This has got a little bit of a Cascadia vibe to it. I wonder if Rebecca would be interested in this one.
Going up their tracks. You can add an animal to your forest by paying the cost indicated on the cards, and animals must be placed according to their own specific requirements. You can purchase a nature
This is
card, which will give
intriguing.
you a one-time bonus or an end-of-game scoring ability. You can expand your storage so that you're able to store more resource
Matt
tokens
has
that you did
joined
not
us.
use in this round for the next round, or you can purchase a bonus. Bonuses do include these special terrain tiles that you can place, you can refresh these nature cards, or you can even move around life that you have already placed into your forest. After you've taken as many actions as you are able
Rebecca
to,
says, I wouldn't play Amazonia, but I'd play it. Wouldn't buy it,
until
but
the
I'd play
game
it.
end is triggered by 5 of these animal cards being depleted. And then you will go to scoring. You will score for any animals that you were able to place for your own unique animal.
I mean, that's how I feel about most games, for sure. But this, I would have thought this one would be higher on your list. Okay, so Amazonia, I'm going to put that as interested, but I wouldn't buy that either. But what's the game that I'm thinking of now that Rebecca is for sure here? What is the game that was the animal worker placement, dice placement game? Okay, Castles of Mad King, Ludwig. This should not be on this list. I don't know how it got on. Maglev Metro, I don't know. Expansion, so we can skip that. You can, by the way, you could filter by expansions. Okay, Bezier Games Scram, 3 to 6 players. Little party type game. Let's see what this is about. Not very promising. Scram review, kind of not much and yet weirdly fun. Okay, let's see what Alex has to say.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. and today I'm reviewing Scram from Bezier Games. Scram is a 3 to 6 player card game in which players are trying to run away from their campsite as it gets overtaken by animals and make sure to leave as little mess as possible. That's the thematic
Brew, maybe it was Brew.
Ultimately in this game, you're basically trying to get rid of your cards and to end with as little points as possible by the end of the round. The game is going to take place over 4 rounds, and in each round you're going to be scoring points based on how little you have, with a little timing aspect of who calls Scram as well. Now this game is 3 to 6 players. I think it's more of a 4 to 6 player game. There is a 3-player mode. I found it a bit fiddly. For the sake of this, we're going to teach it as 4 and 6, and we'll get into it. So, this, starting off right now, we have set up as a 4-player game. You're going to be playing in 2 teams of 2, sitting across from each other, and you're going to be going ahead and trying to get rid of your cards. Now, ultimately, on your turn, what you're going to do is you're going to draw a card, you're going to look at that card, and then you're either going to use that ability or swap it into your set of cards. Now, you can also draw a card from the top card of the discard pile, but if you do that, you can only swap it into a set of cards as opposed to using ability. So let's try to show how that works right now. Right about now, I'm actually going to take the top card of this card pile because I see that my teammate over here has a 10, which is a good thing for me. I'm going to go ahead and use this to get rid of the 11. So we're going to swap the card out. I could not have done the ability. I could only swap it in over there. From there, they're going to go ahead and take a turn. They're going to go ahead and draw the first card of the deck over here. I don't even know what they have. All I know is that they swapped it with this card. I don't even know what, well, that was a bad thing to swap it with, but they swapped it with that card, and they know more of what's going on over there. Meanwhile, my teammate over here is going to draw a card and look at there, and we're going to actually resolve my teammate as well. They're going to view 2 cards. Ooh, that could be helpful. That could be helpful. You know what they're going to do? They're going to go ahead and look at these 2 cards of theirs, which are an equals and a 4. That is useful information to have, and you'll see why in a second, but I don't know that information. They know that information. And so because they know that information, we're going to keep going. We're going to have this player over here. We're going to go ahead and swap this out. Actually, no, they're going to look at the card. They're going to do it.
All right, I need this to speed up.
But at this point, I'm just going to play it out. Yes, I'm playing both hands. It's still somewhat. And we have a 2 that's beautiful. We're going to swap this out for that. What was it? It was an equal sign. I forgot about that. But it is what it is. And then from there to this team, we know we have 3 threes, so we're actually going to take the equal sign. Sure, games are fun, but ultimately, I don't have a lot of things that I can point to for Scram as far as being a strong game. I don't think it's a strong game. I think it's a fairly light game. We're getting into the things I don't like shortly, but ultimately, the game is fun to play with. The fact
I need more than that to buy a game. I need it to be great. Trailblazers, okay. Abstract tile laying stuff. I just don't like those games. Whoa, what happened? We lost our mouse. Oh, because I clicked the wrong button. Building, biking, hiking. Oh, no, let's just skip this. It is tiles, right? Draft to arrange them in their area, pass them in their hand. Yeah, not for me. Okay. Mecha Dream.
Dream is a 2 to 4 player worker placement game designed by Thomas DuPont and Anthony Gillen, in which players are running dream workshops. The game is set in a future world where humans and robots are living together happily, except that robots are sad because they can't dream. So humans have created these workshops that create dreams for their robot friends. It's kind of like a reverse Blade Runner that asks, would robots enjoy dreaming of electric sheep? And like most future technology, this is done through the expenditure of electric flowers and magic ink. It's a quick, light, 45-minute worker placement game with a lot of pretty bits. But before we get too far into that, let's look at how it plays.
Where they can spend flowers to buy the day's delivery, which is usually a mix of resources, points,
Boy,
and
that's
actions,
beautiful.
or to buy a
Odd
new machine,
art.
which you then place with your scientist on your conveyor belt. At the end of each day phase, everyone moves their new machines forward one space until they fall off the belt and into your workshop. At the end of all 3 day phases, players all perform the night phase, where they run all of the completed machines in any order to do things like get more stuff or points or move more machines. The game ends either at the end of the 7th.
It looks very cute. I mean, I'd be tempted to play it. I'm not going to own it, but I'd be tempted to play it because it looks so cute and different. I wouldn't mind reading some reviews about it at some point. All right, let's just mark it as interested. Okay, what's Moon River? King Domino. Okay, King Domino is okay. Take it or leave it. Tile laying. Don't need it. I mean, I could leave it. All right, draw 2 blinds to connect Tokyo. So this is going to be what, a roll and write? Huh. No, don't need abstract roll and write. Picnic twist. All right, so this is an automatic no from me. Don't want a game that doesn't fit on the shelf. Bluff and deduction. Okay. Doesn't look like I would like it, but let's see. Okay, set collection and deduction hit. Let's see what these two have to say. I forget the name of their channel.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ilya. My name is Tyler. Together we make up Kavri, a couple that loves to play board games. And loves to eat and forage mushrooms. Well, I've never foraged a single mushroom in my life. Sure? Yeah. Not even. You'll be collecting mushrooms, you'll be playing cards. There's a lot of mechanics in it, but it's also really intuitive to teach. It's very quick to get to the table, and the components are beautiful. Yes, yeah. It is a beautiful game. It's short, simple, like Ilya said, quick and easy to teach. I think one thing I'll say too is one of my measurements for a good board game is like the wow factor. Is there going to be, not necessarily a wow factor, but like a...
Okay, don't need it, not for me. But what is this? Now this looks interesting. War of Civilizations. Whoa, that looks strange. All right. No text reviews. Was on Kickstarter. All right, well, let's see what this guy has to say. I've seen him do reviews. I haven't seen him with a friend,
Another
though.
Unfiltered Gamer board game review for the game War of Civilizations. This
How old
game
is this?
takes about 2 to 3 hours, plays
2020.
ages 10 and up,
2 to 3
and
hours.
3 to 6 players. And in the game War of Civilizations, you are playing...
You can buy another one.
Yes. So what happens is you're going to be able to take 3 different actions, and these actions are listed down here below, which is also...
So, A good Civ game would be good to have, but this doesn't look like the one for me. Okay, Barcelona. How are we doing here? Third of the way down? Boy, we got to speed it up. Okay, what have we got here? Barcelona. Boy, that's an interesting looking busy board. This is not going to be for me already, I can tell. Board game ramblings.
Have
Well, they have fixed it.
made a bit shorter, but it's still gonna have
You
that
can
many times. So hopefully, in this part of the video, we will see if that was good or right. For
No,
now.
not for me.
But yeah,
You can see the value of having a little 2-minute video is huge for this kind of thing. There's a whole market for 2-minute videos. I'm ready to buy into that market. Tribes of the Wind. Okay, I gotta say what I'm doing as I'm doing it for all the blind and people watching this as they go to sleep. Okay, this looks intriguing. Let's see. Do we have a review? Meeple University has 2 videos reviewing this unique multiplayer solitaire. Okay, and how to play. All right, let's look at their review.
It's like, oh yeah, that's that. That's Avatar: The Last Airbender, the board game.
This is an unusual couple that makes board games.
And the game
Board game
itself,
reviews.
We'll show you how it goes. So Taryn's going to give you the overview, and we're going to give you our review, what we think of it.
So there's really 2 elements to this game. There's how does the card play work, because it's a game that your actions are driven by cards, and it's what are you trying to achieve on your personal player board. So each player.
This
will
looks
have
like Vincent Dutre's
trying
art.
to score points from doing the things that the cards let them. Plant cards, then one of your neighbors, you get the top effect. If you have fewer, we mentioned neighbors if you're playing at 2 players.
Okay, don't need it. That's got to be Vincent Dutre. Tribes of the Wind, Vincent Dutre. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Eloah. Assemble your tribes. Okay. Make what you will, make your tribe great. A quick review. Family card game set collection resource management. Simple, elegant, nice amount of decisions. Best at 2. I don't know. Doesn't look like anything I need to have. What's this? Assemble your Viking crew. 2 to 4 players. Each turn, place a new member in your Viking crew. Activate the effect of them with the same icon. Explore new destinations. Okay, nothing really here for us to go on. Claw. Semi-cooperative. It's usually the mark of death, but let's see what we've got here. Epic area control. Okay, that's what I don't like. Area control. It just makes me nervous to win or lose. No images. Nothing. Okay, well, no point then. Holotype. Okay, let's take a look at what holotype is. Dice rolling dinosaurs. I don't know about this. Is it a system holotype? Oh, lots of mentions on it. Let's see what we've got. Like the Bone Wars, only more friendly. Paleontology Bone Wars. It's one of the most straightforward worker placement. Paleontology game. Clean white strategy experience. No, don't need it. Okay, what's this? Battle Dentail. Toothache the Troll takes on Gumrot the Goblin. Tooth collecting. No. Okay, Plot Thickens. We looked at those. Those are storytelling games. Infiltrators. We looked at that. The Oramba Valley tile laying game about efficiency with hidden shields. No. Clandestine. Okay, that looks interesting. We're gonna have to be more ruthless now. Hop has joined the channel asking about Cold Case of Pinch of Murder. I believe I reviewed one of the Cold Case games that I thought might be too easy. I'm not if that's what it is. Let's see what this is. No time to be distracted. Okay, no information about this. No pictures, no information. All right, we got nothing to go on. That's a pass. Legacies. Cement your legacy through the past, present, and future. Okay, 1 to 6 players. I'm intrigued. Okay. Interesting board of places. Look at these crazy numbers around the edge, but possibly just score track. Deluxe edition of Legacies is at Gencon. So I don't know what the original is. Is this a reprint? What is it? Multi-use cards, market manipulation, area control, variable player powers, variable scoring, paths to victory. I wouldn't mind. Oh, here's Heavy Cardboard. That's a 4-hour video. Learn to play. Let's take a quick look at this one.
You have the Foundation and Fame tracks. On the top left, you have the round track. In the bottom left, you have spaces for legendary figures.
At the art
At the top, in the middle, you have your Explore the City action with the navigation symbol. Next to that, you have the turn order track. Underneath that is an end of era aid for the turn order. On the right side of the main game board, you have the industry investment tracks. And in the bottom right, you have global action requirements to trigger the end of a generation. In the middle of the main game board, you have industry groups. This is also where you place your trade conference tiles when carrying out that global action. Outside of the industry groups, you have industries for investments. Outside of that are spaces to indicate your character icon.
These are these games that
and outside
really
of those, we have the
interest me, but I have a hard time imagining finding anyone to play them with or actually enjoying playing them. But this is the kind of game that's
player
just
cards. On the back of the card, it has the century, 1 being red, 2 being blue, and 3 green. On the front of the card, at the top you have the title. On the top right, you have the century. Below that, you have a list of actions that you can take with this card, along with their cost and benefits. Success cons, bonus tokens, relationship.
He's still going over the components.
Player placing 3 face up on the Century 1 spaces in the bottom left of the main board, and 1 on the Century 2 and 3 spaces face down.
This is
Step
beautiful
9, place the global action tiles face up along the bottom of the board. Step 10, place scoring tiles. Place a Century
that's just
in.
a killer. Having these dense cards that you have to choose from just slows everything down. Okay, but looks beautiful. I'm curious about it, but not going to be to play it. Boss Monster 10th anniversary. I'm a fan of Boss Monster. Looks like maybe they collected all the expansions or something. Castles by the Sea. Okay, let's see what this is. A little gimmick of building 3D things. No. Empire's End. Save your civilization from disaster. Okay. Looks too messy. That's what this is why we're doing this video, to learn how to be a better quick dismisser. Okay, Overboss Duel. So Overboss has been around for a while. This looks like a 2v2 tile laying, not for me. Oh no, Volcano. Okay. So the game is how quickly can we reject something based on, whoa, look at this. Okay, a little gimmick, physical item, little tower you build and drop things down. Okay, just a little toy, not for me, but I wouldn't mind watching a group play it. Penny Black stamp collecting. Okay. So polyomino type tile laying, not for me. I don't like those spatial arrangement things. Age of Innovation, huh? Okay, let's see what this is. That doesn't help us much. What else we got? Terra Mystica game. Interesting. Yes, it does have that Terra Mystica. Okay, here's Man versus Meeple with their little preview.
While it's going to largely feel
that's
like
a heavy looking game, huh? Terra Mystica.
A little like Gaia Project, obviously. There are some things they did here that make this feel to me, and by the way, neither of us are giant Terra Mystica players.
Sure, we've both played the game enough to know.
I've played more Gaia Project, as I think you have.
Terra Mystica then got re-themed as Gaia Project with some differences, but in space.
That Gaia Project had coming back into Terra Mystica, and then some of the things
I
that
keep
they
wanting to try one of
that
them.
are brand new, and one of the big things
this might
they've
be
done
the
to change
one.
with this game is with variability.
Yeah,
there's a ton of variability now, not only just in your powers, which you.
This is the only thing that troubles me. These big, complicated center boards that you have to study, I don't like, but maybe this is not the way to jump into it. It looks like an even more complicated version of Terra Mystica Gaia Project. Okay, Beer and Bread. 2-player only game. Well, looks like it's got lots of reviews. Six rounds. Play a card for its upgrade or to harvest. Theme doesn't really do it for me. Might as well play an Uwe Rosenberg game. Expansion for Renature. I don't know Renature, but I know I don't want it. Wandering Towers. Trap Wizards in Towers. Okay. Let's see. What have we got here? Little three-dimensional thing. This looks pretty cute. Trap Wizards in Towers, huh? Family game. I guess we don't really need that. Let's move along. Haunted Halloween Trick or Treat game for 8 and up. That's not for me. Catan Hawaii scenario, not for me. Catan Soccer Fever, not for me. Catan New Encounters. It's all expansion for the space Catan. Don't need any of those. Okay, Orient Express Cthulhu. We looked at that. It looked interesting, but no information. Footprints. I believe we looked at that. Did we? File. I don't think we did, but we don't want it. 20 Strong by Chip Theory Games. 20 dice to take down one deck. I think I remember when they were working on this. Deck-based game. Simple adaptable rules can be applied to a variety of unique decks. 3 decks, one set in the world of Too Many Bones. Progress through a shuffled deck of cards, each bearing a unique challenge. An enemy, a scenario. What an odd thing, but there's no videos on it. Oh, here we go. 20 Strong game preview. Okay. Let's see.
And this one is actually a solo game that takes Solar Sentinel.
Solo game.
That deck of cards
roll enough successes to get through the deck.
Okay, there's
which
no
means that if you're
information about
rolling-
it. Moving along. Too Many Bones, 40K. Sorry, Too Many Bones, famous game, very expensive. Lots of people like it. Too Many Bones, Unbreakable, Race to the Raft. We've looked at that. Rem Racers looks like a kid's game. We don't need that. Guru is going to be another abstract strategy game. Looks like. Am I wrong? This is one of these games I'd play with someone if they wanted to, but not for me. Tabriz. Okay, let's look at this. Area movement contracts doesn't appeal to me. Okay, Castles of Drunagar, we looked at that. That one actually looked interesting. Bestiaria. This is at the point 5.5 hours in where I'm like, do I like board games? What's happening? Okay, what's this? Updated version of Bestiary of Sigillium with reworked art. Summoners. Destroy the opponent's castle. All right, let's look at these two people. Foster the Meeple. Rebecca likes them. Let's see what this is about.
What are the odds that
Okay, they've got some comedy here.
3
Paid preview.
immortal legendary characters? Each player will try to develop the best strategy to destroy their opponent's castle. To succeed, they must wisely use their character's abilities and take control
Okay,
of
so
the
it's a
catapult
1v1
towers.
with
The goal of the game is
complicated
to destroy the
powers.
opponent's castle. The player to do that first is
All
immediately
right, well
declared
this is
the
not
winner.
the kind
There
of game
are 2
for me.
ways to damage
So
an
we
opponent's
can
castle. Through catapult tower control.
1v1 fighting it. It looks like it has some cool ideas, but not for me. Okay, Time Machine, we looked at that. Evolution, I'm a big fan of the original Evolution, so let's look at this. This could be one for me. I'm a big fan of the original Evolution. It looks like they've reworked it here into a totally new game. Update an extended version of our basic Evolution Origin of Species game. Oh, there was weird things that happened with the origins of these two games. But I mean, this is a theme I'm interested in. And here's Evolution New World expansion. I'm trying to remember which is reboxing. Is that what we want to watch? Why do we want to watch someone rebox it?
They were Sleeve Kings. I'll put a link in the description below. And on this side, I have a few of the base cards. Those to leave them used. Also, mixed up. That's that. And then we've got the.
There's some weird history about Evolution, the different games, but I was a big fan of the original, but I don't think New Spirit series, New Species. But these are games I'm interested in. This whole evolution theory. Okay, I can see my words are not making sense. All right, slow down. It's okay. 5.5 hours in. City of Silver. It's clear what's happening now is this is turning into stamina survival. All right. This tile placement game looks like it's probably not for me. 2 to 4 players. Mining, purchasing plots. Oh, that sounds a little interesting. Let me see what this other picture looks like. Not quite, but it's interesting. Okay, there's the ruins of Arnak. Queen by Midnight, huh? Deck building, bag building. Okay. Let's look. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Whoa, look at this craziness. A clock tower, that's a dice tower. Very asymmetric looking player powers. Boards at least. Battle Royale deck building game. Battle Royale. That's not for me. Ticket to Ride Legacy. Okay, we should probably talk about this. Here we go. Look at this. Rob Daviau, the person they hire. Boy, he found a niche. They hire him for all the legacy games. And then, but this one has Matt Leacock. Now, if I liked Ticket to Ride, for sure I'd be all in on this. But I'm very suspicious. First of all, I'm not a fan of Ticket to Ride. I don't deny it's a good game. It just doesn't do anything for me. But I've also learned that the legacy competitive games have a real potential to create bad emotional feelings for me. I don't like the feeling of being behind in a competitive legacy game. I learned that with Charterstone, but this looks so cool. I mean, I love the legacy games, so this is so tempting. But you know what I may do? I'll tell you what I might do. I might start getting these competitive legacy games and just opening them up, not playing them, and looking through them. I've been meaning to do that with Seafall. So I'd be tempted to buy this and just open it up and spend a couple hours looking through it to look from a game design perspective. Lunar Rush Deluxe Edition for $70. Let's see what this is. Okay, looks like a fairly heavy sci-fi technology game. Not quite for me, though. Cosmic Frog Expansion. Okay, so we played Cosmic Frog online at the last Gencon online. Very unique, but not for me. Three Ring Circus we looked at. Blind Business, I can tell already. Well, okay, let me not say that. The art doesn't appeal to me, but Blind Deals does. What's this? Okay. 50 cards numbered 1 to 11. You start with 4 cards. After seeing them, shuffle them, place them so other players can see them, but not you. Active player requests a card from an opponent. If the opponent refuses to hand it over, they keep it in their area. If they do hand it over, they can try to claim a card from the active player's hand. The active player can agree to this trade or refuse. Boy, this sounds weird. I can't get a good feel for how it plays, but let's... Oh, here we go. Marco, one of my favorite YouTube reviewers. Let's see what he says.
Blind Business is a game with a really fun theme and really charming art with these cool, old school cartoonish characters that are trying to break piñatas, so they don't really know what the heck they're doing. This is the thematic reason to explain why you're playing at this card game with the cards facing out Hanabi style, so that you can see other people's cards and they can see yours, but you cannot see your own. At the beginning of the game, you're allowed to look at your cards, but pretty much that's it. After that, well, you gotta guess and work that way. The game comes with a bunch of multilingual rulebooks, number of cards based on the number of players. Say that's how many we need to remove, and then each player gets a hand of 4 cards. And that's a bit annoying, because I really don't know why they couldn't place that icon there instead of reminding me there is an effect without telling me which one it is. Another complaint I also received from my players is that at a distance, some of these icons are not so, or values or suits are not so easy to tell from one another. Gameplay. Players will alternate being your there, the balance. Some of the best cards, some of the weak cards are not so good per se. But for example, I forgot about this one. Actually, this one counts as 2 cards, so that would be interesting. That would
doesn't sound that good. We're gonna skip over Blind Business. Jerusalem. Okay. What have we got here? That's a strange looking game. Fun and frustrating solo play. Okay, Space Biff. He's a good reviewer. Let's see what he says. Pardon the religious talk. It's impossible to discuss Jerusalem Anno Domini without slipping into the territory. Devotionally charged board game I've played. It's a very weird game. How bland most of these actions are. How impoverished the rest of Jerusalem is. Okay, well, he did not like it. Let's move along then. Savernake Forest. Help your animal friends prepare for winter. That sounds intriguing. Okay, tile laying. We don't need it. Yokai sketch. Complete a set of cards of one type of yokai and claim the points. Okay, yokai must mean these little creatures. Again, Vincent Dutray. Set collection. Age 12 and up, huh? Looks like a kid's game. Drawing and calling. Okay, let's take a quick look. Who's going to be reviewing this game?
Whichever way you want, right side up here, and play
Z
to the
Garcia,
matching thing.
okay.
Once the number of cards combining both sides equals or exceeds this number, then whoever has the most cards on that side is going to win it. So, for example, I could play, I have to play, like I said, and I could play there. Then my opponent will go, they will draw a card, they have
where's
4
your
as well, so
score?
they will play, and they could perhaps play this one here. Again, they could play more than that. You can play in a nice rhythm for the most part, and certainly can be played with just about anybody. It's one that manages to...
No, okay. We're really looking for games that are like blow people away. If they're not blowing someone away, then what's the point? There's too many games already. Wild Tiled West. Tile laying game. Don't need it. A game without an image. Not ready. Lords of Vala. Okay. 1 to 4 players. Looks like a little area control game. Probably not for me. General and a dragon entering the same region peacefully have a chance of becoming dragon bonded. Secret will play cards face down to program their actions. I don't really like those secret. Simultaneous selection. Kiwi Chow Down. This looks like a little bit of a joke game. A little heavier than it sounded. Area control type thing, not for me. Party Panda Pirates. Party family game with dexterity mini games. I don't like these mini games kind of games, so no information. We're going to skip it. Regroup Chicken Army. No, that's not quite for us. Okay, Perdition's Mouth. We looked at that. Factory 42. Oh, I've seen this before. It looked a little heavy and dry for me. Tolerance. What's this? Trick-taking game for 3 to 5 players. Oh, look at that art. 3 rounds. This reminds me a little of another game that I can't remember the name of now. That was sort of religious themed. Okay, a deck of 51 significant others. Let's take a look at this review quickly. A little bit of history here. Single deck of cards, depending on the phase of the game. Look at these boards, though. That's craziness. Look at this. What a very... What? Each card comes with an explanation, but you'll get the iconography after a few plays. Wow, look at the art on these cards, though. The star of the show is the thematic embellishments. Wow, look at the art. Well, any summary? No. It's not a great review, though. Not very useful, but boy, that's interesting. 1 minute overview. Hold on. That's what we should have watched right from the start.
Let's talk about Tolerance, a trick-taking game for 3 to 5
This
players
girl's
that is played
becoming
over
my
3
favorite.
rounds. The reigns of
1
Queen Mary
minute
I, Queen
description.
Elizabeth I, and King James I. Card has associated with it a piety value, a coin value, as well as an after-trick effect. The winner of a trick will take all of the cards from that trick and then apply their after-trick effects, starting with the highest value card to the lowest value card. The various after-trick effects are to kill, to condemn, to convert, to collect piety, or to collect taxes. Then the winner will take those cards and place them around their scoring board in the appropriate slots. You have living Catholics, you have living Protestants, deceased Catholics, and deceased Protestants, and then you have slots available for those who are not affiliated with any religion. And then you will begin the next trick. At the end of a round, you will see if the reigning monarch is still alive, and if so, you will perform an execution, and then you will have end of round scoring, in which you will score for taxes and piety. You will have the opportunity to repay any loans if you took out a loan, and then you will score for the various cards you have around your player board according to your own character sheet. Each one will score differently if you are playing the asymmetrical game, and then you will piety that you have collected as well as...
Boy, that seems like a very cool game. I'm not sure if I'd ever get it played, but sure sounds interesting. All right, Bang, Dynamite Box Collector's Edition of Bang. I've had Bang for a while and never gets played. Bonsai, okay, let's see what we've got. That's interesting. This is not for me, but I wonder if this might be a game that like Rebecca and that group would like to play. I don't like the spatial elements stuff, but overview and review. I'm just going to say no, this is not a game for me. Let's move on. At 6 hours, we can't afford to be playing this game. Okay, Federation. Did we look at this yet? I feel like we looked at this. The Hidden Gem of 2022. All right, I got to look at this. Rebecca says, I play Bonsai. I don't want to buy it. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Hello everyone, this is Sunniva.
And this is Johannes.
And you are watching Board Gaming Ramblings.
And today we are taking a look at Federation. This is a game.
So
it's whimsical, not whimsical, but it's
very colorful
it's
and
not,
playful.
Yeah, it's not going to be like gritty space. It's nice space.
It's very nice space. And I also love that on the two sides of like the action board, there are
mini games of different planets.
Yeah.
It's fun and all that, but the place, like, this is interesting because it's a worker placement game where the worker placement part is almost as interesting and as the action part of the game. Like it's a lot of things to do with the actions and puzzling and trying to find the best
I like these too, but they're not the best for this format when you're trying to get a good feel for the game quickly. But they like it.
Have a there's something that happens to the other players when you do something that happens to you.
Wow, look at that.
So everything is connected in a way that
this is one of these. Sometimes these space games really look like you're dealing with some alien world, some alien intelligence, and that's what this looks like.
And it's more important here, the things that happen, than in like a normal worker placement game.
I am just giddy talking about this game because I had so much fun. I am at the edge of my seat when I'm not walking around because I can't stand to sit there and think like, don't take that action, and if you take that action, don't take this action, and because you have this kind of plan, but you have to be tactical in this game, and it's just like, yeah, it's super fun. And every time I place like this worker down, and you're doing something, I was like, oh, that was so much smarter. I should have done that. Why did I do it? Oh, yeah, okay. And then you're trying not to screw up your plan all the time, and you have so much that you want to do, and you can't do them all. And yeah, it has felt very different all the times that we played it. I would play this game with all player accounts, and I have fun every time that we played it, and I really can't fault it at anything. Just very, very fun.
All right, I'm intrigued by this one now. Board Game Ramblings like it. I'm curious now. This might be good. Like, I could see our group at Gen Con enjoying that little worker placement. Great Western Trail. Oh, that was one of my... It's a very neat looking game, Great Western Trail. They've released some expansions for it. I bought the older version and I can't get myself to play it with the new version. One of these days, I'm going to play one of these Great Western Trails. Okay, Atlantis Rising, we looked at that. Meerkat families, huh? Okay, let's take a look at what a meerkat game looks like. No images, nothing. Okay, moving along. Sirens. This is going to be another game that doesn't have any media for it. Nothing. Kickstarter. Quick and compact micro drafting for 1 or 2 players. No. Super dice battle. No, that's like the worst of all the worlds. Okay, Star Wars Unlimited. Is this the Star Realms spinoff? They just don't get tired. It's just going to be Star Wars games forever. With cartoon art. No, no. This must be their... Do they want to make this last forever? Is that what this is? Is this a living card game? You buy... Why am I doing this? I don't care. I don't want it. Not for me. Ultimate Treehouse for kids. No. No. Castle Panic. We looked at that. Bugs and Slugs. For kids, no. Mistwind, okay, let's look at that. Okay, well... First play impression. If you just read a description, you will not get a proper feel how good this game gets, okay? Good luck to the designer. Super limited in the beginning. I don't know enough about it. Cascadia Landmarks. Okay, an expansion for Cascadia. I know Rebecca and those, a lot of people love this game. It didn't do anything for me and my wife. Expansion with Landmarks. I'm sure this is a must-buy if you like Cascadia. Deep Dive Penguins, huh? Okay, let's see what penguins are up to. This looks... look, I thought it was gonna be that diving push your luck game. This looks like a little bit more of a kid's game, not for me. Fit to print. This is Polyominoes. All right, let's check out our Family Plays Game video for this. Paid preview.
This is a prototype, so things will change, definitely. Now, family, this is coming to Kickstarter very, very soon. But also, like every preview we've done, don't take our word for it.
Then the other player, they receive a
Looks
10-point penalty.
If you had to play a polyomino type game,
you have to do both of those
then this
in
would be
a timed session. And I mean time.
Yes.
Now they have
okay, not for me. I'd play it with my group if they wanted to, but not for me. Nocturne. Magic spells, huh? No videos, no nothing. We don't know anything about it. Okay, 1 to 4 players. Point City is going to be a spin-off of Point Salad, which I liked but didn't love. Nice and quick game, though. Let's see. Did they make it a little more complicated and interesting now? Not sure it needed to be more complicated, but Point Salad was quite good. Everyone liked it. I'll mark that as interested. Everything Ever, the party game you've been preparing for your whole life. Okay, let's see. Is it true? Or is it bullshit? Take turns listing things from categories like every dinosaur movie. 2 category cards. You must say something that fits in one category, something that fits in the other, with both of those somethings not having been said. If you can't think of something, you do something else. Okay, I'm not good at those ones we have to think of on the fly. Something. Sagrada, wasn't a fan, so I don't need to read that. Fairies, deck building, area control. Don't need area control. Beaver Creek. Dice rolling kids game, we can skip that. Rumble. Animal, kids game, don't need that. Sleepy Cats, here's a cat game for Rebecca. Rebecca says, I'm interested in everything ever. How can you be interested in everything ever? You hate those trivia games. Maybe you don't consider it trivia if you're just trying to name things in a category. I'll play it. I'll absolutely play it. Cat tile laying game. Okay, I don't need that. Was there something deeper to everything ever that I was missing? All right, let's see if maybe there's a video of people talking about how it's so good.
I'm already excited to bust this one out of Gen Con and play with people, to be honest.
And it says everything ever, the party game you've been preparing for your whole life.
I mean, you really have been. This is one of those, I don't know if I'd categorize it as useless knowledge, but it's not really a trivia game, but it almost kind of feels like one because it's relying on you naming things that you should probably know, at least, to start with. But then as other people go around the table naming things, it gets harder and harder and harder.
Yeah, we've done things like this on Chit Chat where we're going back and forth and you're like, say, naming a board game that starts with the letter M. And
yeah, and those aren't for me, the ones where you have to quick think of something's name. Okay, Sleepy Cats, we looked at that tile laying. Deadlines. What's this? The trivia game of a lifetime. To sort in order of their birth, death, and lifespan. Okay, so you have to sort people. It's like timeline, birth, death, and lifespan. Okay, we don't need that. Memo Rush. Family memory game. No, we don't need that. Piece of cake. Card drafting. Nothing about this. Tokaido Duo. Okay, so Tokaido is a game, beautiful board game I was a big fan of. Here what we have is something that's not as beautiful, but 2-player head-to-head. This is one of those games that I would play with my wife. So yes, that's maybe even a must-have for me, relatively speaking. Antoine Bauza game. Avatar Last Airbender, we looked at that. Okay, Big Boss. Build and merge companies to make your fortune. So I don't, in general, love the economic games, but if it's got a very simple gimmick, then I'm intrigued. Whoa, look at this one. This looks kind of cool. Let's see, can we get a review of this by someone we trust? How to play, overview, 8 minutes. All right, let's just look at this overview. Then we'll take a break.
Today we are taking a look will be founding and expanding companies, earning money, buying shares, and awaiting that key moment for a merger as we try to make our fortune. This one's low complexity, plays 2 to 6, takes about 90 minutes, and we can see the design. A few main aspects to this game. So you'd start with some money, 40 million typically. You got some radio towers. You wouldn't have any shares to begin with, but you would have 10 of these industry cards, and these are great because they're going to give you the ability to found companies, expand companies, and make your earnings and money.
Oh, look how it's clever it is.
Which help you
companies
increase
merge
the values of these
when they touch
corporations
each
by
other.
building extra levels. Ignore the numbers in this particular version. They are for the older rules set player areas. Here, so level ones, these cost 10 million, so they place that in their hand, they pay the 10 million, done, over to the next player. So really quick and smooth turns. The next player is like, right, I want to play a card. So they're looking at their hand. I'd probably recommend keeping them in numerical order. So let's show you founding a company. So they play number 20. They take 4 building pieces. One of them has to at least be on number 20. And you can't be next to another corporation. There needs to be at least a gap of 3. And it isn't actually worth anything. So that starts off at 5. We then get paid out earnings. So and you then have the opportunity to place a radio tower.
It's intriguing. I mean, I'm not going to own this game, but I would play it. It sounds interesting. Cranium 25th Anniversary Cranium. We looked at all these. Hullabaloo, more Cranium. Disney, we looked at that. Funko stuff, we looked at. We don't need that. Indiana Jones, that looked bad. Ink Fast Party Game. Create tattoos for your friends based on who they are. Another Funko Games quick game. Let's see what we've got here. You get a customer, you try to come up with a writing for their fist, and then people vote on it. Surely the best thing wins. Okay, no, don't need it. Scream, we looked at that. Something Wild, kids game. Star Trek Escape Room, we looked at that. Star Wars Rivals, more Star Wars games. These ones with these kid things, I don't know what, they just don't get tired of them. Okay, Nautilus Island. That's a good place to break. We'll take a break. We're past the halfway point of these games. We're getting faster. We'll be done. Maybe one session. We're at the 6-hour mark though, so we do have to bring it home. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We've got maybe an hour, possibly 2 left to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Night has fallen, 6 hours in. Let's get back to it. Nautilus Island, okay. We have to speed our way through this now, though, for real. For real, for real. Okay? I mean, we do have to speed our way through it, but then why do it if we don't take the time to look at it? I suppose it's not We can do it 6 hours. If we have to go 10 hours, we go 10 hours. Even though we're not going to go 10 hours, but we could if we had to. Okay, can't tell anything about this game. Sports dice, no. Super snipers, age 14 and up. Okay. Demo only. I wouldn't mind a good sniper game if someone could come up with one. Sniper Elite, polyomino snipers, no. Sniper Elite board game looked reasonably good. Butts on things, no. Deducto, use clues to find your secret suspect, ages 8 and up. Not for me, but let's just take a quick glance to see if this might be a detective game for kids.
Hi, this is Julie. I'm hosted media at Gamma Expo. This is Rob from GameRight, and he's going to tell us about Deducto.
Hi, I'm Rob Sly with GameRight. Deduct who a character is that you're not looking at. And if you look at the card down here, there are 3 different characteristics, and then there's 7 different characters for each. And each card is totally different. So I have one
each card is different.
The same,
okay,
or no,
so different animals
none.
wearing different things.
So there's none. So I put this in my no pile. I pick another card up.
Okay, could be
players.
fun for little kids. Probably not, and definitely not for me. Forbidden Jungle we already looked at. That's the instant buy for me. Bruxelles. This is one of these heavy Euro games, isn't it? Spatial stuff. No, not for me. Critical Sanctuary Season 1. What is this? Huh. Can't really get a good feel for it. Any videos about it? Short trailer. Okay.
After Critical Foundation, explore a second universe in Critical Sanctuary. Travel across the Nevin Sea and discover the I-23.
No mechanics, nothing. Useless video. Availability at Gencon. I mean, it looks intriguing, but it's impossible to tell what it is. Available. It's got a price here, but I don't see how it can be available for sale, and they don't have anything information about it. Okay, 3 to 12 players. Little party game. Let's see. This is intriguing to me. Nice art for a 12-player game. Unboxing and play, not in English. Okay, Space Biff. Let's see what they say. 9 months ago, though. Shipwrecked. You have to survive. Its victory condition is as obvious as breathing. Escape the island and you win. The bag transforms Galapagos into more than a boilerplate survival game. Only 2 actions you see digging into its contents. Both carry stiff consequences. Let's see. Can a game evoke such extremes? Only in part. Galapagos is as good as an effort as I've seen. It feels much more like a social deduction game, even though there's no deduction. The only hidden roles are the unknown lengths your friends will go to for the sake of simulated survival. A valued member of the team to dead weight. How your companions respond is what gives its darkling edge, contrary to expectations. Well, this looks like the kind of game I like. Reach into the bag. When someone draws the black ball, everyone at the table loses a genuine hurrah. That sounds 3 souls fed today. Okay, so this is a yes for me. Galapagos big box. So Galapagos has been out for a while? Really? A 3 to 12 player game that I haven't heard of? That sounds very interesting to me. Apex Legends, the board game. What's this about? Well, 3D miniature fighting game. Okay, not for me. Frostpunk we looked at. The Witcher Old World, another big Kickstarter expensive game with deluxe expansions, $200. I haven't really been following this, but it's another big miniatures game. I'm not saying it doesn't look intriguing, but this is one to really have to research rather than do a quick look at here. Beyond the Seashore, arrange your shells. That's another one of these little abstract things. Loot dispute, huh? 2 to 4. Asymmetric grid of cards. Splits the grid, so it's a split and choose. Players move to the next room by a new root card. Interesting. I mean, I like these split and choose simple, elegant games. Probably not for me, though. Lunar Dial. Nice artwork. I like the style. Let's see if we can get something about it, how to play.
Hey weirdos, let's harness the power of the moon and explore some mystic realms in the Lunar Dial, an enchanting light strategy game brought to you by Morbid. Get ready to manifest your win. To begin, lay the cloth game board on a flat surface and place the triangular Lunar Dial at its center. It can face any direction. Shuffle the 52 moon cards and deal 4 face up to each of the 3 celestial realms on the board. Next, deal 3 cards to each player, face down. Place the remaining moon cards in a central location and give each player a quick guide card to reference throughout the game. Next, shuffle the 12 zodiac cards and place 1 in each corner, face down. Return the rest to the box. Lastly, place all 12 moonstones on the game mat, 3 per side. Now that your circle is set, it's time to play.
This reminds me of that
your
other
goal
game.
Is to earn the most moonstones at the end of the game. You can earn a moonstone during the game.
That was like
in
a homemade game.
By collecting the goddess
I can't
of the
remember
full
what it was. It was
moon
black
from
and white.
any
Rebecca,
celestial
you
realm,
guys bought it. It was
revealing
black
a
and
zodiac
white.
card that rewards you with a moonstone, or each time you clear a realm of all its moon cards. You can also earn moonstones at the end of the game by collecting the most cards, or collecting the most full moon cards, even if you don't have the most cards overall.
Yes.
The player whose birthday is coming up the soonest goes first. They must play 1 card from their hand to either cast or collect, as long as the card in their hand is.
Battle Stations, we looked at that. Expansion for a game I've never heard of. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's take a look at it. Looks like Mexican themed Euro style game from the Mayan Mexican. Look at these little pyramid things. This looks a little too busy for me. Too busy. We have to be ruthless now. Artemis Odyssey, Bruno Fiducci. Follow up to Artemis Project. Okay, be quick about it.
Thanks for joining us for a
check out for preview purposes. So in the video, you'll then lay out all of the stars and the appropriate number of planets for your player count.
Players will place their point tracking tokens on the 7, determine a start player, and then you're ready to begin.
In turn order, players will select an action card from their hand, and they may play it into any location on the player
No,
board.
don't like it. Too busy. Too messy. Turkey trial, huh? 1 to 4 players, a Thanksgiving escape room, and 18 cards. No, don't need that. Patriot, 1 to 6 players, advanced science, deploy mechs, or assassinate or save the president. I like the sound of that. Let's see. It's been given 5 letters from an assassin, each marked with a day. Semi-cooperative of social deduction, betrayal, and teamwork. Really? Excess or value? All right, let's take a look at this, people. I don't know these people. Let's see what we've got. Let's see if they can make it quick. 1 hour and 40 minutes? No, that's not quick. Okay, that's not quick. That's not quick. Okay, let's see if we've got a written review that's a year old. Campaign mode. 3 to 6 players. Double-sided single player. Tension, rioters. Longer game. This is too hard to ever get played. I like the sound of it. Shut Up Cat, though. What's this? Push your luck game about getting a full night's sleep. Okay, let's see what we've got here. That looks unusual. All right, let's see Stella and Tarrant, Maple University, what they have to say.
Hello everyone, it's Stella. And Tarrant here from Maple University. Today we will show you a quick how to play or overview of Shut Up Cat.
Let's get to the game.
Shut Up Cat is a push your luck game of trying to get as much sleep as you can while being interrupted by your pet cat. It was designed by Will Cox and published by Gravitic Games. The game plays 2 to 4 players in 20 to 35 minutes, is of light complexity, and is based on a true story.
Based on a true story.
In Shut Up Cat, players are competing sleepy pet owners, trying to catch 40 winks without being disturbed by their cats. To start the game, 3 meows and 9 winks are mixed up around the board.
This looks like it would be a good game to have at your cat cafe.
Multiplier of 1. The game is then played in turns. On your turn, you'll take 3 dice and roll them. You'll then spend 2 of those 3 dice to take a single action. You could spend 2 dice which add up to 7 to go deeper into sleep, increasing your scoring multiplier.
Okay, well, push your luck, dice rolling, demo only. Okay. All right, Last Light. Little space game. Whoa, look how pretty that looks. They got a little black light effect going on. Tom's thoughts on Last Light. What does that mean, Tom's thoughts on Last Light? What kind of format is this?
Hey everybody, Tom Vassell here, and I wanted to talk real briefly about Roy
What is
Kennedy's game Last Light.
Oh, it's
which is
Roy
currently on
Kennedy's
GameCon.
game.
I don't often do this. In fact, I pretty much never do it. Roy is an employee of the Dice Tower. He's my video editor, and he kept the game
That's
even
why
like a
this is
secret for me
different.
that he was designing it for a while because he wanted to wait till it was done. Well, that's not really possible with the way it would put me in kind of a.
So he can't really give opinion about it. It's Roy Kennedy who works with the Dice Tower. Soulless Euro or exciting 4-player game. Prototype, tabletop simulator. I heard mixed things about it. Let's see. When can I play this again? All right, so people like it. Well, who knows? You can't get anyone's opinion. No one could say bad things about this. They'd be saying bad things about Dice Tower. But
gather light right before
there's
the
Roy Kennedy. All right,
technology
let's take
to
a
help
look at it though.
make your alien species more diverse from the others and have all sorts of different powers that can do cool things. You can mine to gather resources from your extractors here. You can gain more resources to be able to build technology and build ships. As the game goes along, you're going to build more extractors around, so you're going to gain more and more resources.
I'm curious about it. Doesn't look like it's for me though. Okay, Weirdwood Manor. We looked at that before. Raua. Okay. 2 to 5 players. Okay, let's look at this short.
This is Roa, and we are gods trying to terraform a desolate land in a game that's only 12 turns long, and gameplay is split into 2 ages. In Age 1, you're upgrading your world with vegetation, terrain, and wildlife. In Age 2, civilizations will thrive. Obtain the most victory points represented as life energy to win the game. I am super excited to get my hands on Roa. This game comes from Games, which is the original game company that produced Nidavellir, and Nidavellir is one of my favorites. And these are the deities you see here. Throughout the game, you'll be able to claim these deities based on...
All right, it's pretty. That video tells us nothing about it, so it's not very useful. Here's a review. Let's take a look. This looks interesting. This looks like it might be for...
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Today we're a placement requirement.
Boy, those are pretty cards.
Maybe this costs you 2 gems to place. Instead of having a cost, it might have a placement requirement. It could even be free, though. But a placement one basically means it's more from, I think, but you will score so many points, it doesn't matter what anyone else has done. In this, if people don't stop you when it comes to water, if you've got... You almost want to be just hugging.
This looks interesting. This almost looks like a game that this group might be interested in. Resurgence. Resurgence has a real Walking Dead graphic novel comic look to it. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the same artist who drew for The Walking Dead. Board does not look nearly as attractive, though. That looks too ugly for me. The Terra, A New Beginning. Sentient animal tribes explore and take control of a post-humanity world. Okay, interesting. No videos, no images. That's useless to us. Steam Up Dim Sum. Okay, it's going to be some abstract game, but sure looks nice. This looks like a game that our group would want to play at Gen Con. Looks interesting. What does it play? 2 to 5. So there's our group. Medium weight set collection. Yeah, that's cute. That's worth trying. Look at these nice, fun cards. All right, let's put that in our interest. And I think that would be a game we might try. $50, that's a lot of money, though. Terror Escape, huh? Hide and seek. This looks like a hidden movement. Oh, that looks better than I thought. Interesting. Looks like a modular board. We have a review for this. Is it 1v many? Let's see. Team-based asymmetric horror. Okay. Not enough team games, so I'm interested. I am interested if it's team-based. Okay. Let's see. 32 reviews. Let's see if we got a written review. Oh, this is the game with the big giant mansion. So it's team, but it is 1 versus many, isn't it? One person takes on the role of the murderer. That's right. This looks pretty good, but 1 versus many, those are hard to get played. Look at what comes out. Things, dice and stuff come out of this little dice tower, but hidden movement, it sure looks interesting. Looks cool, like it would look good on the table.
Over or something.
Yeah. So unique in the realm of
oh, look at that. There it is.
Is that this is a hidden movement game where the villain, which is always the funnest role to play, doesn't know where the other people are.
That is very true.
Normally, in a hidden movement game,
yeah.
you're the hunters, the detective, looking for the person who's hiding.
Very true.
This is not that. It flips the script. Insanely satisfying because the villain's still one of the funnest roles to play.
Sure.
And yet at the same time, you have perfect information with the players. So you have this dichotomy where I now get to have that feeling of
interesting.
kind of
Look at this board. Look at this insane board splitting this up.
That has to be very satisfying.
Very nice. Okay.
Yeah.
The Spectre. The Spectre is very cool. The core concept of the Spectre, when you go through her cards, is going.
All right. You sold me. I'm interested. And there's an expansion too. Huh? 2, 3. How many expansions? That's ridiculous. Okay, Escape from the Asylum. We talked already about that problem. Sansuchi. Let's see what this looks like. A little garden stuff. Not for me. Wouldn't be surprised if my group wanted to play it. I'd play it. Area movement. Bag building. Primordial. Nothing. No information. Okay. Kinfire we looked at already. Applejack. Uwe Rosenberg, huh? Place trees to harvest apples. It's almost like Uwe Rosenberg has these bets where someone's like, I'll bet you $1 million you can't make a good game about picking apples. Party word game, huh? Okay, I'm curious. Nothing has ever dethroned Codenames. Reveal a common phrase. You have to rewrite according to a random rule. All words, most words that begin with a unique letter, huh? How do you say who ate the last cookie without using any words over 4 letters long? Doesn't seem that fun, but you'd have to try it. I feel attacked. Party game. Judge plays a card. Pick a card in their hand that best matches the judge's card. That's the old apples to apples. If you're offended by the choice, you can play your I feel attacked card to give an impassioned speech about why the judge's choice is bad. If you feel offended. All right. That's an interesting concept. It doesn't quite feel like a game, though. Okay, Earth. This is already out and being played. This is a game I'm definitely interested in trying. Murder Mystery Story Pack for Roll Camera. That's a game that was out last year. Murder We Wrote, a true crime podcast party game. Okay, I'm interested. Why is this not listed as a cooperative game? Reveal the name of the victim. Other players assume the role of someone close to the victim. Playing cards, giving an interview on who they think murdered the victim. The host will decide what the true ending is. Watch out, each player has a hidden twist card. So this is one of these storytelling games that I don't like, that never work, but re-implemented by Murder We Wrote. What does that mean? Murder We Wrote travel game, I see. But I am curious about it now. That sounds like something that might make a good YouTube series. Spy Family Mission for Peanuts, huh? Deduction, deception, changing roles, 13 up. No information. Shadows, Heroes and Monsters. Competitive card driven role-playing combat. It doesn't sound like I want this. Hybrid collectible game? No. No, thank you. Chicken. Roll chickens, hatch eggs, avoid foxes, 8 up. That sounds like a kid's game. Yeah, don't need that. Diced veggies. Kids table, age 6 and up. Okay, not for me. Galactic Cruise. Only available as a demo. Highly rated, even though no one can play it. Art looks nice. Build shuttle, satisfy guests. Worker placement. How to play. This feels like if you can't buy it, maybe we shouldn't be looking at this. Okay.
To draw it and then build it. You need to like
Okay,
get
this
beyond
is
your
not
capacity,
quite
right?
ready to play. It looks a little bit heavy. This is this whole genre of these science fiction space engineering games. Okay, we've looked at these already. Exits. High score. Roll for points. It's Knizia, a little math dice game. Knizia has a whole book on dice games that if you're interested in probability and game design, you might check out. A little too abstract for me. Inside Job. Okay. 2 to 5 players. Let's see what we've got here. Mostly cooperative trick-taking game. Each person has their own secret missions. Can you complete your missions despite the secret saboteur? All right, I'm curious. Can we get a review? Yes. Let's see what we got here.
Except one player is going to be the insider. So if I'm playing a 4-player game, I would take 3 agents and 1 insider card, shuffle them up, give it to that person.
I don't like
Each
the
person
trader
has
games,
a
but let's
secret
see
role.
how the rest of it
will
works.
tell you your objectives and special characteristics you might have. This matters because there are many, many other roles that can be added. Each player is going to start with 1 intel, these briefcases here, and you're going to find a card here that gives the rules for this round or what people are trying to do. So this is the 4-player one. We'll talk about this in a second. But let's talk about this deck. We have 4 suits card, or the highest trump card would win the trick. So that's who wins the trick. But you're also looking at the mission. In this case, it says the second card played must have a higher number than all other cards.
A little bit of
in this case,
a flavor of the
that's
crew.
a success. If this card had been played, this would not have been a success. So you don't have to follow these rules, but if you don't follow the rule, the mission is not a success. And you're going to keep
That's
track
intriguing.
of each mission.
That's intriguing. The crew with the trader, and you're not sure
some extra risky missions to here
if
that
there's a
have
trader.
to be picked. Professor No.
Okay, well, let's hear what they think about it.
It's a social deduction game that uses trick-taking as the impetus to figure out who the
I like
bad
that
people
idea.
are.
Yeah, that's a very clever idea.
Which sounds like a roundabout way to say the same thing, but it's not. Because I think you could be somebody who thinks trick-taking games are okay, and you might enjoy this. And you could be someone who loves trick-taking, and this might not be your jam.
I've been on the record as saying I don't like trick-taking games. I still don't like trick-taking games. I really enjoy this.
Do you like the crew?
I like the crew too, for the same reason.
That's 2.
Yeah.
Your face, Canada.
You're slowly winning me over by having
changing
cooperation, semi-cooperation.
We're changing the premise of the genre.
Right.
But so this fits in a very small category of social deduction games that are fast. Most social deduction games are dragged out over a whole time. In fact, when
So here are their ratings.
Using trick-taking as deductive clues, it's just a very good sweet spot for me. And I'm giving it 8.5.
Oh, nice.
Really.
To me, this sounds like as good a this clever idea of using trick-taking as a way of a saboteur messing things up is very clever, but it's still very hard to get these to find a group that wants to play a game where there's a traitor. And I think you'd be better off just playing a cooperative trick-taking like the crew. But this sounds clever, not quite for me. I'll just mark that. Okay, Lord of the Rings, Adventure to Mount Doom. Did we look at this? What am I doing? We can't afford to be looking at things twice. Is this a reprint of the original? What have we got? What is this? Let me see. Is it Knizia? No, it's not the original. What is it? This is cooperative? What's going on with this game? It's cool. It's cooperative. All right. My City Roll and Build. Okay, so My City was an okay little legacy game. I don't need a simpler version of it though. But I am curious about My Island. So I'm gonna already mark that I'm interested, just because My City was a clever little game. We didn't actually finish it. We didn't love it. But it was clever and had these envelopes that you proceed through that changed the game. I'm just a sucker for that mechanic. We looked at that. Galaxy Rush. Galaxy Rush. This is what happens after 7 hours. I can't even fully get words out of my mouth properly. No reviews, nothing, just unboxing. Let's skip that then. Horticulture. Plan your own garden. Joseph Mayu is back. He says, Earth is a great game. Yeah, I want to try Earth. I think my wife, who loves terraforming Mars, might like Earth. I see it's a roll and write garden. Don't need it. Reign of Hades. Did we look at this already? Is this the one that has nothing for it? Nothing here. Dixit Disney, no. I've got plenty of Dixits. I don't need a Dixit Disney. Forest Shuffle. Cute. Looks like a little scoring based on set collection type thing. Six cards in hand. Create your sets. Not for me, but I'd play it. Flux, no. The Expedition. Low Tech Games. What is this? Tiny little card game. No, not for me. Miniature Adventures, we looked at that. Okay. Cosmoctopus. All right. I know Chad was interested in this. Let's see what this looks like. This looks pretty cute. So look at this beautiful old school retro art. This creature here with his tentacles looks weird. Has got a kind of personality vibe of Cosmic Frog. Let's see if we can get a review from Alex, though. Let's see what he thinks.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. and today I'm reviewing Cosmoctopus from Paperfort Games. Cosmoctopus, designed by Henry Audubon, is a 1-to-4 player game in which players are controlling the Great Inky One. The Great Inky One over here is going to be navigating through the depths of space, trying to collect various goodies, various resource tokens, using those to trade in for cards, ultimately trying to get 8 tentacles into each individual player's little board here. This is not a cooperative experience, and the first player to get all 8 tentacles filled over here, utilizing and working together with the Great Inky One, will win the game. Now in the game, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be moving the Great Inky One around the board. Now, I do have it set up for the basic game over here. The basic game involves you having the core 8 tiles and then one of 4 possible special tiles you'll have into the game. There are additional layouts you can do as well, small little things like portals to be able to give you different modular areas that connect. There's a bunch of other things you could do for the setup. This is the core basic setup. And you'll be taking Cosmoctopus and then moving him from one location to another location, moving adjacently and orthogonally around the board. So for example, I can move over here and then collect 3 of these black inky tokens over here. Now that's what you can do over there as you're going through it, but you can also discard cards and resources in the game as necessary. You see, you're going to start the game with a few resources, 2 of each type. You're going to start the game with 5 cards, and you can use those cards and resources, discarding them at any point to be able to move further across the vast reaches of the unknown. So for example, maybe I really want to go to this space from here instead, so instead of getting these 3 black tokens, I'll discard a card, and I'll go 1, 2, more about things. In fact, let's go ahead and dive into the review, starting off with ease of play. Rulebook on this is very easy to dive into. This is a very accessible, easy to teach, easy to play game. Comes in at around 45 minutes per game or so, somewhere in that range, 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay, easy to learn.
As far as what I like, don't like, and can see others not liking, starting off with the adorable theme. In fact, there's a rule I forgot. The rule is when you're done with your turn, you're going to take the Great Inky One and you're going to point it to whoever's next. Which means whenever you see the Great Inky One staring at you, it means it's probably your turn. Which is not a sentence I get to utter on a day-by-day basis, and that's gathering a few yellow cards that'll help you fill slots automatically.
Reading this is definitely an interesting one. Sounds like they're going to buy it. Expansion for It's a Wonderful World, complex game. My Shelfie, fill your shelves. Looks like spatial polyomino type stuff. Don't need that. Amalia, build the best animal sanctuary. All right, more tile spatial placement. Don't want that. Oros looks like another one of these. I see a little more to this one, but spatial placement stuff, not really my thing. Microscopic proportions, a microscopic mosaic. Demo available. Know anything about it. Okay. Isaac, I wasn't a fan of the game, so I don't need to watch that. Hello Kitty, we skipped that. Smurfs, we looked at that. Ahoy Kitten, kids game. Art Society, okay. Arrange paintings on your wall. Whose wall will be the talk of the town? Okay, no information on it at all. Fate Forge, we looked at that. That sounded interesting to me. Hamlet, this is an expansion for Hamlet. Hamlet's a new game, getting some real buzz. I don't really know too much about it. I like the art, that little village style art on the box at least. I don't know about these things here though. No, that looks a little, I don't know. I suppose I shouldn't jump to any conclusions about it. Just doesn't look that interesting to me. Vengeance, Roll and Write. These are the battle games, not for me. Astra Mind Clash, Discover Constellations, Tactical Contest. Okay. Continuous player turns until constellation cards are taken. Let's try Rudochrono. Paid promotion,
en une succession de tours. Lorsque c'est à moi de jouer, je vais devoir choisir une action parmi deux, soit observer, soit faire une action de...
That doesn't help us. All right, let's just skip that one. Perseverance, this is an expansion or a spin-off for Perseverance, which I don't know. Jiangnan Life of Gentry, deluxe version, $168. Okay, what do you get for $168? Looks like you get a heavy Euro game. All right, looks like we're stuck with Rado. Let's see what he's got for us.
Hey everybody, today on Rado Rensu, so I got to pick one of these. I'm inclined to go with the yellow, but one thing I should pay attention to is what are the trends that are going on in this city, because if I'm working on stuff that Jen had already put her play here, then she would get money for it. Collecting income because it's so renowned. People actually come from all over.
It's a little too busy for me. Curious though, I'm curious about it. Cyberpunk Red, Monster Fight Club, miniatures, no. Super Squad High, teen superheroes manage their hero life balance. This does not sound like I want to play this. No information about it. Okay. Ilya and Something Shiny. Epic adventure across a mystical world. Okay. Looks like a little kid's game, but what is it? An innocent rabbit. I'm curious about this. Okay, here's Marco. I always choose Marco if you have a choice. That's what I say. No spoilers, he
Alien
says.
something shiny. This is one of those reviews in which I'm not
how
going to
big
show
it
the
is.
contents of the box. I'm going to tell you
Really?
about them. Maybe I'll show the back of the box. But I want to avoid spoilers because this is a story-driven adventure. Discovering the story is the thing. So I definitely want to make sure that even inadvertently, I don't share something that I shouldn't. It is a solo game. Of course, I guess you could play with multiple players, experiencing the story together and make. And there's an emotional element which are welcome if you're an adult. It's like rereading a game book when you realize you already read like most of the paragraphs and you would need to reread like 50-60 paragraphs to see two that you haven't seen yet. So on one hand, it's high replay value because of multiple scenarios. On the other hand, maybe it's not so much because out another way of doing it. It's up to you. So the replay value, again, it's the story, again, part of it will feel pretty predictable. You'll probably know where it's going from there. But I still enjoyed the progression.
Doesn't
The
sound like
chapters
you
do
loved
play
it,
very
though.
different.
Five chapters make choices. This sounds like maybe a game you'd want to play with. Wow, look at him. Huh. Very interesting. I love those big oversized cards. All right, let's mark this as something I'm interested in. Inheritors. Okay, let's look at this. Hand management, 2 to 4 players. Dice Tower review. Here we go. Interesting artwork. Overview.
So this setup's going to be a little bit different. There's going to be a certain number of these cards out based on the number of players. You're also going to have a faction for each color. So each color comes with 2 different factions that you can play. I'm showing you one of them, but instead of the fox, you can play the monkey, and you have the lizard, and the moose, and the eagle, and the wolf. So each of these are different, but you'll place all of this out there. There's also a draw pile, which is actually quite a bit taller than I'm showing you here. And you'll have these cards here. This is called the market. Kind of like a discard pile, but not quite. Each person's going to get a starting hand of 11 cards. Many of these cards will have maybe some special abilities on them, like lobbyist or spy, things like that. But most of them are going to be numbers that match the 5 colors in the middle. Everyone's going to get at least, you're going to get one random 1 in your hand, and then the rest of your cards will just be
we got to jump ahead. We don't have
been
time for all
taken,
this mess.
or when the deck runs out of cards. You're going to get points for those.
All right, Tom, what do you think about it?
I really like this game. I'll tell you, my rating right now is a 7.5. It's a fun, fast card game that has the SQT factor, the snappy quick turns. I really like that.
Fast turns, but 7.5. Do we really need to be messing around with games that are just rated 7.5? Oceans I haven't played. Overwards of Infamy. This doesn't look like the kind of art game for me. Why does this have a play button on it? Overwards of Infamy. Okay, let's take a quick look at this. Steal candy from babies. This is not the kind of humor that I go for. Make the difference. Okay. Point games make these small box games. What is this, though? 2 minutes to draw the differences. The other players have 3 minutes to spot them. What? Is there a video on this? Let's see what we've got here. It sounds like you're drawing differences onto a picture that looks the same.
It plays. Sure. So each person who's playing the game
is going to get a different picture given to them. So you take that picture, you'll take 2 copies of it. One is the copy that you will leave alone, and the other copy is the one that you're going to draw on. You're going to make 5 differences, and each time that you make a difference, you mark the bottom here. You also write your name here, so there's Tom. But you'll mark this each time you make a difference on that sheet. So everyone's going to be making them at the same time, and then you'll start playing the game. One person's the main player. They're going to put this clear plastic sheet over the one that they made the differences on, and then the other one's here. So I'll give you guys a moment if you're watching this. Can you see the differences? Now the difference is you can't make a line thicker, but you can extend a line. You can draw things, but they have to be basically one line.
That's crazy. All right, I can see he
draw.
made a little extra window here.
Will be started while everyone is looking for these. Anybody who finds one will point to it, and that person
gets
a victory point.
Not a game for me,
Once
but
the
very
timer
clever.
runs out, we'll flip the timer.
Does that appeal to anyone here? Tiger and Dragon, tile-based game. Boy, that looks intriguing. Let me see what this is about. Attacks by playing a tile from their hand. You can either pass or defend. I don't like the attack games like that though, but looks interesting. Ascendancy, okay. The ultimate 4X meets worker placement experience. Okay. Ooh, this art does not look like it's for me. Asymmetric houses. No, it looks a little too much. Our project, we looked at that. Disney, no, we looked at that. Mishmatch. Okay, spot the matches and give them a slap. This looks like a little kids game, 2 to 8 players, huh? Spot and slap matching theme from variety of animals. Call it, flip it, slap it, claim it. Okay, no, not really. Surfing game. Tabletopia, but no other reviews or anything. Okay, it doesn't appeal to me. Okay, Tapple. Tapple is a game that's been out for a long time. What is this? 10 unique games. Huh. Little system here for playing games with a little electronic device. Okay, don't need it. What the cup? I saw some discussion of this. This looks like a little bit like Liar's Dice, but different. I'm a little curious about this. Changing the winning title, fine card. So what video did I see that was interesting? Yeah, here it was watch it played. You shuffle it, the die falls in. But you can take actions on cards. Too much for what it is. Something simpler like Liar's Dice seems like the smarter way to go. Okay, we looked at general. Did we look at general orders? No information about it. Okay. Senkore, the pride of Mansa Musa. School of University. Okay, let's see what this is.
Osprey Games has just announced.
Do you have any images from it?
Pride of Mansa.
Okay. Nothing about it. Undaunted is a whole series that's very well regarded. If it was cooperative, I'd be absolutely interested in checking it out. But it's not, so that's not for me. Okay, After Us. There's The Art of Vincent Dutray, very recognizable watercolory style thing. First player to 80 points. Okay, let's just quickly jump to what these people think about it before we... Am I putting too much weight on the Dice Tower scores?
Amazing. And then you have the card that you can actually buy a second card for. If you have like 8 batteries, you can get another level 2 or whatever. And it's like, oh man. So there are all these decisions and you want to play it. I found myself on a journey of playing it once. It was fine. Then going back, I'm like, I want to try this a bit more.
Putting that on top of your different kinds of monkeys that are, I'm choosing to. That does work here. I can spend a battery to get a victory point.
Doesn't really appeal to me.
On.
Forum looks like abstract game. Trick-taking game for 3 or 4 players, 2 teams of 2 in a 4-player game. Boy, that's a rough set. You really have to be a special trick-taking game to make a dent.
Head over to manage bids. Are going to be worth the amount of points. You see these 2 suns here. Let's get bonus content.
Although a
like first impression
team-based
videos well before
team-based trick-taking game is appealing.
Something like that similar in a game called Potato Man, which was a Spiel des Jahres recommended game that year that came out. But that game had a weird feeling where like the game kind of played itself a little bit. This is very different from that. Just the way this is implemented. Not following suit. At least twice per game, someone is going to throw a card that's the same suit right after the first card's thrown. It's just going to happen. As it gets to like the 3rd player in the hand or the...
Nothing special, nothing curious about it. Okay, Q birds, group birds into fox. 20 minutes, 2 to 5 players. Looks pretty plain. Like the gimmick is this art style. It doesn't do anything for me. Skip it. District Noir. Collect cards from the line only when the time is right. 2 to 2. Is it only a team-based game? 2-player game only, huh? 2-player game, bluffing set collection. Okay, let's check out the review.
Or is very hard to find. This one right here, tiny little box called Throne and the Grail. Same game, different theme, obviously different components, but in the game you are trying to win by doing one of 2 things. Controlling, with this theme, various sort of areas in the Hoboken here, in the district, or having majorities in various different things. It's sort of like an immediate win condition or an end game scoring points and winning sort of condition. I'm going to go ahead and give you a look at how the game works, give you an overview of what's happening here. We'll come on back. We'll give you some thoughts on this one. To set up the game, we're going to give each player one of these player aid cards, double-sided with a symbol that represents them, and then we have this one over here. We shuffle up the deck, each player gets 5 cards, and then we remove 3 from the game without looking at them. And we are ready to go. We will flip this token here to decide on a start player, okay? So it's going to be me, let's say, for right now. We are going to be playing over 4 rounds. In each of those rounds, each player is going to take 6 turns. The game might end prematurely if somebody achieves a specific winning condition, but normally, more frequently, we'll play out all 4 of those rounds, and then we'll score up and see who's got the most victory. You are going to be taking the newest, the latest 5 cards. If there are fewer than 5, you take them all. And you will set those organized face up in front of you. You will only take once in each round.
I like
and
the art style.
Since you have 5 cards, you'll be playing cards 5 times and taking cards once. That's how you get to 6. So let's take a look here at the cards I've got. You will see a few different kinds of cards. We've got number cards. And this is all here, by the way, as well. So we've got number cards, which are these right here. There are 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s. And there are as many of each as the value. So there are 6 6s, there are 7 7s, and so on. There are negative cards, like these. There are positive cards in green. And then there are these cards, one here, as the very
Z,
first
let's go.
one
Let's
to
get
be
to
taken,
it.
which my opponent might then immediately take, okay? So for the sake of the argument, let's say indeed I do that. I'm going to go ahead and take, I'm going to take these. Not great with these two, but let's say I did that. I could organize these now numerically. So 1 6, 2 7s, and some bad cards over here. Goes back. So I'm curious as to, obviously, more your thoughts than my own. I know mine, and you might know my thoughts already too. But before we get to gameplay, Mike's seen this. I've lived with it, but he's seen it. And we have to mention production here. I think this is a really beautifully done, excellent, souped-up production of that original release. Yeah, me too.
The fact that, you know, I kind of fell out of favor with microgames for a while because I felt like there was a glut of them. I'm coming in at a 7.5, easily recommended.
Rated at yeah, that's helping.
7,
Yeah.
okay. Just mediocre. Don't need it. Boy, that took a long effort to get to that. Emerge. All right. We're getting there. We're getting near the end here. Dice rolling. Using your dice to collect research. I'm not a big dice rolling person. Fox Experiment. This is Elizabeth Hargrave from Wingspan. But this, which should make this a must-buy for a lot of people, especially with this beautiful cover. But it doesn't look that good to me. It doesn't look that interesting. Certainly looks more convoluted. I don't know. I'd be curious to read some reviews on this. Only one review. Is it in English? No. All right, let's see. Fox Experiment playthrough. Review. Overview. No one wants to review it? Really? Board game hot takes. I don't
Amazing.
know this
It's so cool, but it adds so much decision you made.
Oh, it's just a
And
podcast.
it's so
There's a playthrough, but not a review.
So
kind of suspicious that no one's reviewing it.
Tied, right? Because these are all 6?
No, that one's 8. I think it got erased when it was being moved. Jack?
It's definitely an 8. This is an 8?
No, the one that looks like an 8 right there.
Okay, this looks too much for my interests. Sea salt and paper. A little origami style game. I'm a bit curious about this. Game in a minute. Here we go. This woman's my new hero now.
You'll be adding cards
to
to
it's a different person doing Game in a
from
Minute.
one of the different suits in the game, and all of them score
Joseph thinks that the reason there may not be any reviews for that is the controversy about Quackalope happened while it was...
to activate abilities. First of all, it needs to be said, this game is gorgeous.
Is it? I guess it
origami-style
is. I don't know. It doesn't really do anything for
and
me.
it's also bright and colorful, which makes it really fun to play and engage. As far as the gameplay, what I really, really enjoy is, in addition to just the set collection mechanic, which is fun, each of the sets has a unique ability that can be triggered when you play them down in pairs or in sets. And so there's a lot of strategy in a very small game that's also really, really stunning to look at. This one is totally worth finding, and that's it.
Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't really do anything for me, but I would give it a try. Distilled. This is going to be a little heavy Euro game, maybe? Highly thematic strategy card game. Okay, so much for Euro. Best upgrades for your distillery. All right, let's look at Thinker Themer telling us to back it.
Premium ingredients, which you pay more for, but they pay off more when you're selling and making your alcohol. The third line in the market are the premium items.
It's pretty. I'll give you that.
We need bottles and we need barrels and bottles to make our alcohol, to age our alcohol, and eventually
This
to bottle
could
it
be.
up
I
and
could
sell
see
it.
my game
and so
group
you
here
can
liking
be,
this.
Again, buying more premium versions of these items that are upgrades on the regular version of these items.
Yeah, I think our group might go for this. I can see Chad wanting to play this.
And item bottle, which can be used ongoingly to produce your alcohol. Now, what's interesting about this game is that you are going to be starting the game with the most basic version of these resources, and really at a minimum you need to have one type of sugar, one type of yeast, and one type of water to make an alcohol. It requires
thematic. So one of the things that I love about it from a very superficial point, I actually really love the presence of this game. I love the way of like the illustrations.
Yeah, that's pretty nice
I love
looking.
the way that your distillery.
2 players and up, the game doesn't change very much. It feels pretty much the same. You will be putting out a different number of labels, alcohol and sugar cards, and shuffling
looks like
those
they think
cards
there's
and then
quite a bit
taking
of
out
luck.
the top and bottom of the stack. Now, there is a chance that you will take out the key ingredients or the key sugars required to make your recipe checklist. When that happens, it means you might not be making the rum that you wanted to make, for example, and instead you have to make vodka.
That looks interesting, though, I gotta admit. Luthier. No information about it. Okay. Inaros Fallen. Looks like one of these little area control fighting. Let's see if we can go back. Two-player game with the team mode. You're dueling. Yeah, that's not for me. Iron Blood, Snow, and Mud. Looks like a tank building game. Tank war game. See if we can get a look at it, though. 4 years. Blood and Snow. I mean, looks, if you're into the war games head-to-head stuff, that would be for you, but not for me. And then they've also produced Race to the Rhine. Okay, Drop, Drive, Instant Space, Infinite Possibilities, Betting and Bluffing. Okay, I'm curious. Boy, these are some weird looking components. Let's see. Lightweight sandbox game. Drop style mechanic. What does that mean, a drop style mechanic? You drop, all kinds of objects are dropped from onto the table from a height of 4 to 5 inches to randomize it. Okay, let's take a look at a little preview of this. Okay, this is going to be a Dice Tower preview, which is how Tom Vassell gets away with not producing any paid content himself. He lets Mark Steed take money to do this. So this is paid preview for Kickstarter. Look at this craziness.
Spaceship Games is for 1 to 4 players, ages 8 and up, and games
in a big giant square box.
Scrupulous pirate where you're
all right, so you drop them all from 4 inches onto that circle, which spreads them out.
Planets are great for doing various things. Now, you're going to also be gathering these crystals off of
Okay,
asteroids.
doesn't matter. It's not for me. What are we doing? Why are we wasting time on this video? All right, time for us to take a break. I'll come back in 8 minutes. Rebecca says Chad would like Distillery. Yeah, so I think probably we'll see if we can't give Distillery a play. I'll see you in all 8 minutes for our last session. 7 hours and 20 minutes in. We're still going strong, or we're still going at least. Let's get back to our list. All right, we can do it. How far through the list are we? It's hard to tell. There's no good way to tell, but here we are on the scroll bar. But remember that we've been through a bunch of all the co-op games already, so we're not... If you just looked at this, you'd predict we have maybe 2 or 3 hours left. I think we can do this, and maybe I was premature in thinking we've got 1 hour left. Maybe we've got 2 hours left. But let's just do it. However long it takes, it takes. We're not here for the fun of this. We're here for the Type 2 enjoyment. 7th Sea, City of 5 Sails. You guys stop me if you see something interesting you want us to look at. Okay, looks like it's got poker chips as parts. Expandable card game set in the world of the 7th Sea role-playing game. That's not really what I want. Expandable card games, that's not my thing. Ashes Reborn expansion, we looked at that. Freelancers, what is this? A Crossroads game. Okay, so Plaid Hat Games makes a bunch of these things they're calling Crossroads games with little storybooks. This is a different one. What have we got here? So there's their storybook with Spiral Bound. This one looks like it's got some roll and write aspects to it. I like the idea of these Spiral Bound books, but none of their Crossroads games have really grabbed me so far. But I am curious about all of them. Look at this. No game master is required. A companion app does all the storytelling. Hundreds of branching paths and 5 highly replayable campaigns. Okay, let's look at what Foster the Meeple. I'm already curious about this. Actually, we've already done them before. Let's go to Rodney Smith. He won't review it, but he'll give us a nice look at it.
How to play. To get help with the setup, you can use the free web-based app at freelancersgame.com, but I'll walk you through the steps myself right here in this video. First, place this location book in the center of the play area with room for it to be opened later, but for now, leave it closed. Nearby, set the story, treasure, and follower decks, which have these related backs. Shuffle the follower and treasure decks, but leave the story deck in order based on the numbers found in its bottom right-hand corner. Also keep the dice and a supply of and in this video, we'll assume we have 4 players who decide to each take a sheet from the top of the pad. And for my character, I'll select the Ranger. Just know if you ever need more sheets, you can download and print them for free from the Freelancers website. Every player also picks one of the included standees, which represents your species.
Is this from an existing IP that we don't know?
Token. From this pad, collect a sheet matching your species. The Mouser, in my case. Every player now combines their species and job sheet by setting them side by side in front of themselves. Using a pen or pencil, now invent a name for your character and write it into this space. I'll be Percy Sharpclaw. Confident.
All right. This is
These
probably
don't help a player win. They just divide the responsibilities players will have to help keep the game running. As the first session, they recommend map A. You now top sheet. I'll just leave it on here so I have a thicker pad to write on. The app will ask if you want help setting up the game. It'll help you save your game, as we'll learn about later, but also
yeah,
they read the related word
this
they
is
filled
appealing
into
to
the
me.
matching numbered space over here. For example, my ranger wants to survive with nothing but their wits and a pencil, and I want to wear the skin of a cyclops and cook slugs over a campfire. The app now tells the bookkeeper to open the location book to page 35. The bookkeeper is another role. They'll turn to the required pages of this location book when instructed and read out the resolutions for the actions on its pages. But for now, players should avoid reading this page. So if it helps, you can just keep this page hidden until the game begins. This board is given to the medic. They'll now place one of these wound tokens onto each of its spaces.
Surely this is a
will soon hire you
cooperative game,
turn
though.
adding their
Why didn't we
standee
look
to an
at- why didn't
available
we see
action
this
found in these
before?
numbered boxes. The next player can't place their
Increasing
standee until the player
skills,
before them has gone.
corruption,
You also shouldn't pay attention.
treasure.
Some trinkets have a discard effect. These can't be resolved during
This
another
is very
effect, such
appealing
as a
to
skill
me. Is
check,
this-
but otherwise mean that
why
you can
did we
send the
not
trinket to
see
a shared
this?
discard.
Let's take a closer look. So it is an RPG it was based on. Explore hundreds of branching paths, five highly replayable campaigns. It's cooperative. I don't know why it wasn't listed. It's not listed as having cooperative mechanic. It's just... Okay, well, I'm quite interested in that. Maybe even relatively speaking would put that as a must-have. All right. Jeez, what's this? Report news stories to earn a spot at the anchor desk. Semi-cooperative card game.
Today we'll be talking about how to play Channel 1 from Pops and Jew Games. Channel 1 is a semi-cooperative card game played over 3 rounds: morning, evening, and nightly news. In each round, players work together as news reporters to add location and source cards to each lead in the day's lineups. Based on the numbers, each player will also receive a pass token, green side up. You are now ready to play. Each of the 3 rounds consists of 2 phases. In phase 1, players take...
It's too loud. It's too loud, so I don't want it. That's where we are now in our life. I don't know. Semi-cooperative is the part that makes me not want it. Okay, Davy Jones Locker. We looked at that. Bravo, bravo. Flip a code. Act in harmony with other players. 2 to 12. Okay, a little party game. Let's take a look. Feels like we haven't seen that many party games here in the Gen Con list. Well, all play together with one voice. Every time a card is flipped over, everyone has to say or do the same thing. 10 roughly sketched yet totally endearing characters who will accompany you. How do you play? Flip a card, say it together, fun guaranteed. Be the player with the fewest points at the end of the game. Okay, let's see if Steph can tell us a little more about what this game is like to play.
Card. And then you are going to do 12 players.
A lot of people can play.
And it's super fast.
It's super fast, yeah.
In Bravo Bravo, you are going to, on your turn, you're going to flip over a card. And then you are going to do, you are going to announce your card and then the old card. And if anyone does it incorrectly or delays a little too long, they end up getting a point. What do they call this from? They call it the deck of points.
And you don't want points.
You don't want points. Points are bad. So, and when we played,
I had all the points.
you had all the points.
Really bad at this game.
So, let's take a look at these 10 cute characters in this game. Now, each of these characters has a sound that they make. Bravo, disco, hello, party, rainbow, ouch, toot, aw, meow, and whoo.
Okay.
There's also a character.
Not the game for me. CSDK. Correctly answer questions on a specific topic at self-assessed difficulty. Trivia game asks you to be honest. How well do you know this subject? Too confident, you won't go anywhere. Too careful, you're crawling. Okay, draw a card matching the space around. Move your piece forward as far as the difficulty you set if you get the answer right. Okay, so a little bit of a trivia game. You're trying to guess how well you know it, and if you're right, you go that many spaces. That's a clever idea. But trivia games don't really work with my groups. But I like that idea of playing it safe, do an easy one, move ahead one space. All right, we looked at all these already before. Romy Rummy. A very original variant of Rummy. Okay, so a variant of Rummy, huh? Little too dry. Joyride, survival of the fastest. Okay, so tactical car. Some people love these car racing smash-up games. They don't do anything for me, though. Acquire, a very classic old game. Another reprint of it. It keeps getting reprinted over the years. That's what the original looked like. Financial game. Axis and Allies. Why is there a 2012 game on this list? I don't understand it. Okay. We can skip through all of these. Bargain Quest expansion. I know that Rebecca and Chad were hot on this and bought it. Are you still hot on it? Do you want to play it again? Do you want to buy the expansion? Diplomacy, the famous game, is getting a reprint. This is the game that destroys friendships, they say. Pure negotiation. Anything new in it? This is the one where it's pure negotiation. You backstab people. People get upset. Okay, Ex Libris, which I don't, is an existing game that's quite well known. I don't know it though, so don't care about the expansion for it. G.I. Joe. Oh, now we're making good progress through these lists. Good Omens, that's a TV show, I believe. 7 different co-op dice and card games based on this thing. I don't want that. I know already I don't want that. 7 different throwaway games. You don't get, it's like, you don't get like a bargain. Here's 7 mediocre games are not better than one good one. Junk Orbit. This doesn't feel new, does it? 2018. What is this doing on this list? I don't understand. Why is someone not making sure these 2018 games don't get on this list? Okay, Pony, Power Rangers, these are all the Renegade Studio IP licensed games. The good news for us is we're just making quick work scrolling through here. Look at this, Robo Rally's getting a reprint and an expansion. So Robo Rally is a famous game of programmed movement, probably the most famous programmed movement game, where you're trying to program the movement of robots in this, on this map of conveyor belts, and they're smashing into each other and hurting each other. It's got a very clever idea about when you break parts, then the bad cards get in your hand and clog up your planning space. Mechs and Minions was inspired by Robo Rally. I wonder if they changed anything or just reprinting it. Looks like nothing has changed that I can see. Let's see if there's any changes. Okay, let's see. Does anyone know if anything's changed? 2016 changed a little bit. From the image on the back, it appears the new version is very much like the 2016. Return to 12 by 12 boards, 6 robots, 40 damage cards. Looks like same rules. Okay. And some expansions. Search for the lost species. Deduction game follow-up. Just Search for Planet X. Search for Planet X got very good reviews. I have not played it yet, but I've been curious about it. Here's a re-theming for, instead of searching for planets, you're searching for some wildlife. I am very curious about this one because Search for Planet X was so well regarded. So it's a little bit of deduction. It's a little bit similar to a game that I have that I keep meaning to play. What's the game where each person has a booklet that tells you a rule about where the treasure can be? You ask a question, you mark a couple places where it can't be. I can't remember the name of it now. Maybe someone in the chat. Okay, expansion for Vampire the Masquerade, expansion for Vampire the Masquerade, Avant-Garde, we looked at that. Glitch Squad for 4 to 8 players. Forensic scientists try to solve crimes foiled by the office cat glitch. Okay, that sounds amazing. Team-based party game. Let's have a look. This sounds interesting to me. Okay. Each round, you write 3 clues to help one of your teammates guess a piece of evidence related to the crime, location, weapon, occupation, or hobby. Unfortunately, Glitch the Cat messes up these clues. Acting as the meddlesome cat, your opponent gets to erase one of the clues and write in a glitched clue to stump your ally. Okay, let's see if we can watch a video. It's a playthrough or a short clip. Let's start here.
Have Glitch Squad, and this plays 4 to 8 players.
Treasure
It takes
Hunt.
about 10
No,
to
that
15 minutes
wasn't
to
it.
play, and this is a team-based word game where players are given clues to try and discover a series of passwords in order to win the game. And this one is actually coming from a designer with a name that I recognize, which is Mary Flanagan, because she actually designed one of the games in my collection, which is Mechanica, which you can see on the shelf behind me, which is an excellent game and a really excellent design. But in this game, the whole goal is to get your team to try and guess all the clues on their clue card before for the opponent's team. And in order to do that, players are trying to guess
I
evidence
love
associated with a
team-based
certain
games, so
crime
this
in order to
seems
get
like a
those
win for
passwords to
me.
activate their evidence locker. The different types of evidence are the location, the weapon, the occupation, or the hobby, and there is a deck of cards associated with each of these. Depending on which numbered password you're currently trying to solve, players will choose one of these decks, and then you're going to give the guessing player 3 one-word clues to help them try and guess that word. The catch here is that before the guessing player gets to see those words, your opponent player will be able to erase one of those words and replace it with one of their own in order to try and mislead the guessing player. If the player guesses correctly, then you can reveal one letter of the password. But if the player guesses incorrectly, they can try and draw a forensics card, and that will give the player some information of which of the clues can be trusted or not trusted. The player can then get a second chance to try and guess the word. But if they guess incorrectly a second time, then they're not going to be able to use a forensics card on their next turn, and your opposing team is going to be able to see the next letter on their password. At the end of each turn, players will also have an opportunity to guess what their password is, and the player that guesses all their passwords first wins the game.
All right, well, I'm curious how you handle handwriting issues here, but I like this idea of it. Let's see if we can just watch a little bit of...
Anthropology.
Well, this doesn't help us if they're playing it digitally.
For somebody. Who am I supposed to be? So I received from Matt, so I have to send to Olivia the doctored thing.
Yes, but not the evidence.
Oh, they're rewriting,
okay?
that's what it is. That's how you disguise
not
when
the
you
answer,
modify one
but the
word,
three
because you
clues.
rewrite
Okay.
all
And I
three,
also sent to Olivia.
and one of them you glitch up. Okay, well, that's definitely, especially because it's team-based, let's put that as a must-have. Okay, Rebecca says, Glitch Squad is a yes for us, and so is Retrograde. And Joseph tried to guess the game I'm thinking of, but it wasn't Treasure Hunt, but it starts with a T, I believe. They played it on Game Night channel. There's a map, there's like a hex map with trees and different landscape. Each person has a clue that tells them where it must be, and it's designed with 3 different or 4 different booklets so that there's one unique place where it has to be. It's a very clever looking game. I keep meaning to try it. I wish I could remember the name of it. Someone will remember. Okay, what is Retrograde? Looks like an old arcade game. This one doesn't look like a must-play for me. This one looks like it's probably not on my list, but let's see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Is Mackenzie.
And I'm Jonathan.
We are husband and wife, and we'd like to welcome you to Paradise.
Now grab your arcade tokens because we are headed in, and you're trying to blast your way through and clear this whole board off. And the way you're going to do that is you're going to have to shoot droids in chains. Like during a round, you're going to have to shoot a bunch of touching droids. And
nope, not for me. Okay. Return to Dark Tower, we looked at that. Thunder Road, I can't remember if we looked at this. This is another one of these car racing, hurting, fighting games. Not for me, but if you like this kind of thing and want a co-op version, we reviewed, I guess it was Fast and Furious, which is a lot of good game with some real strategy in a small box. There's our unmatched cooperative version, and then a whole bunch of unmatched competitive versions. Acquire stock in Young Airlines, 1930. No information about it. Balkan Railways. No information about it. Chateau Rockfort. This is not a new game. What have we got here? A reprint? What's happening? Is it a reprint or an old game? We're not going to worry about it then if it's not something new. Druids, huh? No information. 8 players. Can't tell what it is. Seas of Strife. Boy, that's about as bland as you can get. Why would you do that? Why would you make that your board game cover? Trick-taking game, formerly called Texas Showdown, published as Strife. You want to avoid taking tricks. Huh. Clever twist on trick avoidance. I don't know. You gotta have something special to make a trick-taking game appealing to me. Wabash Cannonball, another train game. Rio Grande loves these dry games. It's not for me. Lawyer Up. This feels like, yeah, this is not new, but it looks like they've got a season 2, huh? Which is not out yet. From Kickstarter. Has anyone played Lawyer Up? I feel like I don't know anything about it, but I should. I feel like it's been out a while. 4 cases. Separate cases. Why isn't there... Is it not out? Is that what the problem is? Did it get announced like a year ago and still isn't out? With still no videos? How can that be? Boy, that's weird. Maybe it's a different game that I'm thinking of. Lawyer Up. I don't know how to explain that. Maximum Apocalypse. We looked at that already. Seas of Havoc, huh? Pirates and privateers fight each other. 1 to 5. With chests. Okay. Shelf clips. Any text reviews? Great fun, but unfocused. Let's see what we got here. Play your cards to move around a 6x6 ocean. Very slick, pretty fast and intuitive. Starts slow, generally positive, lots of replayability. The downside is the game looks like it always delivers the same sort of all against each other melee. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need fighting all against each other games. Wild Gardens. I mean, those cards look cute, but that main board looks pretty painful. Okay, here's your Foster the Meeple. All right, let's spread the love around. We'll look at Bowers' video.
So I say, oh, it looks like
He's just gonna talk about the Kickstarter.
Enjoy a narrative-driven solo campaign book where you will learn more about the mysterious characters and the world of Wild Gardens.
well, hot diggity, Rose Golem Entertainment, have they done? Those are some of the nicest cloth bags I think I've ever seen. Too many. Okay. I feel like this is kind of sprung on me. $20. And now you're going to inches. Thank you. I'd love it up top as well when you were doing millimeters. And also down here, I'd love millimeters.
This looks too all over the place for me. Dice Throne, don't like it, don't want it. Dead Cells, Roguelite, we looked at that already. Decrypto 5th Anniversary. Okay, so here's a game that we should have played more of. What is the 5th Anniversary? Let's see if there's a forum post on what's in the 5th Anniversary. There's an XL version, but that's not what we have here. Pre-order for the 5th Anniversary now open. Special edition is exclusive to this year. Darker box design with gold foil. Okay, well, 440 new words. This just drives. I don't understand this world where people are like, "Oh, a new box. I got to get the new box." And 440 new words. It might sound important, but you're never going to play through all the words. So what do you care? Don't need it. Already have Decrypto. Done. Done and done. We looked at this one. This looked pretty cool. The asymmetric players. Oh, this one we already know about. Redwood, huh? Okay, nice looking art. Wildlife photographers. Okay, look at that. That looks pretty cool looking. Look at this. You're like creating scene to take a photo of. All right, let's see what we've got here. All right, Alex, what can you tell us?
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co, and today I'm reviewing Redwood from Sit Down Games.
Look at that big board.
Redwood is a 1 to 4 player game of capturing that perfect shot out in nature. This is, by the way, this is a prototype, rules, components, all that stuff.
Wow, look at that. That looks pretty cool.
Campaign down below. But like I said already, this is a 1 to 4 player game of trying to find and capture that perfect shot. You are all playing as photographers, playing across 5 rounds of play in which you're going to wander around the board slowly but surely, trying to figure out where you're going to move and which camera lens you're going to use as you try to capture that perfect shot, gathering as many points as possible across, well, 5 photos. 5 photos, each taken, one taken per round.
What on earth is sitting here?
To try to figure out how to optimize your score around a whole bunch of different scoring criteria. In the game, what you're going to do is you're going to start on a round. You're basically going to go ahead and pre-select a movement and a shot, judging based on looking at this. You're going to go ahead and look at these boards. You're going to judge, what am I going to do? What am I going to pick? Which thing makes the most sense for me? You can't actually try to line things up. You have to kind of judge based on your eyes, based on looking at the board.
Look at how amazing that looks.
Grabbing the associated dial thing, whatever it is. You're gonna go ahead and grab the thing. So let's say, for example, let's say I'm playing the green photographer over here, and I try to estimate that I think I'm gonna want to use this one over here. I'm gonna use this little guy over here, and then I think I want to get that shot. I think I want a somewhat long angle. I'm gonna go with this one over here. So again, you're trying to make estimations and figure out what you need to do. From there, you're going to take these over here. You're going to attach this to your person on the board, making sure not to move him around, and then figure out where you can move, not crossing other animals or photographers in your quest for that perfect angle. We're gonna go ahead. You know what? I don't even know here. I may have messed this up. We'll figure out what we can do. Let's go ahead and try to get over here. This is what I'm gonna try to do over here. We're gonna take our other person.
This looks silly, but
move on that spot, and then move this around, and now there you go. You're on the board.
Why? What's
From there,
the point
you're
of
done with
that?
actually lining up who your person is, and now it's time to line up that shot. So let's go ahead and take this, put it on the person, and again, same idea. We're trying to clip a perfect shot on the board.
Look how crazy this is.
I think I underestimated how long this angle was, which means I'm probably going to get messed up over here. Let's see if I can try to pivot down over here. If I do it here, that's better. Let's go ahead and do this over here, lining it up like so. And then we're going to go ahead and gather those angles. So we're going to draw a line over here, down here. We're going to select this. This is in the green panorama, so we're going to select the green panorama. We are covering it with the flower here, so we're going to put that flower onto the picture. We have the fox over there, or wolf or whatnot. So again, we're going to gather that, put it onto another spot. We have the bear.
Look how crazy this
put it down over
is.
here. And then lastly, we are covering a tree underneath there. So we have all 4 spots on our picture taken, and we're going to go ahead and put that down over here. That's the basic idea of the game.
How funny is that?
You're trying to figure out the shot you can line up that will
That's
gather
so
the most
weird.
points. With flowers generally being
so
worth 1
different.
point, trees being worth
Let's
2 points,
see.
animals
What I
being worth a
like,
variable number of
what
points
I
from
don't
3 to
like.
the elk and the bear, all the way down to 1 for that little not liking, starting off with the guesstimation aspect. The entire puzzle of this game. And this is very in line with sit-down games, by the way. Sit-down games, in general, a lot of the games have I want to use the word gimmicks in them. Specific ways that they feel different. Something about them that feels unique or different from games like Dive to Pachamama to Magic Maze. Any other games have different little criteria behind how they work that makes them a little bit of a different, unique puzzle. And that's very much true in Redwood as well. This time leaning into these little dials as far as how you're going to guesstimate your movement and your shot, trying to take into account what everything will look like, trying to take into account the distance, the obstacles in your way.
It doesn't seem like a fun game I'd want to play.
All the other things you have to juggle and balance in the game, and being mindful of the fact that other players also
watch
going to be
people
shifting
play
their
it for
animals.
the
Whenever
first
you capture
time
an
or
animal
try
with a
it.
shot, you're moving that around the board somewhere else to one of its preferred biomes in the game, and that's going to mess with your plan as far as how you capture those animals. One thing I didn't talk about is one of the many scoring criteria juggling is the fact that getting as many animals as possible, as many different animals in your shots, will score more points as well. And so you're trying to juggle
It's
all
pretty
of that
cool
in the
idea
game.
that you're trying to
And
get
in
yourself
general,
so you can
have a
see
lot
the
of ways
animals
to
to
score
take
points, and
them.
it's up to you to try to
This might be a good
I
game
can
to
see
play
others
at
not
the Hot
liking.
Games Room.
First of all, that same guesstimation aspect that I enjoy, I can see others finding it frustrating. Trying to grab this little tile and figure out how far you can move, and realizing that you're moving far less than you actually thought you were, and your camera lens is not as long as you thought. That to me is part of the fun puzzle and appeal of Redwood, but it might make this something that on Redwood. Overall, I enjoyed this puzzle. Overall, Redwood is a fun game of trying to figure out where to line up the shot, where to take that shot, and how.
It's a gimmick, but it's pretty interesting gimmick. Not something to buy, but maybe something to play at the Hot Games Room. Dungeons of Infinity. We already looked at that one. Isafarian Guard. We didn't look at that only because it's a big, giant $160 Kickstarter that needs research. I'm curious about it, but it needs research. Okay, what is this? Booty Call. They can both score. I don't think that's for me. Describe your actions in outrageous situations to communicate a secret alignment. Kiss the goblins. Okay, doesn't sound good, but let's give it a look. Party game, you describe how you would react to outrageous situations while trying to communicate a secret alignment. What kind of toppings does a chaotic evil person like on their pizza? No, thank you. Okay, this is from a comic. Completely logical party game, no context. Making connections by using random art. 7 target images. You're trying to get everyone to guess. No. Sorry, I should be verbalizing some of this stuff, but it looks like it's the same old thing about choosing pictures to get people to guess what you're after, but it's with this art that I don't really particularly like. Pirate squirrels compete to collect the best trove of nuts. Age is 8 and up. This looks like a little kid's game. That's not for me. Set collection game, no. Trial by Trolley. Okay, this is a play on expansion for Trial by Trolley. This is a play on the old philosophical question of, do you pull the lever to make the train instead of kill 2 persons, kill 1 person, but then you're taking action. So these are like comparing what's better to kill. Is it better to have the train run over 2 kids building a sandcastle, or the flight attendant who's hooking you up with free drinks? It's a fun idea, this expansion for it. A Red Dragon Inn expansions, we don't need. We looked at all these before. Adventure Party, we looked at that. The Hexed. Deck building game of arcane conflict. Arcane combat. It deflects. So it's another head-to-head magic using game. Okay, what about this? Here's a cat game. Avoid spoopy ghost cats. Oop. Okay, this doesn't look too appealing. Oh, look at this board. Oh, this is the dexterity game, right? Isn't it dexterity? Let's see if there's a video of it. Is it dexterity where you tap the board or something? Or am I thinking of something else? Can boop cats over other pieces as they move across the game. I guess you don't tap the board. I must be thinking of a different game. 3 cats in a row. Okay, so just an abstract game. not quite for me. Tesseract, we looked at that. Snapships, we looked at that. Pocket Paragons, Acquisitions Incorporated. Acquisitions Incorporated was a spin-off from one of the Clank games. But what is this? Play them simultaneously. Both cards are revealed. Characters either take damage, have their card canceled. This sounds like a game that we really liked that was a large player count game. Why does this only go to 4 players? Battle Stations was a game that is frequently available very cheaply now. No, not Battle Stations. Oh, I must be getting the wrong name now. Okay, I'm thinking of, it's Battle something, or there's a card game where it's a small card game. Is this it? No. All right, I don't know what game I'm thinking of. It's something like Battle Stations, but it's pure card-based simultaneous play. You play the same card as someone else. It cancels their ability. It's a very clever little game. Maybe someone can look up that one. Okay, Stifling Dark. What's this? One versus many hidden movement horror game with an innovative line of sight mechanic. Okay, let's look at a quick look at this.
Rules and goals on how to win, and the investigators will have their different rules and goals as well. Now, in this prototype, I have one scenario, but the plan is for additional boards and adversaries to come about that will hold on to most of the gameplay besides new rules and goals for the new adversary. And there are dark areas, dim areas, and light areas on the board.
These are these serious hidden movement games.
If its circle is dashed,
you
dim
really need
if
a
it
group
has a
that likes
solid
to play
line
this
making the circle
together.
space, which is most of the board, and is light when one of the investigators chooses to turn their flashlight on,
That's pretty
adding
clever.
this acrylic piece to the board.
Pretty
There are
cute.
more rules that go along with this flashlight, including why or when you would want to use it, but I will cover that here later.
Okay, clever,
Starting spots
but
are the
impossible for me to get to the table. You really have to have a dedicated group for something like that. Gosu X by a company called Sorry We Are French. 2-player combo card game fighting. No, we don't want that. Icky Akibo. Okay, so here's a must-have for me. Icky is one of my favorite competitive games over the last few years. A very clever, beautiful game that's got different paths to victory. And here's an expansion for it. Let's take a look at it. So here's a good example. If I didn't already know Icky and play Icky, I'd look at this and say, no, too busy, too messy. And it does look too busy and too messy. But this is a good example why this video is useless. Because I would have eliminated this game if I didn't already know how good Icky was. But there we go. Let's see. If you just looked at Icky without knowing anything, would I say this is a beautiful game? Yeah. So here's the previous version. Beautiful art. I prefer this art to the new version, but the new version is over here. I don't see the art for it. Anyway, doesn't matter. Well, very well respected, beautiful game. You can see I've rated it a 9. So expansion's a must-have. Okay, what about In the Footsteps of Darwin? Nice looking nature cards. Gameplay and review, unboxing. All right, here we go. Foster the Meeple. What are these people? These aren't Foster the Meeple. Why do I not
Hi
know
everyone,
the
my name
name
is
of
Monique.
this
And
one?
I'm Naveen from Before You Play. And today we're going to be
Before
playing
You
through
Play.
a game called In the Footsteps
Before You
of
Play,
Darwin.
yeah.
This game is designed by Gregory Garrar and Matthew Verdier and is published by... We're only going to be playing until each player has taken 12 tiles. Sure. And so the way that it works is on your turn, you have to first take one of the tiles that are in front of the HMS Beagle. And if you're not really familiar with the history of Charles Darwin, this is the ship, the boat.
That's how he got around.
That is how I got around, the HMS
Yep.
Beagle.
Allegedly.
And so the Beagle always starts here, and there will always be 3 tiles in front of it. If it were my turn, and say I wanted to take this tile over here, which is the blue peafowl, I would have to place this tile here because it has a bird symbol at the top left-hand corner, and it is red. So you basically just essentially match where it belongs.
Asia.
Yes. In addition, at the bottom right-hand corner of each tile is a certain benefit that you'll either get immediately, depending on what it is, or at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, for
Spatial
example, our
layouts
blue
for
peafowl over
goals.
here.
I mean,
Yes.
it looks okay. Not really my cup of tea,
Okay.
though.
There you go.
But I
So this
love
is
the
my
look
one.
at the art and the animals. Some people just love that
They're
stuff.
so cute. Okay.
That's pretty beautiful. All those little animal
Yeah.
cards.
I'd rather take this.
This would be a good game for a family.
In the Footsteps of
In the
Darwin.
Footsteps
We
of
always get
Darwin.
the name of this game incorrect.
There's a
but-
handful of Darwin games that came out over the past 3 years.
Right. And this is In the Footsteps,
In the Footsteps.
of Darwin. Very different from the others.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it, shall
Sure.
we?
Yep.
Okay, this is a very quick game, as you can see. I think I even said that like a few times throughout the video. Like when to take theories, or there's a lot of different things that you're considering when making a decision.
Do they
but
rate
again, it
these?
still
They
feels
don't.
casual, as opposed to a game like
Casual
Casual,
game.
where it's also very light.
Okay. Zhangao, the First Empire. Build a new empire for China. 1 to 4 players. All right. No videos, no reviews, but we do have some art. Kind of hard to get a feel for it, huh? The art's nice, okay, but we don't have enough information to make any decision about it. Spell book by Space Cowboys. Okay, wide variety of spell combinations, play hundreds of unique games, 1 to 4 players. All right, I'm curious. What does it look like? Okay. No information, no videos. Each player is accompanied by a familiar, so you get a little pet. Try to create spells. Each spell gives a unique effect that lasts the rest of the game. The more ingenious the combination, the more powerful the effect. Solo mode. Really can't tell what this game is like. Curious, but not enough information. Everdell Far Shore. So here's Everdell set in a different little environment. Everdell was the one that's got this beautiful little, well, the regular Everdell had a bigger little platform plateau where animals lived. Lots of little animals with beautiful cards. Somehow I never got into Everdell though. Okay, Wiz War, new version of an old game. I'm not sure how well this holds up. Expeditions. Tile Exploration sequel to Scythe. So I saw someone playing this somewhere. Is this, it's competitive. Okay, it's competitive. Card-based. I mean, I was one of those people that thought Scythe was pretty cool, but didn't really get into it, didn't love it. Lots of people really did love it. I don't know. It doesn't do anything for me. Robotech. Don't care about this IP. Is there anything about it that jumps out as being interesting? 3 players. 4 rounds. Boy, this feels like you gotta like that IP to want that. Okay, so roll and write. Another version of So Clever or whatever. Different versions of this where you do a Yahtzee-like thing and check off certain boxes. It's a neat little thing, but I don't know how many of these you need. Expansion for Path of Light and Shadow, a game that I don't know anything about. Here's Ares expansion with cooperative expansions. Here's another spin-off of the Roll and Write So Clever. That's pretty clever game. This one's for little kids. We don't want that. Expansion for Northgard. I don't know Northgard. Probably not for me. Expansion for Alltree. We already looked at that and agreed it was a must-have. Suspects. We explained why I'm going to buy those and play them on the channel to make up for my harsh review. Valbara. I feel like we played this. I mean, we watched this, did we? 9 rounds. Deck of 12 cards. I like this little mini deck. Okay, let's take a look at this review. I feel like we're in the home stretch here. Colby says, thank you for going through this list. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I'm doing it.
Of lands, we're going to put out a bottom row, 1 per player, in this case 3 players, and then the next row up here, leaving the deck of cards up there. Everybody picks a color. They're going to shuffle it up and draw 5 cards, and then everyone gets 2 points that they are going to be sure to hide throughout the game. The game's going to be played over 9 rounds, and at the end of those 9 rounds, whoever has the most points is the winner.
Reminds me a little bit of Tides of Time.
Very simple. You are going to, from your hand of cards, pick a card to play. We'll reveal them all, and then going from the lowest number to the highest number, the players are going to trigger the ability on the card, and then claim one of these lands and trigger the scoring ability on that. Once we're all done, we'll discard the played character. We'll draw a new one. This old row becomes the new current row, and we put out a new one here. If there's ever a tie for the player numbers, say I play a 5 and my opponent over here in green plays a 5, that's what the back of the deck is for. This is the order in which the tie will be broken.
So the person that went before you, that's pretty random.
Pretty high ratings.
It never is going to feel like it breaks the game for someone. Someone's never feel like, well, I guess I'm out then.
The only thing I would say is a little annoying making change. There's a lot of making change in the game. Give me 2 points. I'll take 2 from you.
Those are some pretty high reviews for a little card game.
Normally
but it doesn't really appeal to me, but I'd rather play Tides of Time. Tides of Time, what was the other one? There's 2 versions of that. Yeah, Tides of Time, and then there was a Cthulhu-themed one. But I like the Tides of Time better. Okay, Studio H. Those are the old tree people. Let's see what Virtual Revolution looks like. This looks intriguing. Neo Paris. No information about it. They like to surprise games. They just drop games at Gencon ready to buy. Oh, I don't know. All right, we got no information about it. Doesn't look so appealing though. Vivarium. This looks familiar, like it's not really new. Continent free of human presence. Hence card collection game. Pairs of dominoes. No, I don't want that. 1, 2, 3 cheese. Ages 8 and up. This looks like a little kid's game. Cheese heist. Playing multiple cards. This looks like a throwaway game. Fork. Fox, owl, rabbit, kale. Fun trick-taking game to play with your casual friends and kids. Okay, not for me. In the Stars. Roll and create constellations. So what is it? A roll and write constellation making game? Roll and draw. That doesn't sound very interesting. Pyramido. Construct a magnificent pyramid of dominoes, brick by brick. Let's see. I see. That looks like a little abstract. Not for me game. Okay, Last of Us we already looked at and talked about. Dawn of Ulos. This is getting some attention recently. Let's see. 1 to 5, huh? Set in the world of role player and cartographers. Don't care about that. Dawn of Ulos Kickstarter review. Is it really a review? Preview review. What
Hey
does
everyone,
that
welcome
mean?
back to Play the Game HQ. I'm Allison, this is Daniel, and we are looking at Dawn of Ulos, which is a new game coming from Thunderworks Games, and it's going to Kickstarter. This game is the dawn of the world of Ulos, which is the role player world, which we have fallen in love with cartographers, with role player.
Yeah. All of the Thunderworks games, except for
all of those games are mediocre for me.
For wherever they are on the track, you score their strength times the number of cards. If anyone ever makes it up to 15 tiles, they become legendary. They get flipped over, and any faction that has ever been legendary adds 2 points per card. So in that situation, I may have a bunch of cheap elf cards that I've been stocking up on, and the Styres or the Satyrs are going to have to spend, or may have to spend, a lot of cards to protect their area, but then they have fewer cards to score. So it was a really, I have not played a game like this. Like, this is...
So actually, I read a little bit about this. It's got some interesting thing. It's not really combat or area control. It's a little bit of betting on and investing on what species is going to move up highest. That might be not really, though. It looks too involved for me for that kind of thing. Goblin Vaults. Take a look at what this is. Goblin Vaults review. Okay, Alex.
Hey, I'm Alex
Give us
Radcliffe
your
from Board
quick
Gencon. Today I'm reviewing Goblin
review.
Vaults from Thunderworks Games. How your vault's going to start. We're going to use this area here so you can see everything. So again, I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this down. All the players are doing the same. These are going to be the gold cards. This is going to be the supply of cards you're going to be gathering. And this is going to be your vault. All players will have one over here. So I'm starting off that way. From there, starting with the player who's first player, you're going to go ahead and select a card, and you're going to play that card to try to win one of the 3 cards on the table, or alternatively to try to win the card that you're playing. That will make sense in a second. You see, when you play a card, you are potentially going to win one of these 3 cards. So for example, I'm going to go ahead and play this card over here to the, let's say I want the middle card over here. I'm going to play this card over here because I'm trying to win the 7. From there, this other player is going to look at their hands, and because they have an opportunity over here, they either could play a 9 to beat the trick if they want to. So a 9 is going to be a higher number than the 6. They will beat the trick. If they place this here, they're the one who's going to get that token over there. But past that, alternatively, your other
trick taking with lots of complications and goals and scoring. Too much for what it is for me. Gold West. Prospectors building their mining empires, accumulate the most victory points. Okay, let's see what Z Garcia says. How old is this? 2015. Here we go again with these people sneaking in games that are old. Okay, at least this one's the 2nd edition. Halloween, huh? Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay. You're moving around a map. Is it one versus many? One versus many. Most of the players run around the board searching for clues, and some Michael Myers stalks them. Okay, one versus many. Not for my groups. Halloween Party, Bruno for Duty. That looks like a throwaway game. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, we looked at that already. Tricks and Treats, this is the same Trick or Treat Studios doing all these. Just gonna skip that. Legendary Encounters, we looked at that already. Boy, we are almost done here. I think we're gonna make it. This is the Versus System. I don't really know that series, but it's a head-to-head thing. Four Horsemen, we already looked at that. Robot Quest Arena. Star Realm style deck building. So a couple of companies have recently licensed Star Realms, which is a quick little two-player battle system that I'm really quite fond of. Boy, these look pretty ugly though, this text graphic design. Sure doesn't look like Star Realms. Weird. Boy, they look like they're having a good time. Don't trust it. All right. Well, maybe for smaller kids this is for. It doesn't feel like it's for me. Although I'm a fan of Star Realms. Okay, Blob Party, we already looked at that. We're down at WizKit, so we're in the home stretch here. Dungeons and Dragons Trials of Tempest, 2 rival adventuring parties. Okay. What have we got here? Miniatures, painted? Comes painted? Greg and I reviewed a Dungeons and Dragons escape room game that we didn't really like. Cooperative team-based game for 2 to 8 players. Huh. Well, I am curious here. What have we got here? 1 hour, 3 hours, 20 minutes. Alex is going to get clicked again, but let's see if anyone else has any reviews we can click on. He's got 2. Alex has 2 videos. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Let's watch this one because this.
Today reviewing Trials of Tempest from WizKids.
This is a weird looking game.
In the game, 8 different ones, each of them coming with a recommended build of what subclass you should be within that class, as well as what character to be. And to that end, you're going to be building out your own character, probably starting with what they recommend at first, but as the game progresses, as you start diving into it, having the opportunity to draft your teams and draft your classes, draft your subclasses, well I guess not really draft your subclasses, draft your characters along with them, and then pick your subclasses, building out your own unique team, in a team that's either going to be a 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, or 4 versus 4 experience. Like if you're playing at 2 players, you should be controlling 2 characters each. But past that, this is an arena skirmish-based team play experience.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right here because I don't like these skirmish games. Why did we think it was cooperative? Did I must have misread that as a team-based game. Cooperative team-based game for 2 to 8 players. You must win more points than your rivals. I don't know what this. I guess it just means you're playing on teams of 2 versus 2, or 2 teams or whatever. Okay, but not gonna work for me. Skirmish games I don't like. What have we got here? We're ending on a high note here with some interesting things here. Princess of Florence. Auctions. Let's see who this person is. I don't know this YouTuber.
Hey, it's me,
oh, yes.
Italian stereotype Orion from Knights Around the Table. This is the Princess of Florence, a tile placement auction game for 3 to 5 players. Let me show you how to play. You and your friends play wealthy Italian families during the Renaissance, like the Sforza or the Medici. You're winning items at auction to improve your principality, to make it more enticing for artsy-fartsy types to come there and create great works, which you can brag about to your rich buddies. By doing this, you earn PP, or prestige points. At the end of 7 rounds, the player with the most PP wins the game.
Okay, not for me. But what is this? Star Trek Discovery Black Alert. Never heard of this. What have we got here? So I never got into Discovery. I heard mixed things about it, like it got really bad. And then maybe it's getting good again. But what is this? Team versus team game. 2 crews are trying to complete missions. Team versus team. But you could play with 2 players? All right, maybe if you like Star Trek Discovery, this would work. Oh, that's a busy board with a lot of cards around it. Okay, not for me. Haven't watched it, not into it. Okay, Kelp, a head-to-head battle of wits between octopus and shark. Interesting. So Carl Robinson, this is the Carl Robinson was in the channel earlier today. All right, so let's not go crazy here. All right, head-to-head battle of wits between the octopus and the shark. 2-player asymmetrical game. The designer Carl Robinson has incorporated the authentic characteristics and strategies of these marine animals, inspired by the Netflix documentary My Octopus Teacher, which I've seen. Okay, well, the box art is fantastic. And it's a beautiful, like you see this giant octopus. Is that the shark though? That's a small looking shark. Okay, let's see. So it's a head-to-head 2-person game. So it's probably not for me, but, and there's Carl. All right, let's listen to Carl Robinson talk to us about the game.
Hi, I'm Carl, and I'm the designer of Kelp. Kelp is a 2-player, deeply asymmetrical game. And it's a head-to-head battle of wits between a sneaky and cunning octopus that's just trying to survive and the hungry and determined shark trying to hunt
elements
it.
with the.
In this game, players are doing very different things from one
with
another.
The pieces you can't see the other end of.
To manipulate
Look at the
their
art.
blocks and move them around the board, trying to stay hidden and survive until the end of the game. Or, if they're willing and brave enough, trying to eat all of the food that's available to them. Meanwhile, the shark is swimming around the board, patrolling its territory, using dice and special abilities to mitigate the look, trying to find the octopus, attack it at the right moment, and then outwit it in the final confrontation. It's a tense experience as you try to outwit and outmaneuver your opponent, and I can't wait for you to try it.
Okay, so it's not for me because these head-to-head battle, especially with the hidden stuff here, are much too stressful and tense for me. But it's beautiful art, beautiful cards, looks very cool. I like the Stratego blocks. There's certain people that love these tense head-to-head battle of wits games. So if that's you, there's an interesting looking game. Bad Karmas. It looks like we already looked at this for some reason. A Vampire Masquerade game. Is this a different game or an expansion? This Vampire the Masquerade must be some really popular IP that they keep making spin-offs. Cooperative miniature board game. Narrative-driven board game. So this is differently. Smart miniatures. Boards, dice, a companion. What on earth? Oh, this is the Tebaru board game. Needs your special board game hardware. Okay, that's not for us. Aegis Combining Robots Season 2. Build a 5-robot team. We don't know this IP. Dozens of robots solo. Okay, don't know this IP. Looks too messy, too busy. That's it. We did it. 8 hours, 8.5 hours. That was rough. That took longer than I thought. And longer than last year. a little bit of time management issues. Maybe we spent a little bit too much time watching videos. An interesting experience. I think I was true to my word that most of the games, almost all of them, I wanted nothing to do with. Do I hate board games? I'll leave that to you to decide. There were a couple of gems in there, though, that I am interested in. Felt like a distinct lack of good party games this year, and very few games that are really exciting to me. Maybe Forbidden Jungle is my one really must-purchase game. I do have a list here. I've clicked 64 games in my list. Maybe we could... God, you think we haven't had enough? Okay, well, let's look. Here are my 64 games that I've marked as interested in some form or another. Agree to disagree. That one, that's pretty high on my list here. That's used the special device. You're trying to find someone you agree with. So that would be very high to me. Forbidden Jungle would be very high to me. Don't really care about this. Exit the game. Blob Party. Yeah, I'm curious about that one as a party game. Freelancers, the app-based Crossroads game. I am interested in checking that out. Icky, that's a must-buy expansion for Icky. If you haven't played Icky, I recommend it. Legends of Andor. I'm interested in Last of Us. I don't think that's available to purchase, but yes, I'm very interested in that. The Suspects games that I didn't love, but I'm willing to buy, to play, to give that game another chance. Robin Hood, I won't be playing that. Atlantis Rising, maybe I should give Atlantis Rising another try. I'll check that out. Tokaido, a pure two-player game. I mean, I'm not so interested in playing Tokaido again. I've played that enough. But a two-player game, I'm willing to give it a shot. Chronicles of Drunagor surprisingly looked good to me, but I need to research that more. I could pass on all of these. Big Boss, Cosmoctopus, Davy Jones' Locker, all of those boring. Decrypto, well, I'm not interested in that anymore. I got to get rid of that. Already have it. Defenders of the Dictionary, I forget what was... There's something suspicious about that one. Earth is not really new, but I do want to check it out. Distilled looked okay. And then Ilya, this was the narrative story game that I'm probably not interested in. Spin-offs from Evolution, I am interested in those because I like Evolution so much. Ensemble, I don't think we could get good information about that. These were all like, Advent Calendar, I don't need this. I don't need this. Federation, that was the weird-looking game. Frostpunk, this is already out and for sale. I am curious about it, but probably I'd only buy it at a deep discount. Horror on the Orient Express, we don't have much about this, but the theme is great. These are some heavy games. Probably not going to be playing that. Suspicious of Lord of the Rings. This is the reskinning of Planet X. I am curious about that. Cooperative version of Ruins of Arnak. I'm a little curious. I don't remember anything about this one. This is the very weird-looking theme of Making Robots Dream. Mission Control, chaotic game. Willing to try that. I don't know why I've marked these. Oathsworn. This is the storytelling podcasting game. I'm a little bit curious about that. Pick a Pepper, Point City. Probably not interested in those, but they're quick card games, so maybe. Dark Tower, not really interested in that. Not really interested in these. Oh, this was our Planet X game. I don't know what I marked up here. That's a different one. That was the Planet X retheming. Wow, my brain's shutting down. Planet X retheming. Sky Team Asymmetric. Cooperative. This was the pretty looking food game. I don't remember why we were interested in Splitto, but we were. I don't know why I've marked this. We decided that's no good. That was the weird hidden movement game. Unmatched Cooperative. weird religious game, Legacy, to buy and not play. Rebecca says, more than 10% of the games you're interested in. I'm not really interested in them. Am I, though, really? Okay, I'm misremembering. Yes, I am misremembering. Okay, well, we did it, though. 8.5 hours. Will we do this again next year? Probably not. All right, but thank you for joining me. An endurance test, type 2 fun. I'll take a break tomorrow, so I won't see you tomorrow. Next week, at some point, we'll be back to playing mystery games, maybe another Deadbolt Mystery Society puzzle game. Thank you for joining me. I had fun. It was interesting. Thank you for keeping me company. Let me know if you're going to Gen Con. If you see me at Gen Con, you can come up and say hello, say you watched this video, and I'll see you next time.